10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome here to Brookland. My name is Paulie Hype alongside Dak City, and we are finally live, Dak, with the $1,500 Battle for New York City Valorant tournament. How you doing, buddy?
Finally, man. Yo, I'm doing good. I've been looking forward to this, not only for a while, but also today as we got started. And we're jumping right into the action pretty soon with our next match soon, which will be Paper Chasers versus Tier 1 Rejects. We got a lot of awesome competitors here, all from around the area.
Absolutely.
It's great to be back in person and be in the venue with people who are all excited to game and cheer for their friends. So it's awesome to be here and very excited to get started.
Absolutely. Let's talk about it. I mean, this is the very first New York City Valorant tournament since COVID. We've all been away working from home for so long, online tournaments. It is so great to see a maxed 16-team cap tournament, 1,500 on the line as we get into this first game. And boy, I'm excited to see where this goes. This is the very first talent pool we've seen here in New York City for Valorant.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as you said, a lot on the line, 1,500, which means that's definitely going to be in the minds of all these players.
Yes, sir.
And we're starting off with just best of ones. And as you know, especially Valorant players, that's not easy.
No.
That's a ranked game right there. It can go either way. You never know what your opponent's going to cheese you with, try to catch you out with, right out of the gate.
Right.
So a lot of that is like, what are you bringing to the table? What are you comfortable with? But also, can you get an edge and take that advantage and run with it? Because it's just one map. You just need that one win. So a lot can happen. It can be a really polarizing type of meta in these best of ones.
No question about it. You don't have that room for adaptation. There is no way to come back in that second set like you were talking about earlier. Teams can just pull out kind of something out of the hat, and if it works and it puts you in a hole early, you might be looking at elimination. But you know what? That's how it goes when we are dealing with a one-day tournament. At least we are here in person, and it is such a blessing to have Dak City. And we'll be joined later by I Can Go Pro. He'll join us on the mic right after this game. So let's get right into it as soon as we can. And it is so much fun, once again, like I said, to be here. I'm very thankful to be with you, man.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I can hear it going in our headphones here. I can hear the lobby getting set up.
Yep.
Should be jumping in any moment now. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what, lineups in terms of characters, agents that we're going to be seeing from these teams.
Sure.
Are they going to stick to something that might try to mimic the pro meta? Are they going to stick to what's comfortable? Are they going to go for some weird compositions to try to throw the teams off?
Right.
I really love to see the teams show their individual team identity, right? Like what makes their play separated from the other teams, and I think that's what's going to get them farther in the bracket.
I agree. I don't know if we're going to – I think you want to stick to your character strong suit here. I don't think you want to worry about mimicking a meta. But then again, there are some people that can play multiple characters in the way that can do it. But we're going in right into the game. Here we go. First match underway. Brookland, Battle for New York City. And we'll go on to Ascent here. Picks and bans. Let's see how it goes on this first one here.
Yeah, so Ascent, a great map to start off with. Everyone loves this map for
Absolutely, one of the originals.
Yep, not as polarizing as Haven. It's not as small as Bind, of course. We're going to see what these players are starting to peek out with. And, of course, we already have JGM on that Sova. No surprise there. It doesn't look like the other side's going to be taking a Sova just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they switch over. You're really going to be looking to hold these big chunks of the map, right? Like, can you cut them off with your Killjoy ults? Can you get that initiation with your Sova? The Raze, I think, is a really interesting choice because Raze is a character that works better in smaller areas, right? Like, Bind is Raze's, home map. So on a map like Ascent, Raze gets picked, for, her ult because she can jump into an area really quickly, but she doesn't always get those AoE advantages that she does on a smaller, more narrow map like Bind. Right. I'm interested to see how that works out.
Yeah, we'll see JGM here on the Sova. Going to be a massive amount of intel coming out from those darts. Obviously, the vision darts. No Sova on the other side, like you said. We're seeing a little bit more of an aggressive. Let's see, they got the Phoenix, they got the Viper, they got the Omen. So they're going to be able to move around the map. Blue side. Red team, though, they will have those Sova darts for the extra vision. So here we go. First game. Let's see how it plays out. And, man, it is so great to be here. Valorant Land, Battle for New York City at Brookland Land Center here in Brooklyn, New York.
And these two teams are Tier 1 Rejects and Paper Chasers. On our end, we're not sure which team is which, so we'll figure it out. Hopefully someone lets us know. But we will be getting right into this here. Attacker is Tier 1 Rejects. All right, cool. So attacking team, red side, Tier 1 Rejects. Paper Chasers in the blue on defense to start off here. So we'll see. It looks like just going to start off with a very basic pistol default. See how that goes their way.
Pistol rounds, always a tilting one. But in this game so much, it really sets the pace, winning that pistol round. There's two of them in a set, obviously, as we see one team peeking out mid here, and it's Apex, who out with the revolver early.
Yeah, this push-up mid, I think, is going to be deadly. You have the Reyna on point. You have the smokes and that dark cover also from the other side, from the Omen. They're immediately shutting that down, and some great shots coming out here from Tier 1 Rejects to try to keep this pizza push alive, looking for an avenue either into backside or to head towards B. So far, they haven't made a decision.
Blue team, though, Paper Chasers just sitting back. They're letting it come to them. And that's exactly what it is here in Valorant. You want to play that patience game. Look like a slight rotation over to A. They'll try to take Catwalk here, and they'll move on into Garden. This first kill, nice dark cover comes out, does hit one, and they will almost pick up the Phoenix, but not yet.
Still have the Killjoy. Patrick in the back gets clanked there by Apex, so is able to take out Khan. And that spike is going to go down here in a 4-on-4 situation, but you do have the Phoenix that's very low here for Paper Chasers. Tier 1 Rejects got another kill. Apex picks up another one. It's a 4-on-3 situation, and Charisma for 2 makes it easy for Apex to get the cleanup, and Tier 1 Rejects are going to take the first round.
Wow, that looked clean. Right from the start to the finish, they just played it perfectly, and this is going to give them such a nice advantage now going into the second round. In Valorant, remember, Valorant almost feels more than CSGO the ability to really carry. When you get that first round, leads to a second, which can lead to a third, obviously, and you do that 2 halves. So that's 6 rounds if you're quality at picking up those pistol rounds.
Yeah, nice momentum boost right out the gate. Of course, now they got a little bit of a bonus round here. And
they'll go right in.
Yeah, they're going to go right in. They've kind of had an idea of what the defense is going to give to them. You can see the wall cutoffs that are really focused towards mid and B site. So they're going to go again towards A.
As we see that drone come flying in. Capture Orb's going to go over to Anarchist. Artist, sorry. And here comes a grenade here, and that's exactly what they want. It seems like they know they want to push into A, and that's what they're going to use the raise for. Clear out one of those looking areas, and then push on in here. They'll get the plant site with ease.
Yeah, this has already looked like an easy plant. Everybody's still up at full health, full armor too. I mean, Khan hasn't been dinked at all. Apex takes out another one. This Reyna is going off right now. Khan gets another relay, puts him down for the trade, but it's again another 4-on-1 situation, and that's a big deal for these wins here. And they're getting these round wins only losing 1 player at a time. So economically, that's a huge win and a great way to start out. Apex with the 4K on that round to clean things up for round 2.
Perfectly executed. Apex has been that standout competitor so far. He has been hitting tons of shots, and it has all worked in favor. And, you know, this is where the tone gets set, because that's what we're talking about. They picked up the second rounds. They're still at an economy high. They're fully loaded over here, and they're struggling over on the blue side. So we'll see if they continue. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Maybe they'll head over to A once again. As that one, you know, it's almost like the Viper on the blue side. They're putting down the wall, and they're kind of forcing a direction, but they're forcing the direction and still losing the point. So that's kind of a little deficiency there. You kind of want to be in your favor.
You want to funnel them into the vacuum, but you got to have something there in response. They haven't had it yet, and you can see, you know, clearing out that back end, as you point out with the Reyna or with the arrays, is so good. And then the Reyna just follows up as they try to get away from the grenade. It's just a really simple execute, but it's so far working out really well. But I love this move here by Tier 1 Rejects. They got some utility use at A, and now they're slowly but surely working their way towards B because they know they have a huge player advantage.
Right, and they'll try to clear out more here. Charisma, he's going to push in. Nice defeat there. They're getting trapped, though. It looks like Tier 1 Rejects might be able to put something together here, but actually it's going to be Red Team that just comes in and they still take it with ease. Charisma winds up finding Patrick 1. It's going to be some damage here, and they're trapped in that back alleyway. Fugly picking up 1, Patty picking up another, and it's 2 down here. Blue Team getting some life.
Yeah, Paper Chasers finally looking like they might be able to get on the board against Tier 1 Rejects, who do get the spike down, and they do have control of the site, but their Sova is off-site here. I'm not sure if he has ult yet. If he does, though, that's exactly what they want to use to get into this re-execution as Fugly gets a first kill, and they move in for more.
Ooh, and just like that, JGM not going on the site, playing in the garage, and it worked out perfectly. They were totally baited. The bomb was down. It was causing them pressure. They knew they had to get in. And JGM just got the little back flank there, cheeky. He played it well. Usually teams kind of check garage before they go into sight, so maybe a little bit there, lackadaisical by the blue side, but it's still only 0-3. They're not out of it yet.
Absolutely.
What do you want to see, Dak, from blue team? What do they have to do here to try to get around here? Because it looks like they're struggling a little bit so far with Tier 1 Rejects.
Yeah, you know, it's hard because there's so much like immediate like blast damage that can just like that from the rays come out. It's hard to deal with. They almost have to fall back every time. I feel like if they go for the retakes more than trying to stop the initial execute, they might be more successful. That retake really wasn't too bad if they had checked garage. They took out the Sova. I think maybe focusing on the retake rather than trying to force the stop of the execute might work better in their favor.
Ooh, but it's Ozio who comes in. He finds Patrick, and they're once again going to go down to B, but this time instead of a slow push right out the gate, and they are already onto the site as Artist finds Fugly once again. Wow. Well, it's all red team so far, Dak.
Yeah, this is looking really rough right now. Tier 1 Rejects definitely looking like they might be Tier 1, at least in the context of this match here. Relay trying to make it happen with the judge, but only brings justice to one player as JGM gets the trade.
So far, 3-0, but it's a 4-1 on the player count in this one. Phoenix here in the spawn, and he's going to get taken out easily. So far, Tier 1 Rejects really starting to find their swagger, and this is what I was trying to say before about snowballing of the economy. Yeah. In this game, it is so heavy. Just having the little bit extra skill, getting these rounds here is just snowballing into more and more and more, but finally, we're going to see Paper Chasers. They're going to full buy. So they're finally in it here in the 5th round. They need to win this one.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe shift the Viper instead of play mid, try to play towards A. They need some way to make it so that way Tier 1 Rejects can't just walk onto the side every time, right? You have your Killjoy on B, but the Viper right through mid, I mean, Tier 1 Rejects aren't pushing mid, so the Viper essentially becomes useless because that wall is not really doing much. They're not contesting pizza.
Exactly. I totally agree. They need to make a more decisive wall. Maybe just choose the wall to block off one site entirely. Yeah. They're kind of putting it in the middle, and it's not giving them any sort of benefit, kind of. It's just kind of in the middle, but here comes Raze with an ultimate, looking here with the rocket launcher, trying to find someone, but surprisingly, he might find it, and he will! Wow. Nice shot there on Patty. But so far, Tier 1 Rejects, Wittock's going to find one here for Paper Chasers, and Paper Chasers actually have a little bit of a lead right now.
This is exactly what I was looking for. They fell back. They didn't try to force a play against the Raze ult. They sat back, looked for picks, and now they have a 4-on-3 situation to go for this retake.
All right, let's see how it plays. 4-on-3. Retake Patrick from up top over to Wittox, who's here in Garden. They're going to try to break down that garage door, that garden door, and it is 3 members. Patrick finds JGM through the floor. Relay finds another, and this is going to be Paper Chasers' chance. Finally with the guns, they're going to take their first round of the tournament, 4-1, and that's exactly what they needed, Dak.
Yeah, and better late than never, but honestly, after 5 rounds, they had to do it. As you said, that was a full buy.
Right.
They could not afford really to lose on that round because that would have really been a lost half, I would say.
Absolutely.
So huge there for Paper Chasers to get that win. They do so with only losing 1 player. Economically, they do not have to rebuy too much. If they can win this round, they're right back in it. If they lose here, they can do probably a semi-buy, try to hold things off, but that's when you're going to see Tier 1 Rejects start to stack ultimates and really make sure they win.
Right, right.
Tier 1, I think we're going to see another full stack. That's really what their game plan is. They stack towards A, it either works, or they fall back and look for default or a rotation towards B.
Well, let's talk about the reason why they're trying to stack A. They have that Raze, and that pick that we were unsure of in the beginning has actually worked out for them quite well because, it's going to be a nice push here, but Apex takes out Patty really quickly. I don't know about that one. Patty went really aggressive. We'll see an ult come out here from Omen. He's going to go right onto the site where Patty's position was played, and they're going to push in heavy here onto B side for Tier 1 Rejects.
Tier 1 still does not have control of the back site here, but Khan with a big kill on Fugly. That opens things up. Now they can move in. Khan gets a second one, and now that Spike is certainly going to go down. They might get the kills beforehand. It's a 5-on-2 situation, and there goes the Spike.
And that Viper ultimate does go down as well on top of the A site, but so far just hasn't been any value here. Patrick and Relay though. Patrick finds another from the top of the bird's nest. Relay finds another, and it's 2-on-1 just like that. Ozio, only one left. Playing in the underneath around his smoke. He saw one there go in. He finds one. Oh. Gun switch. They will. A headshot comes out from Ozio. And Relay. Back and forth. We thought Paper Chasers was going to get that Dak, but man, they kind of dropped the ball there.
That is rough right there. That is such a hard loss to take. Ozo with the clutch. You saw he almost got caught out in the second kill.
Right.
Using his utility. Somehow gets back into cover and in the scramble. Able to get the shots down. Ozo with the clutch. And that is devastating for Paper Chasers. They needed that win. They needed to keep their guns. And now with that rebuy, it's going to be tough. They're sitting on a couple ultimates here. And maybe Patty wants to let that loose to try to stop this push towards A. But they really need to be careful. They can't afford to lose much else after this round.
So we're still seeing that Viper from Paper Chasers. He's continuing putting that wall in the mid, and they're really dedicated to doing it. But just like that, JGM, Patty is playing too aggressive out on Catwalk because they've now killed him 3 times first in the beginning of the round, and it's really causing so much counter pressure. Just don't peek it. You know they're probably going to come there. Wittox finds one, but so far it's 5-1, and this one looks all Tier 1 Rejects.
Yeah, this is an absolute easy round. They should be able to get away with this, hopefully holding on to the Raze. They see the Killjoy, know exactly where they're coming from. In the case of Paper Chasers, it's a double-edged sword because if you don't put the Viper in mid and you start to put it on A and put the Killjoy in B, that opens up mid and then they can just funnel right through. So, with this, I think they kind of have to figure out, we kind of have to play that guessing game of where that Reyna is going to be. We need to kill that entry. We need the Reyna and the res to go down, and the gas wall is not going to stop them from walking through. So I think maybe like the Phoenix and Viper walls together in conjunction might be better, and maybe let them have mid. Hold the sites and maybe give them that room and let them come to you.
I think you let them have mid because mid's not a site. So they need to get to a site before they can plant. And also, Patty's got to stop dying out on the catwalk. I know I said it before. He comes out again, and again, has fallen now. I know that was the ultimate, so that won't be anything, but still, he's losing a lot of advantage. Fugly finding charisma finally, and it really has come down to what team is going to get this first kill has led to the victory each and every time. So let's see how it plays out. 6-1, though, for Tier 1 Rejects as we head now into round number 8. Paper Chasers still looking for their second.
Yeah, that is one little consolation prize here for Paper Chasers. They took out the Killjoy, so if this spike goes down, the retake situation for Paper Chasers to defuse that spike will be a little easier. They don't have to deal with Killjoy utilities, so that's something to keep in mind, but still, all that other utilities still up. You can see Raze getting closer and closer to their ult utility, their super as well. They're halfway there. Their ult, that is. Sorry, playing too much Destiny. Fugly gets a kill on the Apex to make it a 5-on-3. And in this case, I think for Tier 1 Rejects, you just look for the picks if you can and try to hold onto your guns. But they're so far ahead, they're probably fully cashed out. They don't even need to hold their guns, so they're just going to go for it. Fugly, though, playing defense. Khan gets one, making it closer. Now all of a sudden it's a 2-on-2 situation thanks to JGM.
JGM does find that second one, but Wittock's going to know where he's at. Patrick, though, beautiful kill onto Con Artist. That bomb has to go down. Patrick's looking for JGM, who does get smoked. Wittock trying to peek, but he didn't get the advantage of the dark cover there.
If he gets this win, that's huge. That's so big. No, but he re-peeked immediately. That's when you take the patience and try to, you don't want to take that high ground fight when you're on the low ground, but a very valiant effort, a nice try. NT's in the chat. 6-2 still a very solid lead here for Tier 1 Reject.
Well, that was probably, we can't hear the listening, but we can assume that Wittox made that call out there because it was a 2-on-1, got to just push the angles. He doesn't have a lot of room to hide behind the generator there. So as Wittox comes out, Patrick did a great job there of pinching the opposite angle from Heaven and wound up getting the kill. Great job here by Paper Chasers, who now have secured their second win. So we're going into round 9. We're going to see full buy on both teams here. Obviously, Red Team has just tons of cash as they've been winning a ton of rounds, but now we're starting to see Paper Chasers get a little momentum, and maybe they're warming up as we head into round 9, and it looks like it's going to be a mid-push. Apex finding Relay easily and going to get the overheal by Reyna.
Goes down, but yeah, got a lot of good information, got the kill. The Apex Predator paying off in dividends. Khan gets the ult kill as well, and there's the res from Fugly, so it makes it a 4-on-3 situation. But that spike still hasn't gone down. It's just making its way into Garage towards B main, but the Reyna is on site, so it's essentially a retake situation here for Paper Chasers, and they lose Fugly. It's such a huge loss before the retake. They have no heals now.
Yeah, unfortunately, tried to push in middle, but Fugly just wind up lighting them up. Con Art is going to take a Patty as well, and it's 4-on-1 once again. Tier 1 is just having their way with this game so far, and they're playing well. They're playing together. They're playing patient. So far from what I've seen, Tier 1 has just been the more patient team, and it's led to the rounds.
It also helps when you have Apex, who goes into every round.
Getting a entry frag every single time.
Almost every single time. Like, at the end of the day, sometimes you don't have to overthink it. That one kill, like you said earlier, getting that first kill has resulted in the round win a lot of the time. It's that momentum,
For 9 straight rounds, the team that has gotten the first kill has won the round. So, I mean, it's worked so far. I mean, and also, you got to see, Paper Chasers, maybe you got to play a little bit more passive. You cannot be aggressing, especially when you know that the entry fragger is killing it. He's warmed up now. He's hitting the shots. You really don't want to contest this guy. I'd rather have him push onto site and be the patient one. And again,
like that,
same exact thing once again. It's the same round.
That's a mistake you really can't be making. Your Sage should not be the entry on defense. You're losing. You lost your Sage in the first 30 seconds.
No heals,
no wall,
res,
no heals, no slow. And then again, the Raze grenades right into that back area kills Patrick cleanly. They barely put shots down. It's just the utility getting him onto the site.
They know exactly where Phoenix is. They got him. Man. Tier 1 Rejects have been killing it from all angles. Every single member of their team is firing off. JGM finishing with a double kill on that one, and it's 8-2. So far, Tier 1 Rejects has made this look easy, Dak. Paper Chasers, the rounds they've won have looked quality.
Yeah.
But it just seems like they're giving away that free kill. I know I'm harping on it, but it literally seems like the fold in their strategy. Let them push through the door.
Yeah.
Why are you going to go out there?
Yep.
They're killing you every time.
And this is looking pretty dire for Paper Chasers because look at all the ults that are sitting. Ozo has their ult. The Reyna's halfway, I believe. Sova, JGM has their ult as well. The Reyna is probably working. Apex will likely have theirs in this round. Charisma has their Killjoy ult, so they're just going to start piling on ults and cycling ults for these last few rounds because they have that ult advantage.
As we do see here with Tox, he's going to go for a reverse flank. And they're going to know right away where he comes out, but it's actually going to be an engage from the Rays. I saw a double bounce into the backside of B, and it's going to be Tier 1 Rejects who take B with ease once again. But there's Fugly coming back around. Apex finds him. Patrick getting another, and Apex is down. That's got to make you feel good, Dak, if you're Paper Chasers.
Absolutely, but that Killjoy's still low. The Raze is low as well, so almost like a 3-on-2, and then Khan gets busted through with the wall bang. But Ozo respawns with Patty Pastrami going down. 3-on-2 situation, still doable.
3-on-2, Ozo and Charisma 5-1 each, and now it's a 2-on-1 once again. Relay finds one, but OZO does not let the win get away from them. Tier 1 Rejects is playing great as they're up now 9-2.
A second Ozo clutch when they were down players in a spike plan or retake situation, having that omen, having the dark cover. Right, that blind is so huge, and sure, it kind of telegraphs your position. But then you giving them that information, you can play around that. Like, oh, I told you where I am.
Right.
You're gonna look for that. I'm gonna move and take a different angle, and that's perfect. Ozo again, a very clutch play, and now it's the last round. We might be having a 10-2 half.
That's pretty demoralizing, no question about it. But the great thing though is that we are here for this Valorant competition. There's 1,500 on the line.
Absolutely.
And we are going to see, especially as we get into these later rounds, really what teams came to play today. Wittox had a double kill lined up. Unfortunately, he'll only pick up one. Still going good for Paper Chasers.
Patty Pastrami looking out, hanging out in the smoke, waiting for someone to walk by. Nobody does because, again, mid is not being contested. You can see Tier 1 Rejects, they went up mid first round, and they haven't done it since. And with good reason, too. And now they're making that really slow rotation while the Killjoy is going to be hanging back to get any late picks, potentially pick up this Viper or the Killjoy. But, I mean, it's going to be a huge advantage here for Tier 1 Rejects as they mosey their way down to this A site.
4-4. Fugly in position here. They know it's got to be coming in. He's looking
no,
for the peek.
You gotta hit those.
Apex just was ready, and he didn't even flinch. Hit him right in the bean. 4-3 here in favor, and that bomb's going down again with OZO. They'll get it down, and now it's going to be a hold and a reverse push. They find Patty up top, and they know two of them are coming from heaven. As we see Relay here try to get down some cover fire. Okay. Okay. What do we got?
Downtown, Ozo gets one, though. Patrick goes down, and it almost clanks there with the Reyna. But still, this can be a hard push. Relay makes it work, though.
Relay does find one in the bottom, and he finds two! But Charisma just picks him out, and every single time Paper Chasers gets going, it's a member of the Tier 1 Rejects that stifle that push. Paper Chasers are trying their hardest, but Tier 1 is just too on point, and it's going to be a side swap here. We'll see finally the Paper Chasers on attack. Not a lot of room here. They're only 3 rounds away from a loss in this best of 1, so lose and go home in the early rounds of this one. A lot of stakes on the line.
Yeah, you never want to be the one and doneer and heading back before dinner, but someone's got to do it, right? Someone's got to do it.
No question.
And we got this pistol round with, again, an A stack, though, coming out from Paper Chasers this time. I mean, not surprising on pistol rounds. You have those closer angles, so it's a lot easier to figure your way into A, whereas on B, you have that really long angle all the way from back. It's hard to take those pistol fights at such a distance, so we'll see how it works out. We got some ratatouille back here at the restaurant.
Amazing observer work.
Yeah, there we go. I love to see it.
All right, so now it's Patty who, like I said, it's going to be Paper Chasers on attack this time. They'll be looking at maybe something.
Oh, they defaulted, actually, so they did rotate away from that A position. The spike is now again rotating back through backside over towards A. But getting caught out is Fugly against Apex, and thankfully he's able to get the kill on Apex, but no, Khan doesn't let him get away.
Wow, and you know what? That's a massive, immense play because Khan was able to pick up the revolver right there, but he'll get taken out by Wittox again, who was slow pushing over on Catwalk. And now it is 10-2, and Paper Chasers on offense looking a little bit more comfortable. They can play. It's interesting. Even though Viper's a defensive character, that wall can actually set up your offense quite nicely, and we're seeing that as it's a reverse push away from the wall here in the first round.
Absolutely, and it's nice to have that snake bite too. Oh, right to the dome. Ozo picks up one, but can he continue more? Already at least 2 members on the site. They don't see him just yet, but they hear them. JGM looking for more. Wittox gets first. JGM for 2. Makes that, but can he get the third? 22 HP, no armor. Charisma steals it, but that's an 11th round for Tier 1 Rejects. They will not stop.
Every member of Tier 1 Rejects is firing off. Charisma, Apex, Con Artist. Yeah, the three of these guys have been the absolute big three, and JGM, excuse me, has been right behind them, picking up. I mean, even Ozio too for the bomb guy.
And a clutch master.
Absolutely playing great. I mean, these guys are playing so fantastic. At the minute, you know, it's kind of looking like they're going to be the ones that advance, but let's see if Paper Chasers can bring it back. What do you want to see from Paper Chasers? Do they have a certain character strategy that maybe they can put together? It has not worked nothing so far for them. Yeah,
I'm trying to think. They need blinds, right? They got to just be throwing those Phoenix flashes in the dark cover at the same time.
Right.
And then try to wall off, right? Wall yourself off, force angles that you want to fight against.
And that's what we're seeing there. Ozio, though, finding Ducklin, and it's Charisma who finds Patty. And that's almost... Oh, Charisma
disgusting.
with 3! Jesus Christ, and the Spectre, what a triple kill. And then they'll just overwhelm the Viper with some blinds. And it's almost like that counter blind is what you want to see from Paper Chasers going in. But not having that raise, being able to clear out that hell, has actually really kind of hurt Paper Chasers. They have no way of clearing it out.
Exactly. That like back shotgun area all the way in the back where they just come to you. There's no raise grenade. There's the snake bite would be great for that.
Sure. But, maybe the Phoenix grenade also, but it's not going to be a kill.
No, but really what you want there is the spacing, the zoning. You want to get him out and flush him out of that angle. If you just let the Killjoy sit there, not only the Killjoy going to sit there, they're going to set up.
Yeah, they're going to set up. And so obviously one of the stronger defensive characters in this game, Killjoy, that's obviously something you don't want. So this point game here for Tier 1 Rejects. They are on defense, and they're pulling out the Odin.
Hit in the tail.
The disrespect from the Odin. Fogly taking out Khan, and now you're seeing Tier 1 Rejects play super aggressive. They are just in free play mode.
Yeah, that was a nice boost there from the Sage. Fugly gets a second one on Apex. That's definitely what they need at the most dire of straits here. Patty gets the third, so it looks like this might just be a round here for the Paper Chasers. Tier 1 Rejects are fully kitted out. They're fully moneyed out. This loss is not going to hurt them in the slightest. If anything, they want to try and build some more ult charge. They can just stack it up for the win the next round.
And it looks like Tier 1 Rejects are going to get Paper Chasers are going to get right into B, and this was... Where was this Paper Chasers? They came in, they slept, they cleaned, they played it absolutely efficient, accurate, and played it so well. It looks like they're going to get this one easily, but it's just it seems like it's too late obviously on point game. It's going to be point game actually every round for the rest of the game.
It will be, But hey, it's never over until it's over. Ooh! And is it not over just yet? It's not over just yet.
Man, 3-12, Paper Chasers picking up that one. You're right, it's not over, but it looks dire. However, if that Paper Chaser comes out every single round from here on out, I think they have a chance. Who do you think's going to win? Drop it in the chat. We probably should have said that a little earlier.
Yeah, maybe the prediction should have been earlier, but hey, Tier 1 Rejects, they still have a large margin of error, but this is how it starts, right? It's the second half. We're not going to get any more resets. If you can keep that economy down, that's how you win. You got to keep that economy down, keep them at half buys, force them to save. But there's no room for error. You lose, you're done.
Wow, what a great, mind blank. Viper grenade through the jail. That was pretty cool. Con Artist, though, does find one. Patty gets taken out as well. Relay down two, but Widox over on the red team. Patrick, both teams trading two. It's a 3-on-3 situation.
And now they're going to mosey in towards mid, go for that hard rotation towards A. They're going to leave that Sova behind, but they still have the Killjoy utility to deal with. And Charisma hanging out here towards Garden. Will they be able to get the picks?
Well, it's going to be a push in here.
Oh, no!
Ducklin takes him out. Charisma, one of the big plays there. 103, but it's Ozio once again. Both these teams are trading back and forth, and now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Point game here in round 16.
JGM right around this corner. Patrick doesn't know him. Patrick's low. No armor. Swings out, but Patrick gets the kill first season. That's a 2-on-1 situation, but Ozo's been here before. Has 2 clutches. Can he get the third?
This team has to push together. Paper Chasers, they have it here. They're going to go for the Ozio's going to go for the disarm.
Gets one. He's not looking around. He gets tagged. Doesn't get it. No.
Witox clutched it out. Great job by Paper Chasers to keep alive and stay in it.
Oh, man. 2 for 3 for Ozo on those clutches.
Yep.
Oh, man. But they're still alive. Paper Chasers still chasing the bag. They've got 4 rounds under the belt. That's what you need. That's the start. And now they got 2 rounds in a row, which is huge because there's likely going to be a half buy, if not a full save here for Tier 1 Rejects.
And honestly, it looks like you want to go full save. Worst comes to worst, you lose the 1 round, you full buy round after that, and you have a chance to close it out here.
We'll see.
Tier 1 Rejects, they don't have to worry too much just yet. Granted, nice set of rounds here by Paper Chasers, but they're still up 8. So that's quite a bit here in Valorant. But we're going to see Fugly take down one again. What a great play, ho. Fugly has turned it up quite a notch here on the attacking side for our Paper Chasers.
That was really smart. I mean, they made the call knowing that Tier 1 Rejects was going to be half-buyed, so they knew that they would have SMGs and shorties.
Right.
They're going to be playing that close game, so they sit back, and Fugly has a second one because Tier 1 Rejects are looking for the kill with these short-range weapons.
That's right. As we see JGM, he's going to have to pull back out of mid. And he actually retreat back into mid here as that B site is getting taken pretty easily. And where was this Paper Chasers starting out? If this was the team we started in the early set, we would be maybe talking something different. But they now know, JGM finds
They're making it work with the Sheriffs.
Big res. Fugly knew it needed to go down. They'll find JGM. Paper Chasers looking to close out this one, and they will. Just one more. Wait, one on three. Patrick starting to warm up. Duckland starting to warm up, and it's 5 rounds here now for the Paper Chasers, who are having a much easier time on the offensive attacking side.
Right now, this is really the test, because now Tier 1 Rejects are going to be full bought. They're going to have ultimates to work with. They're going to have all their utility. So this is really the test. Sure, they can beat Tier 1 Rejects when they are half bought, when they're on pistol. But when they're at full buy, that's when it really matters here. So, I mean, we saw that last. And look, he has his ult on the Sova, right? Has the Hunter's Fury. That's going to be a huge difference maker. The Reyna is almost there for their ult as well. Almost both teams are maxed out on ultimates here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a ton of stacks to try and get that done. That is.
Look at that. Did that bounce off the map edge?
Yeah,
did it bounce off the map edge?
Hit the boundary.
That's awesome.
Truman showed that though, right there.
That was awesome. All right, so line down. It looks like possibly an A push here. Patty going in with the blind. He's going to make it in. OZO just playing patiently as they're going to give up the A site and play for the retake.
That's two.
OZO finding 2, and it's not looking good. Patrick, though, much needed kill. OZO still underneath in the back area. And it looks like they're going to try and do a reverse rotate out, but I don't think Tier 1's falling for it.
Oh, absolutely not. Tier 1 hanging back here. I think they're finally going to make that rotation. The Sova's going to go first because the Sova can use that drone, and obviously Ozo can immediately swap over using that shadow or that ultimate there. So now they're split 2-2, and this is really who's going to make that first kill, who's going to get that peek, who's going to give away that information here, because both teams are trying not to reveal where they are before the execute starts.
That's right. I mean, Paper Chaser here, and now they're going to get called out. It's going to be an immediate rotation. Omen is going to sit there on point, and they're going to try to come in. Oh,
flash himself
on Phoenix.
Oh, no!
That's really unfortunate because that might have led to, unfortunately, a death.
Oh, that's rough.
Apex in heaven, Sova in heaven. And 2 members are just left down by the generator. 1 guy left 4-on-1, and that's going to do it. Tier 1 Rejects are going to walk away with the victory.
Let it rip.
Great job by them as they are now advancing into the next round of this tournament. Paper Chasers, unfortunately, going to have to go home. What a great first match, though, to come in. Paper Chasers started getting it going, but it was just a little too late.
Absolutely. No, that was a great way to start things off of the stream. Tier 1 Rejects just executing really well. Individual gunplay, extremely on point. But we got a little bit of taste on the other side, right? Paper Chasers gave them a little bit of run for their money, made them chase the bag a little bit and not just get a 13-0. And made it a little closer than we were expecting it at the outset.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I would have loved to see Paper Chasers pick it up early. They had a great attacking round. Honestly, that Raze pick was kind of the X factor.
That was huge, yeah.
Because it gave them the opportunity to say, all right, Raze, take one spot on the map and clear it out. Wherever the most popular point is on either site that we're attacking, you can at least try to clear it out or move the guy out of position with the grenade, and it worked more times than it didn't. Tier 1 Rejects going to be their first winner here. But when we come back, we'll be joined by I Can Go Pro. He'll be alongside Dax City, and we will have another match of Valorant coming up next. Don't go anywhere for the battle for New York City Valorant Monthly. was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? dude. What was that stock, dude?
Welcome back, gamers, to the $1,500 Battle for NYC Valorant LAN, brought to you by Andbox Community Gaming and Brooklyn. I am back here. I am Dak here with my man Lowe's. I can go pro. Dude, it's great to be here. Cast some Valorant with you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm happy to be here in this game of musical chairs
Yes.
casting. But hey, we got some good Valorant in store, and we just saw a fantastic match between Paper Chasers and Tier 1 Rejects, and I'm excited for what the rest of this tournament is going to hold for us.
Absolutely. Of course, we're still in that best-of-1 environment. Anything goes. Tier 1 Rejects coming out on top with just some superior gunplay, superior executes, and looking great doing it. So a 13-6 victory for them, and we're moving on to, I believe, some more of this single elimination bracket. 16 teams. I believe top 8 get paid out, but of course everyone's working for that biggest payout, the biggest chunk of that $1,500. So really excited to see what we have next for our next teams.
Of course, in the best of one, there's a lot of risk. There's a lot of, things at stake. You can't just go in and try to come out with like a minor paycheck, a minor payday. Once you get into the top 8, sure, you come out with 50. But like you said, you want to get the higher prizes. And will playing safe give you the higher prizes, or will it be bold plays going against the enemy to really bring you to the top?
Yeah, I think it's definitely the latter, right? You want a surprise right out of the gate. Maybe in the best of 3 where you can adapt and have a little more time to download your opponent, that makes things a little different. But like the last set we saw, Tier 1 Rejects running that Raze, which is a really great surprise of a pick because you can just constantly get those early executes, open up that backside with the grenades, and burst onto the other team and open that up for your Reyna. So that was really well done by Tier 1 Rejects. And of course, we're at Brooklyn, which has been a really hype venue. If y'all in the New York City area, you got to come through. This place is awesome. And we've got a lot of great competitors. I personally, we've been talking about this all day. But I love seeing the teams teams getting together with their friends and getting hyped. The crowd's been awesome, so it's been a lot of fun so far today.
Yeah, I've been right in the thick of it, hearing all the cheers,
Yeah.
all the yells, all the disappointing groans, every bit of it, and it just got me so excited to hop up in the booth, and I want to hear all of it. I want to hear more of it, more and more, all night.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we'll be getting into our next game soon. I'm not sure which teams we're seeing, but likely once we jump in, we will learn. Yeah, I mean, I believe this is one of our last round one winners, round one matches. So then we're going to start getting into the top 8, and then after that, we're going to get a best of 3. Okay, so this might actually be top 8 because this Lancer actually has a lot of computers. We're not just playing on like the main stage, so there are other matches happening off to the side. So I think to keep things going, we might be moving into top 8 soon. Which honestly, that means we're getting closer to the cream of the crop, and it is top 8. And we do have Built by Carbon versus Trigger Happy. Should be hype.
Yeah, definitely. Especially now, there's some serious cash on the line, and I think it's good to look forward to see how many top squads we're going to see in the semis, or who's going to make it to the semis. After this, you're going to make it into a much more risky spot. It's going to be a best of 3 once you make it past this round. And like you said, there's not too much available for you to learn of an enemy in a best of 1. So once we get into this next round, or the round after this one, I should say, it is going to be a much more thrilling and much more interesting and much more intelligent play style that we'll see.
Absolutely.
But we might have to run to a quick break as we are experiencing some technical difficulties. Do not go anywhere.
Yeah, we're going to hang out for a little bit and just, chat with y'all and hang out here. We're seeing people getting ready. This is one of those situations where you're in person, so things change. You feed off the energy of the crowd. And also, there was no requirement of which teams could come into this, so the skill level could be all over the place. So you never know what to expect. You could be running against some gold players. You could be running into top 500 NA players. So you want to stick to what you know. You want to stick to what you're good at. You don't want to be throwing things out of whack too much, but also you still want to have those meta picks, right? Especially on defense. We're obviously seeing the Killjoys and Cyphers getting picked. The Sova, still the best initiator in the game. You got to have them, and you saw Paper Chasers didn't have a Sova. And I think that was a pretty big, dichotomy between the two teams. But as you get closer and farther into the bracket, and then you can learn more about the other teams because they've already played at least once in the venue. You have a best of 3 potentially coming up where you could learn a lot more. So now the teams might not be able to rely on cheese or those initial I'm going to win based off aim so much the farther they get into the bracket.
I think the Sova pick is a very critical choice because that Hunter's Fury will always negate any lockdown that's put down, and we've seen that multiple times in the match that just happened. And, I would like to see a bit more Breach. I want to see KO. I think KO is a very, very cool agent. I would like to see him utilized a lot in this tournament, but, he's still pretty fresh, and I don't think people want to risk using a newer character when there's money on the line. Maybe in ranked.
Well, the thing is, too, is every time they add another character, it's like, okay, who do we replace on our lineup for this new character? And a lot of time you don't want to replace, a character that's already really solid on your lineup. So, you're seeing a lot of, especially in pro play these days, Breach and Sky lineups because you blind the hell out of your opponents. Astro's been getting picked here and there, especially on bind. Astro's really strong. KO hasn't really found that position, I think, because he has that information gathering, but it's not very exact, and Sova kind of does it better. He has other kinds. He's like a jack of all trades, but not really a master of any, and at least not yet until he's been fleshed out more. But I love robot characters, so I'm a big fan. I use him in ranked, so I like to see him.
What I've been seeing is that Breach is being kicked out to the bottom of the tier list when it comes to initiators because out of all the initiators, he does not give any information. KO, it alerts you who gets tagged by your knife. Sova, you could see who gets tagged by your drone, by your arrow, by your Hunter's Fury. And Sky, it alerts you when someone is flashed by the guiding light, but there's no such thing when it comes to Breach. And, as much as I love the Bionic Swede, he's being edged out by a cooler biomech.
Yeah, that's the thing, is he has that, utility alongside the Sky, but on his own, not really a good pick. And if you're not running the Sky, then there's really no reason to run him. So, yeah, not having that information. Even his ult, I think, is a little bit underwhelming. Even after it got buffed, I think sometime mid last year, towards the end of the summer, it's still, it doesn't really stop anyone from holding a site. They back up and then they go back to their position, right? Like it's really one of those awesome burst ultimates where you can pop like maybe bind short A, right? Where you can just quickly like rush into showers or rush into lamps, right? Rush into U-Haul and catch them off guard. A lot of the time, especially as the maps get bigger and bigger, teams are just going to fall back. They're not going to engage that ultimate. Whereas earlier in the game's lifespan, they didn't have enough room to really avoid engaging it, and there were less characters. So yeah, Breach is definitely falling out of the meta for sure. Viper and Sage have kind of worked their way back in, and they're seeing some usage on Split, for example. We saw the Viper and Sage use on Ascent last time. So players are still figuring out where characters go, but it's hard to remove someone from your lineup when it's already been working so well.
I definitely have to say that Viper is one of the top controllers for me because the Viper's Pit is just too strong when you're trying to hold down a post-plant situation. It makes it so difficult for the enemies to go in for that retake.
Yeah.
And Sage as well, I'm not quite sold on her just yet. I will pick the...
Not yet?
Not yet.
I've been a Sage main since day one, baby. They keep nerfing her, and she's still used. Too good of a kit. Yeah, well, maybe we'll see some more. We are going to be throwing to a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. More of the $1,500 Battle for NYC Valorant LAN brought to you by Community Gaming, Brooklyn, and Andbox will be coming your way after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude?
Hello and welcome back to the Battle for New York City here in Brooklyn, presented by Brookland Community Gaming and, of course, Andbox. I'm Los, he's Dak, and we're about to get into the next game. And it looks like we're going to Icebox.
We are going to Icebox between Built by Carbon and I believe it is Trigger Happy. So I'm thinking Trigger's Down from back in the Halo days, but Trigger Happy, great name, and Built by Carbon. Both these teams, of course, have already gotten victories, so they've already shown what they can do, but now they're facing off against stronger competition. It is still a best of one all the way to finals, where we are in top 8, going to Icebox. Very excited to get into this one.
Oh, absolutely. I'm excited to see what compositions we're going to be bringing onto this map. We've already seen Ascent. We're about to jump into a very drastically different map style, and I'm assuming the compositions will be different as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Icebox, a map that slowly but surely, as finally people have warmed up to, no pun intended, but this is a map where, yeah, you're going to see your Reynas, your Sages working out really well. The Jets, the Jet pick is really your entry go-to for this map, especially with the verticality on, like, A site, so not surprised to go with that pick. Really, the lineups aren't too different, except we do have, we have a Sky here from Damn Daniel, which is going to be a nice little bit of extra flash. I mean, really, the only flashes we have for the other side here, by the Built by Carbon side and the green, come from the Reyna. You lose that Reyna, and you can't keep that momentum going after that initial pick, so we'll see how that works out. Oh, and look at that. We got the names right here in that matchup. So in the top 8, Built by Carbon and Trigger Happy starting on offense. Can't wait to get into this.
I'm liking how this is almost a mirror match, just so close, but that Reyna instead of the Sky pick just taking away a perfect feeling of that mirror matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier how we see like the Sky and the Breach together, but unlike Breach, Sky can work by herself without Breach. Breach needs the Sky. Sky does not really need the Breach here. But I am interested. That top 8 is schmoving right now on screen. I'm interested to see how this works out, because you have obviously the Reyna, who's your huge entry, but also the Jet, right? Whereas Trigger Happy just has the Jet as your main entry, and then both sides have the Sova. So Trigger Happy might be a little behind the step here on attack, but they are starting off first, and they already have that Sky very low, no armor, and almost down for the count.
Yeah, they're not committing to anything just yet. As you can see, this is a very wide default play right now. We have 2 players on B, 1 mid, 2 over on A. They're not risking anything. They're just trying to gather some intel, and Unholy definitely knows something sketchy is going on around here. Does spot Disrupt. Oh, but those shots don't make any connection here.
Yeah, this is really just a very, very slow default. They've got the information, Trigger Happy that is, on the Viper, and it looks like they're going to push on that, and they do, as Sleep Revive and Rennie pick up some kills simultaneously, actually, but the spike is down at A, so they're going to likely have to go in that direction.
Damn Daniel using the Trailblazer to mess up the flow over by screens, but they're actually going to back off,
all the way
take
over.
the spike, running a marathon around the world, heading back over to B, but they might not even have a chance to play, because Damn Daniel is going to reduce Built by Carbon to one last player, Gabriel.
Oh, and Trigger Happy, yeah, this is really, and I think that was a really smart rotation too, because it, catches Built by Carbon on the rotation, and you get those kills in mid, as you saw. So now just that one Reyna remaining by Built by Carbon. or for Built by Carbon. Spike is down, and if Trigger Happy can get this 4-player win here and not lose anybody, that would be really huge. But they do lose Fractured. And they lose Damn Daniel.
Uh-oh. This might be dangerous, but Gabriel is going to have to reload, not going to be able to get any more shots off.
Oh.
And jumping around the corner, it's going to be Rennie with the flying right click. That was getting a little bit dangerous there.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Reyna, had to make a 50-50 call on where the angles need to be taken, and unfortunately made the wrong call, chose left, had to go right, and got caught out. But Trigger Happy didn't get out of there without losing some blood. They lost 3 members of their team there, so they're only going to get some very light, very, very light buys here. You can see a couple SMGs being bought, but otherwise, most of Trigger Happy is going to stick to pistols.
Oh, I think we're actually going to see a Guardian pull up.
Oh, okay. That's a lot of money being spent for the second round. That's a pretty solid investment here. They have to be confident already that early.
Look at the positioning on the map. This is going to be a B hit no matter what. They are all stacked up. And it's getting very aggressive down mid by Built by Carbon. They're trying to go for a flank. Let's see if they can do it. Reyno coming around the corner. Are they going to spot Disrupt? Oh, the kill is there. Let's trade it out immediately. And another one follows, but they aren't going to get away with it for free. There will always be a payback. They're finally going to make their way onto site. They're crowding over by Yellow. Unholy will stop them from getting too far. Going out for the second kill. It doesn't happen. Aggro still behind, looking to sandwich them. Ready. Won't let that one happen.
And now Trigger Happy up 2-1 here, player count. They're going to rotate all the way back to A. The Sova trying to outmatch them, running over just as quickly. Sleep Deprived looking for the catch over mid, doesn't see it. The Sova will be able to get there in time here. But that trade, I'm so surprised that the pinch was allowed to happen. I mean, Trigger Happy sat there for so long, and still Built by Carbon wasn't able to get the clean pinch. So now a 2-on-1 situation with Carbon by themselves. Can he live up to the team's name and do it? They don't see where he is, no! And he's still planting, but he still somehow gets away. Carbon for shots, but no! Carbon drops the ball and Sleep Deprived somehow gets away with the spike and their life and the kill and the win.
That was just another incredibly close round from Built by Carbon. They are not making these rounds easy to win. They are cutting it close for sure. Trigger Happy almost let that one slip out of their fingers.
Yeah, that was risky. Whew, I mean, it really could have gone completely different if Carbon was able to land those shots on them. But the jet dash, right? That's, again, a big difference there. Having that mobility, that was the clutch play. Just jumping out of the way, resetting the situation, and taking a gunfight with an SMG versus a pistol. So, yeah, Trigger Happy by the skin of their teeth getting another round. How long can they last getting wins like that?
They're going to keep on pushing their luck because they're actually not going to have a full buy going into the third round. A few Sheriffs on the way. Damn Daniel bringing out the Marshal, hoping to take some rifles off of the hands of Built by Carbon. Not seeing anything just yet. Another default play. They're holding off. They're trying to see some angles, trying to figure out where everyone's at. But Reyno will be the first one to make a strike, and Unholy on the other side of the map will add to the body count.
Yeah, great picks there. They lost the Viper, but most importantly, Trigger Happy has lost their jet. They've lost their entry. They have to rely on the Sky and the Sova now to get information, try to get some flashes out, but they're not going to have that burst ability. They're not going to have that mobility. They're not going to have that entry from the jet. And Unholy going to try to capitalize further and does so with the kill on Disrupt.
This round is just becoming less and less possible for Trigger Happy, and Unholy coming around with the flank with the Vandal. Doesn't get the kill! And finally, Trigger Happy has something going for them, but looking away while healing themselves. Rennie, well, face the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, Rennie, I think, was looking to try to pick up a rifle there to stay alive, but they were already in backside. There was nowhere to run, so, but I respect it. Built by Carbon, though, nonetheless, get their first round on the board here and make it happen. You could see the difference is made when Trigger Happy loses their jet. That's definitely the goal that Built by Carbon has to have here. Get rid of that jet as soon as possible, and then you kind of try to see if we can go from there.
I'm liking the aggression that's coming from Built by Carbon. We've seen very ballsy pushes up through mid, especially, and on the Viper, making their way down B long, but finally we're going to get a standard A hit, it seems. The recon is out. Nothing has really been spotted just yet. Damn Daniel moving down the belt. Finally starting to push up. Gabriel is ready for it, activating the Empress. The Trailblazer comes out trying to get some information, but Carbon is going to be the first one to draw blood. It will be traded out immediately. Gabriel is continuing to push them, and look at that. Out of nowhere, it seemed Built by Carbon found their stride and found all the kills they needed, only losing one player that round.
Well, you know, you think of Sova as a character who gets information by throwing out a drone or the arrows. Sometimes you just got to face check. And right there, the Sova here for Built by Carbon face checked, got all that information, took the death, but then everyone followed up with a cleanup. The Reyna popping the Empress was huge. And once they saw, the entire team stacked up, it's just a slaughterhouse. You just put your, funnel the shots down through those tight angles on the site, and it worked out perfectly. So sometimes you just got to take the body, put the body down for the team, and it works out.
Absolutely, and Unholy again. What is this aggression? It doesn't pay off too well because Sleep Deprived is looking to strike back, picking up 2 kills with that Blade Storm, and just opened up the round. Well, I guess made it an equalizer, made this a much more winnable round. Rennie, though, bringing out the Resurrection, pushing the odds in Trigger Happy's favor.
Ooh, Gabriel with another. Looking Sleep Deprived to make it happen with those last few blades.
Sleep Deprived almost got a whiff. Carbon is trying to take down
when
he gets 2! And now Disrupt is all alone in this 1v3. The scales have tipped in a matter of seconds.
She's Built by Carbon, more like Won by Carbon right there, getting the kills, making it happen. And honestly, that all could have gone south. The Viper there, you saw get those first kills. A very aggressive play here by the Built by Carbon Viper, Unholy. And literally the only thing that stopped Unholy from getting that second kill on the Sova, maybe in the third, was that slow. That slow was so huge because Unholy was ready to keep pushing. So having that little bit of factor, having that slow was huge. Kept them in the game for a little while longer, but still, Built by Carbon had the momentum.
Trigger Happy is looking to make another B play, and I do believe they're going to be ready for any aggression this time because they have plenty of friends to watch their back.
Unholy!
First one to find a bullet in their dome, as Unholy will not let anyone pass through B long, and essentially that's going to destroy any plans that Trigger Happy had of pushing. You can see the rotation. They're already backing up. They're already going through lobby.
Oh, this other Viper, though, Fractures, actually made their way in and catches Unholy off guard. Did not expect someone to be that close. That's not going to really open up B too much. I mean, not only there's still 2 players remaining towards crates, but the rest of the team is still holding a very far back default position. Oddly, actually, because after that, you'd think they'd try to push that 4-on-2 advantage, but they've given up that advantage they had off the kill on Unholy, and now they're going to slowly rotate towards A, but they're giving the defense the opportunity to make the same call.
With the cabbages are coming out from Daniel, gonna find out that they're holding on to mid, and that A might be a little more open than they actually previously thought. But take a look at Aggro doesn't make that first shot, dashes away, and here comes the Viper's Pit. Carbon does not make the spray, but his final bullet counts on Fractured, and he's gonna hold on to his life until Reddy takes a Gabriel. Will join Aggro in picking up some kills, and now it's all up to Disrupt, who's going to get the plant money, but will it really be enough? 1 kill is going to come through. He's going to hold on to that angle if he peeks. That's going to be it, and it is because Aggro was holding on to that cheeky angle with the Operator. That's going to be the 4th round going over, or the 4th round win for Built by Carbon.
And I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, the Trigger Happy Viper's Pit, too. So they kind of almost cut themselves off of the angles they were trying to hold, and Built by Carbon's like, okay, I guess we can walk up even closer because you've cut yourself off on these angles. And then you have Built by Carbon's Jet Aggro holding that op. The longer he holds that op, the more debilitating it's going to be for Trigger Happy. They got to get that op out of his hands as soon as possible.
That's exactly it. There's so much danger in a Jet with an Operator.
Yeah.
Had to pull out the rhyme.
Bars.
Another standard A hit. That Guiding Light's going to force Aggro a little bit back, and a nice cloud burst over onto the Recon Dart, but still that won't be enough to save Aggro's life. The op, exactly what they needed to take out. Let's open up the site a little bit for them. They still need to make some very aggressive pushes if they want to gain control of this site. But look how far everyone has gone to play back. It's almost as if they're trying to play for retake, but here comes out the Hunters. Fury from Carbon does manage to tag 1, and it's going to force them back off of the site.
Yeah, this Spike being down, though, in a pretty critical situation as they try to rotate back off. Finally get picked up. Damn Daniel is going to try to keep some noise at A to make it look like it's a fake and try to get some information. Not going to work, though. Looks like the defense is not going to take the bait. And now that rotation is going to go back towards Unholy. This is Unholy's territory. Unholy's been holding B this entire time, but no, Sleep Deprived gets rid of him first, and that might open things up, but they are going to take that pick as the rotate back to A because it's completely open thanks to Damn Daniel's utility usage a few seconds prior.
I'm really enjoying the multiple rotations that we're seeing here. Ooh, Damn Daniel almost going for that Marshall headshot. Doesn't come through, but the bomb is planted. And they are in favor in this situation. Ooh.
Oh.
Are you going to take the bait, Daniel? Oh.
Oh.
I thought that was it. I thought that was a hit for sure. Unfortunately not. Now Gabriel making their way over onto Raptors. Finds the first one of the fight.
Oh, Carbon.
And now Carbon looking to offer some help. Rennie with the Sheriff can't make anything work, and Disrupt once again in a tough situation trying to hold it down, sending that Hunter's Fury onto the bomb. It does make a connection, but you know, Gabriel is already too healthy and not willing to let go of that defusal. Almost a potential kill with that classic if he made it around the corner there.
Almost, but it was not even a 2v1, it was a 3v1 because he was working against time as well. And I believe Trigger Happy was not on an entire full buy there. I saw a couple Sheriffs, so it looks like now they have the money to have full utility, have their rifles, Phantoms out there. But aggro, again, on that op, I mean, a really good discipline built by Carbon because they lost their Jet immediately. Yet they still got the round win. And that's the thing about holding your op on A site is that you have to play aggressively to take the right angles. So it's a trade-off. You have your op, which is super strong, but you put yourself in a more risky situation to get those shots. And unfortunately, the Jet went down early, but still built by Carbon with the discipline takes the round.
And it's looking right now. Oh, Unholy peeked out of their corner and immediately met the force of Trigger Happy. And now finally, the one round that Unholy is having some assistance holding B, it's going quite poorly. Rano trying to hold Yellow by themselves. All of Trigger Happy is waiting right around the corner. Now that could have been a lot worse. Rennie will find one, but it will cost their life. Carbon now holding up the top of the tube. He's going to try and force them back from Yellow. Does tag two of them and kills the third. Now actually things are looking quite well for Built by Carbon. Sleep Deprived, last one alive. However, this could turn into a 1v1, a winnable situation regardless. 24 HP on Carbon. Just even a little glance from Sleep Deprived will remove him from this round. And there it is.
There it is. Oh, almost gets the other one. Has to dash out, but now it's a lot evened out. Both players do not have armor. And they've used a bunch of the utility. One-on-one situation. Spike's not down, but it's a 2-on-1 with time against them again. 20 seconds remaining on the clock.
Sleep Deprived slowly moving around. There's the Leer. It does take enough time from Sleep Deprived to make that shot to remove the Leer and allows Gabriel to clutch it up.
And that's just textbook Reyna play right there. Can't make it look any better than that. And it looks like, yeah, can't be losing those, really. I mean, Built by Carbon, again, they're able to make things happen with very little, right? They lose their entry or they lose players with their ultimate stacked, and they can still win with 3 or 2 players. The very solid individual play, right? Like, you got to play as a team, but when you have your players individually popping up like Unholy on that B site, that just takes a lot of pressure off your shoulders as a team.
It's the ability to bounce back from setbacks early in the game, but that certainly is not a setback as Aggro is back on the operator, and now Trigger Happy has to be looking out for that one. And Sleep Deprived sending some shots, trying to wallbang, and whoa, Rennie almost removed Carbon, but he's going to have to back off. And finally, they're starting to hit back. Hunter's Fury from Carbon. He's going to be able to get anything, just a few tags with damage, but Unholy pushing him back. And Rano actually going for the flank at the worst possible time. Deprived is already gone. But we're not going to get too much out of that one.
No, everyone's so low there. The Hunter's Fury tagged like everybody, gives you information and put everybody down low. No armor, half health. There's very little you can do against that. And of course, Aggro with that early pick. I mean, I was talking about those aggressive angles, but that one non-aggressive angle you can take. He was sitting in that position and the sky lined up perfectly for him. Nothing better than starting off around in a 5v4 situation, and then it all just fell into place thanks to that Hunter's Fury afterward.
Yeah, knowing where to strike, knowing that there isn't a player watching their back, watching mid, and the Hunter's Fury proved all of that. It made it just incredibly easy for Built by Carbon to go in, clear it up, and pull off a nice pincer to keep them trapped. And now they're going back once again. Unholy, come on.
Not playing COD or Halo. It's not going to work. Yeah, I mean, Trigger Happy, I don't even think they're on a full buy again. So, like, they're really playing from behind in this round.
Look at the aggression from Gabrol here, already in attacker spawn. Let's see how this flank goes. Unholy, you know the story. It's been told 100 times. Unholy is holding it down, but aggro shooting Sleep Deprived out of the sky. Unholy adds another one to their roster. Make that a third. Can it be a fourth? Actually, what is going on with Fractured?
Yeah, Rano going to steal it away. Unholy, though, exercising another round win here for Built by Carbon to make it 8-2, a substantial lead. And this is where you can tell one team is confident and feeling themselves and are setting the pace, and the other team is playing their game, right? They're not setting their own pace. That's the third, I think, second or third time where Built by Carbon is able to completely pinch Trigger Happy on either side on that B push. Like, that can't be happening multiple times. You gotta be looking behind you, or you gotta move faster, right? I think Trigger Happy's taking too slow on some of these executes, and it's giving Built by Carbon more time to react, more time to think, more time to get in position.
That's the price of trying to be too cautious, that they're just giving way too much info. And also, I want to point out that they are never making plays for mid.
No. They're getting picked at mid, though. They're losing a player early at mid every time. And then, again, with that slow play, they lost the player and gained no information. They got nothing out of that death. So they will get that one kill to take out aggro, but Gabrol trades him off, makes it a 4-on-3 situation.
This time they're trying to finally make a fast play. Trigger Happy has made their way onto site. Jumping into the back of it. Gabrol is just going to keep holding it down. And they just cannot seem to maintain control on any site. In fact, they can't even get onto B site, let alone get control of it. At least they could get into planting position over on A.
And now with a 9-2 scoreline for Built by Carbon. This is, I mean, a mountain to climb here for Trigger Happy to get back into this. We saw last game, though, where, you know, we had Paper Chasers. Once they got those 2 rounds and were able to do some kind of economic damage to the other team, the Tier 1 rejects, that's when they started to build some rounds. But it's hard to do that an entire game, and Built by Carbon, I mean, is firing on all cylinders right now.
It's definitely going to take a change of strategy for them to pull
Unholy,
off this game. Unholy pulling out the Odin. So you know there's supreme confidence going in that one.
That was big, yeah. Gabrol missed the shot on the dog, so did get stunned, and now the dominoes are falling here, but aggro with the op still has it, still getting kills, shutting him down. Here's the Viper's Pit. Coming out of Trigger Happy, but is it too little too late?
Well, it's still doable. Disrupt getting a crucial kill right now, making it a 2v3. And even tagged with that recon dart, Fracture's going to be able to hold on to Viper's Pit, but really, that grip does not last for too long. As Built by Carbon, they are the masters of site retake. I mean, like I'm saying, there isn't really full control of the site, but still pushing them back once they actually step foot onto it is their specialty.
And this is even more rough now for Trigger Happy, who are now in the red, because Built by Gamers now, I'm sorry, yeah, Built by Gamers. Carbon, sorry, Built by Gamers is the other team. Yeah, wow, wrong Valorant team. Built by Carbon. Now they get this win here on this next round. I mean, their opponents have no buys. They're all on pistols still. They get this one next round, and then all of a sudden they're in a match point with full buy. So Built by Carbon, such a huge momentum here going into this next round.
Well, it's yet to be seen whether or not Built by Carbon or Trigger Happy is a defensive squad. Sleep Deprived getting a bit of tags in that initial encounter over on Pipes. He's going to back off. Unholy, the first one. A dash right into the Owl Joe. Never seen that before. Daniel swinging out from the left side, getting that first kill. But they're going to keep on pushing him right out of sight, holding onto screens.
Sheesh.
Daniel going to get tapped right into the dome. It's all Fractured. Will pick up 1. But now can you make it 4?
Oh my god.
Well, it's 2, so it's a lot more doable now.
Fractured with the frenzy, but Unholy doinks him with the Sheriff headshot, makes it 11-2. That's gonna be, I mean, Trigger Happy has nothing to work with. Yes, I believe Carbon is still on the other side. Yeah, Carbon's still in red. I believe the names are wrong here. So, Built by Carbon. See, you calling out that Carbon's on Built by Carbon, that was very clutch.
Captain Carbon is helping us a lot here.
That was huge, yes. Very, very, very happy about that. Yeah, so Built by Carbon in the red, up 11-2 here. They have the advantage with the half buy. You know, this is huge. You have to not only stay alive here, but you have to stay alive as Trigger Happy with, like, no resources.
Did you peep that? They're going for the rifles this time. Rano and I believe Unholy are going for the rifles, and that Vandal does come clutch with that penetration. The wall bang is going to come through.
Oh, no.
And what is going on here? Built by Carbon is walking onto site for free, but here comes Fractured again. You know, when all hope seems lost, that's when Fractured actually manages to come out with the kills. But those two picks aren't going to mean squat because, take a look, it's Built by Carbon on match point.
Yeah, you know, Fractured coming in there, but when you have your at this point, star player on the complete other side of the map, it doesn't matter. Like, they're fighting against a rock and a hard place for sure. And now 12-2, again, Trigger Happy. I would assume that they're not fully bought out here. It looks like they might not be. If anything, you know, they lose, it's over. It doesn't even matter. They're going to have to continue to buy here. So this is such a horrible situation for them economically. They have to make it happen here on, you know, the gunplay, right? And the individual skill.
Oh no, look at the stack on the wrong sides. That is truly unfortunate. On match point of all routes for this to happen, Trigger Happy is on the opposite side of the map, and Aggro's just holding Kitchen down. Let's pop the Blade Storm, add some flair to it. Fracture can send out the Snake Bite, and actually will pick up that kill. Turning it into a 1v4. It's all onto Fractured from top Kitchen.
And there it is. Built by Carbon will take it 13-2. Trigger Happy. In that situation, you have to stack. You have to play the guessing game. Unfortunately, they got the wrong side of the coin there and lost that last round. 13-2 by Built by Carbon. An absolutely decisive victory for them as they move through the next round, this top 8. Now probably at the top 4.
They're looking like a dominant squad in this bracket, and I do not want to be the next team to face them going through this event. That truly was just a, I hate to say it, I hate to use the word, it was a stomp. There's no other words for that one. 13-2. And, you know, of course, one round at the end, I don't think it really would have made a difference if Trigger Happy ended up picking the right site, because you would still have to win 10 more rounds in a row, or 9 more rounds just to get to overtime, and then another 2. So you have to pretty much win an entire shutout Valorant game to come out on top with that one. Built by Carbon, just too strong.
Well, hey, sometimes magics happen. Unfortunately, there was no magic there. Went towards Built by Carbon. Hey, great plays there, though, by the Trigger Happy squad, making it this far. And, of course, thanks to them for coming out. It's awesome seeing all these teams out here. But we are going to go to a quick break as we get ready for our next matchup. Paulie's going to come back in here to join in with you as we go in further into the bracket. As these teams, we whittle it down to the cream of the crop here at the Battle for NYC $1,500 Valorant LAN, brought to you by Community Gaming New York, brought to you by Brooklyn, and brought to you by Andbox. I've been Dak here with Los. I Can Go Pro. We're bringing you some more Valorant action after the break, so don't go anywhere.
was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? dude. What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? dude. What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Battle for New York City Valorant Tournament presented by Andbox Community Gaming here at Brookland, New York. I'm Brooklyn. My name is Paulie Hype, alongside I Can Go Pro. Welcome back, my man. Me and you, first game. We are here in the absolutely, and we are here now in the top 8. So we'll see what's coming up. Tell us about the two teams that are coming up next.
Well, we have Paramount and Brimstone's Offspring.
Okay, so new character in season 4.
Yeah, we'll see.
Brimstone's son.
We got a leaker in the
yeah,
in the chat. We
in
got
the
some
game.
leakers in the chat. Brimstone's kids coming through, and maybe they're taking the tournament because we are in the latter half of this event. So we're going to see stronger teams, stronger squads that are more capable. Because we have seen a bit of, lopsided matches
Sure, absolutely.
thus far. So maybe we'll see some more balance in between these two teams.
Well, as we go down, now we're in the top 8. We're in the second half, I believe, of the top 8. We're going to see, like we said, every single team from this point on is going to be closer in skill level. When you have a local LAN, there might be some blowouts, just how it goes. But every team here on out is going to have some sort of competition behind them as we now are cruising through the top 8 into the semifinal of top 4. Coming up next, I'm excited for it. I mean, how was that last game?
The last game was very good, except, the rounds just did not end in an even way. They started out very hot with initial picks, especially, I believe it was Unholy, who was holding down B-Long over in Icebox, and just such hard picks, such strong, actually, defensive aggression, which is such an odd thing
to say, right.
But they really held it down, that being built by Carbon. So I'm very excited to see them go throughout this event, and maybe, they'll go toe-to-toe with either Paramount or
Brimstone's offspring.
Guys, come on. Come on. When you're making team names, we got to read them.
Give us something to work with. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out here. One of the fun things now, like we've been away with COVID for so long. This is literally the very first tournament here in New York City for Valorant. So we don't know the locals in terms of who are the strong teams, who are the strong players. That's all going to be set over the next X amount of events here in New York City. So now that we are in this somewhat of a post-COVID era, it's going to be interesting to see the talent here as it comes out to Brooklyn. But it is an amazing event so far. There's 1,500 on the line, of course, so not the worst for a single Saturday competing in some Valorant. I mean, this game is just, since its inception, has come out of the gate swinging in terms of it being an esport. It's been so quality to watch. It's been so, what's the word? It's been so hype, exactly, So it's really fun to be here. I'm having a great time. Thank you to Brooklyn here in Brooklyn, New York. This has been a great event, and I can't wait to get into this next game.
Of course, yeah. Valorant has been bred to be an esport. It was just the perfect gift.
Perfect
from
storm,
Riot.
right?
The perfect storm, the perfect gift from Riot. They knew exactly what they were doing. They already had the banger with League of Legends. They're going to drop another one. And I was looking toward this game since the Project A, trailers were released.
Sure, right. Absolutely. And, they have a fighting game coming out at some point, much anticipated. Legend of Runeterra doing great. Riot overall is just playing fantastic. Riot overall is just making games that are just quality. They're sticking to esports. They're not compromising their integrity of the game to maintain users. They're keeping them challenging. They're keeping them fun. And almost every single one of their games has just been a top esport as we continue now in the esports era of gaming, which we're kind of in, right?
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to say I'm a Riot fanboy.
There you go.
Ashamed to say
They make great games. Make great games. No doubt about it. But this has been a really fun event, and we're kind of just waiting for this next game to get underway. We don't have much on players. Everything is so new here, being the very first Valorant in New York City. So we do have some good food, though. And if you're in the area, make sure to come down here to Brookland Center here in Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah, this is a great venue. I'm so happy to be here. I've been around during just the construction of this venue because I've been incredibly invested. I'm a local around this area, so I've been so invested. When I first heard that there was going to be a LAN venue, an esports-related bar, I've always had that idea in my head, like, sports bars are cool, but I don't watch that.
Yeah.
I'm a gamer.
Right.
Okay, I'm a gamer, guys.
Love it, absolutely. And we're here. This is the perfect venue. This is a really great venue. If you're in the area, make sure to come down and check it out. It's so much fun. They're running constant esports tournaments for a plethora of different genres and games. And now we're starting this Valorant series. Shout out to Andbox. So we got to talk about that. Andbox obviously helping sponsor the event. Brookland and Community Gaming's. Much love to you guys for making this event possible and bringing us on board.
Of course, I mean, if it wasn't for them, you and I wouldn't be able to meet. And,
that's right.
That would be a real shame in the gaming
Absolutely.
community, I think.
No, we're gonna usher in a new era here in New York. New York has, traditionally in the past kind of struggled in terms of like esports. We haven't had much. We have the NBA 2K League, a little bit of gear stuff, but overall, compared to somewhere like California, there's just so much more going out there. So any event that we could put on, bring to you guys, I'm happy to be here for it. So I'm happy that New York is getting some esports stuff finally.
Exactly, and speaking of New York esports, we got to throw it up to Andbox, the New York esports team.
That's right.
They're holding it down for us in
NYSL.
Yeah, NYSL, NYXL, and of course just the Andbox squad for Valorant.
Oh yeah.
We'll we'll see at champs. Come on, they'll be a champions. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see what we saw on August 28th, that $10,000 event for Valorant. That should be something of interest, obviously. You know, today we're competing for $1,500, which is great, but with $10K on the line coming up at the end of the month, that's going to be a bigger tournament, and we're going to have a lot more intel going into that in terms of top players and teams from this event.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an irresistible event for the top players in the area and even online.
Maybe. Is that a 10K event online or is it here?
I do believe it is online. Don't quote me on that.
Don't quote. Okay. I mean, either way, it's going to be a blast. So we'll see how it plays out. But it's normally we would be talking about maybe maps or upcoming players and their picks. But like I said, we just don't. These are all new players to all of us. Every single player here in this event is new to us, as we have been locked down in the COVID dungeon for the last 18 months. So it feels good to at least be here with you guys live.
Yeah, I'm good to be able to get outside of my apartment. It's it was getting a little musty in there. I've been spending too much time in there. Now I'm not going to bring my must to the venue. Everyone, make sure you shower before you go game. That's very important.
Quality advice. But let's talk about this outfit here. I thought I came dressed to impress, but you came very dressed to impress. I'm a little jealous right now. I'm not going to lie.
Man,
you got the open shirt and everything. I'm not.
Yeah.
You know what?
I got the chain. I got my my Naruto Itachi ring right there.
There you go.
If the focus is good. Whatever. If you know, you know.
I like it. You're looking good, man. So next game, Brimstone's Offspring. We'll see. But let's see. We're in the top 8 right now. So like I said, top 8. Coming up next, top 4 semifinals. We're getting through this event. We're doing best of 1 all the way through, but the grand finals is going to be a best of 3 series. So that'll actually be the very first game, not only with the top competition of this tournament, but it will also be the very first time we're going to see a little bit of change up here, because most of these teams, not most of them, all of them, it's best of 1. There is no room to change up your gameplay strategy. Whatever you lock the game with, whatever you lock that map with, is what you're either going in or out of this tournament with. So that best of 3 in the grand finals is going to be the first time we'll see some adaptation gameplay. See how it plays out.
Exactly. There's no intel at this point, unless you're carefully studying the other teams. But how are you going to do that? Because everyone's competing at the same time. So there's no research. There's no coach who can help you. There's no analyst. I mean, if you listen to me, maybe you could hear something nice.
Very true.
I'm not on your side. I'm on the side of the game and gaming integrity, okay? Don't try and use us for your own gain.
Absolutely. And we're honestly I know it might seem like we're stalling. It's because we are. Because we're having some tech issues right now. We are just waiting to get these next 2 teams underway. And, coming up next is going to be that top 8 gameplay that we're just waiting to round out here. So it's been a beautiful day. We're actually in the stream room here at the Brookland Land Center. There's a ton of people outside and great food. They have food and drink here, which is nice. I mean, for a land center, this is probably one of the most quality land centers I've ever seen built.
Because normally... Well, actually, to be honest, I've never been to a LAN center.
Okay, fair enough.
I've only been to one LAN event, and that was ESL 1 in the Barclays Center.
Oh, I was there. That was a good event.
It was sick.
That was an awesome event. Counter-Strike holding it down in the esports for many years.
Well, I mean, do you think that Valorant could be the new king?
Oh, definitely. I think it's only a matter of time. I mean, I know that Counter-Strike overall is probably still number-wise higher, but these Valorant tournaments, especially the big ones that we're seeing, they're just getting more quality and quality. But we are actually going to throw it a break, guys. We are going to get these tech difficulties set up and worked out. And when we come back, we will get right into the game here for the quarterfinals at the Battle for New York City. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? that stock, dude. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Battle for New York City Valorant Tournament presented by Andbox Community Gaming here at Brookland in Brooklyn, New York. Paulie Hype alongside I Can Go Pro. And we have that match finally coming up for you guys, so it's going to be a doozy. Yeah, Brimstone's Offspring going against
Paramount.
Paramount, right. Okay, interesting to see. We'll see how it plays out. And the map, I believe you said was Haven.
Well, can't say my eyes are perfect. It kind of looked like that. I peeked outside.
Right. We'll see how it plays out. But we really want to get right into that game. As like I said, we are in the top 8 portion of this tournament here with $1,500 on the line.
That's right. This is the top squads that are going against each other. These are, they've been vetted. They've already gone through some matches. They are ready to go,
warm.
and the hands are hot, the guns are hot, and let's hope their shots are hot as well.
Let's take a look here as we head on. It's going to be Bind is the map that we actually head on to here. And we'll take a look here. Some characters getting locked in. Man, I would love to see a KO here if we see... No, okay, it's going to be change off. Bugs with the taunt. All right, Ray's going to get locked in here for a drag. Bugs on the Reyna. It's going to be Timja over on the Joy. And we have Omen for Imagine. And then we have Sky for Gubs.
Yeah, there's a lot of hovering going on the other side. We already have Blank locked in on the Rays, but Antidote, Yoda, Cryptwalk, and Hunseo are all just hovering, We might just be getting trolled right now.
Okay, so we have Paramount here on offense. They'll be the attackers, and it's going to be Brimstone's Offspring here in blue. WD Blank on the... He's locked in the Rays. We have a couple hover characters here. Yoda, going to go with the Sova pick.
You got to lock in Brimstone if you're going to be his Offspring, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would just be criminal. That would absolutely be criminal. If you're Brimstone's Offspring, you don't play Brimstone. I like it. I like the lore of the team.
The greatest tease of all time if they did that.
Brimstone's Offspring. Don't use Brimstone. But they're using them. So they're bringing them to the party. Remember, guys, this is still the best of one, ladies and gentlemen, as we are here for the Battle for New York City presented by Andbox. So this map is going to get underway here, and it looks like Viper will finally come out for Antidote as well. He won't lock in, but it'll be a force lock for him, so he'll get in there. Brimstone's Offspring here on defense once again. Paramount on offense.
The double controller is going to be an interesting play for sure. Double controller, double initiator, one duelist, no sentinels over for Brimstone's Offspring. That's going to be a very interesting defense. If they can lock it down here, I do believe their offense will be nice if they could, scrape away a good amount of wins in the first half.
Yeah, so we'll get this one started. It's going to be this first pistol round, which is just so important in the overall landscape of Valorant. There is 2 of them, of course, in a round. So that's 2 out of the 13 rounds you need to win if you're an effective pistol round team. And then it snowballs into that second as well. So we'll see some pistol purchases come out here for both teams. And let's see the pace. Let's see where these teams set up here, as it's going to be, once again, Paramount setting their offense here from round number 1. Can Go Pro, what do you see here from these 2 teams, just based on the team comps? Which team comp are you liking more just out the gate?
I gotta throw it to Paramount because I'm a Killjoy simp.
There you go.
I do like her a lot, and also an Omen simp too. So they're taking off 2 checkbox for me, and I'm actually liking this split over onto B. Let's see if it pans out with their push into Hookah.
As we take a look here with Brimstone's Offspring, it's going to be High Sun, who winds up getting blinded late, actually secondary, but he's going to waste it. Nice use. He'll get through the portal. Doesn't want to die there. He'll stay alive, but it's going to allow the push in here to Long. And Yoda gets one, but Gub's going to take him out. 1:15 left on the clock as that bomb will go down. That B side is theirs, and it looks like Bugs will find 2 on the Reyna. Great job there from Bugs.
Some crucial placement of these players right now, and they took control of B-site so easily. Bugs picking up a third, and Hunseo coming back from that teleporter after watching all of his friends die in that first encounter. Let's see if he could pull off some frags before he goes.
Unfortunately not. Timja going to finish him off there, and that first round going to go over to Paramount here. You know, and this is going to be interesting. This is going to lead here to probably they're going to full, no, they're going to half. So they'll stay with the Spectres here, and they're going to go full Spectre, it looks like. And that's just going to give them so much offensive power fire, you know, Pro, moving forward, because this second round, you don't win this one, it's going to be a pistol save again. And then third round, we might see a full buy from both teams, but you lose that third round, you're in trouble there. So we'll see how it moves forward. 4 seconds left here in the pregame lobby. And let's see how both these. It's hard when you're in the beginning of a Valorant match. We don't know the team's play style yet, but it looks like.
What is going on here?
They rushed back. Interesting play, but look at that. Paramount just comes on into the site. They don't even hesitate. Thank you, guys. And it looks like it's going to have to be a reverse take here in favor of Paramount as they get the bomb down A side.
That gamble did not pay off for them at all, and Drag is waiting in the corner, gets one frag with the spike.
Ooh,
A
double!
second with a third with the pink shells, but Yoda puts that to rest.
Ooh.
Oh, my.
What a great play, and I just love that from Paramount. Even though they pushed in, they kept the one player there in the back line, and he was able to pick up a triple kill. You know, Brimstone's Offspring thought, all right, well, they took the site. We're going to retake. They didn't. I don't think anybody thought there was going to be a lurker kind of hanging out in that cubby, and it wound up, you know, working out for him perfectly.
When the site is so free, you just expect all 5 of them to rush onto it,
right?
Not have someone stick back.
Because being in the setup is better than not, but that play worked quite well.
Yeah, I don't think they'll run that teleporter rush anytime soon.
I have never seen that. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I haven't watched a ton of major Valorant tournaments. Like I said, this is my first Valorant event, but man, that was just. It works in theory. It works in theory. I mean, you could do that, right? If they were pushing mid, that could work. But if they don't, you know, you're in trouble.
It would have been a phenomenal play if it worked in their favor, but since it didn't, we're gonna try and forget this one.
Yoda and Timja are going to trade here as we start round number 3, and so far it's 2-0. Nice grenade onto Yoda. He'll back away, though. 19 life for him. Over to Cripwalk now for Brimstone's Offspring. WD Blank. I'm pretty sure WD Blank is from my stream. I'm not even kidding. That name sounds so familiar.
We got some famous gamers in the match.
Oh, he picked up 2!
Blank, he's doing some serious work.
Imagino finds him. Antidote gets one as well. And now, like we were talking about, Pro, these teams are starting to seem easier, like very close in skill. Wow, nice shot there by Imagine. No hesitation. One right in the beak. Jumping through his Cripwalk. He's going to try to play down that molly. They're going to go for that default plant, knowing that there is one in CT. They hurt him, and Cripwalk is going to pick him up for the easy headshot there to secure the first round for Brimstone's Offspring.
That molly placement by Cripwalk was crucial. It forced Omen to try and B-hop out, and, you know, there's no accuracy coming from a jumping agent.
Not to mention the audio cue that goes off when you do even jump one tap into that flame. It comes out for the enemy team. That's why we saw it. They were right there waiting. They heard it, knew where it was, and it was a perfect play. So far, though, 2-1. This team's looking much more evenly combatant than previous. But we'll see how it plays out here as we now go into round number 4. Both these teams are going to be able to full buy.
Well, momentum can build at any moment, and neither Paramount or Brim's Offspring, oh god, I hate saying that name, can get some momentum soon. But let's see how this push onto B works out for them.
All right, this time, remember, it is Paramount here in red. And they're aware that they're pushing up into mid here, and by there I mean Brimstone's Offspring. They're aware here. Paramount, though, trying to make something happen. They're going very slow, not rushing, waiting for their opportunity. They do send in the drone. It does not see anybody, so no intel there. But it looks like a battle here in the hookah. Nice shot there by Bugs. Winds up getting one with Rainy. He'll come in into the site, big time flash, and it looks like Paramount's looking to overwhelm. Nice shot by Yoda in the backside.
And they are overwhelming this site. Yoda has no chance at preventing anyone from getting that plant. And now WD Blank and Viper are trying to make a move, and a double kill from Blank. A 3. It's a 1v1 coming out of the dismiss. But does not have the chance to pull out that rifle. And it's going to be tied up 4-4 or 2-2 on round 4.
Right. WD Blank has been the standout here for BO's team. Brimstone's team. He has literally held it down. Him and Yoda have the kills there on that side. WD Blank, that round they were down considerably, but he picked up 3 after using the ultimate, and he made it. I mean, he got a triple kill. He made it side here. His team had a chance right there, and then Antidote did not let him down, getting that final kill. Great stuff here from Brimstone's Offspring in the winner's 8.
a very necessary playmaker in WD Blank. Now, do you think they've got a buff from visiting your stream?
That might not be him. I might be totally wrong. I just almost am 100% sure. I feel like I've seen that name before. But absolutely, absolutely. But he'll get taken out, though, unfortunately. And here comes the ultimate here from Bugs, who has been the saving grace here of Paramount. Bugs pushing on the right-hand side here, over to Crip Walk here from BO. And they're just going to play it really safe here, despite one member of Brimstone being down.
They're slowly making their way over onto site. The cabbages are coming out, and they're trying to get some U-Haul control, and they are finding it, essentially forcing Brimstone's Offspring off of the site, and now they're going to be forced into a retake situation. Take flight.
That bomb's going to go down A. We'll see the Owl drone come out of the top of heaven there, and that's going to give the intel they need. Yoda going to find Bugs through the green box there, and now it looks like a little 3-on-3 situation. Oh, that Killjoy turret right up there. Oh! Not enough with the Spectre, but Yoda does find another one. It's a one-on-one situation. Deagle, nice tap. Ooh! Triple kill for Yoda. Beautiful place, headshot, and that's going to be the defuse. Brimstone's Offspring Pro is going to pick up that third one. What'd you like from that set there?
That was such a crucial play from Yoda, first spotting out the player in triple box, because getting them off of that cross angle is going to make it so much easier, because it allowed them to pinpoint the last 3 players were sitting in U-Haul.
Right.
That is a much easier clear takedown than having to clear bats, having to clear short, having to clear
check
cubby.
Each and every area of the map.
Exactly. So if they knew exactly where everyone was, it's making it way,
Now, do you think that's a lack of positioning by Paramount here? Do you think they should have been spread out instead of being 3 tucked so close together there in the corner?
Well, I think it was based off their initial push onto site, because as
right.
we saw, they were taking their time, moving up to you, and I think U-Haul control was their main ace in the hole for that round.
Oof! Timja, though, came behind, winds up picking up 1, but WD Blank, ooh, Timja, 2 headshots with the Deagle, beautifully placed. Wow, great shots, but now this is Yoda. He's the star here of Brimstone so far. He's been getting so many different kills here for their team. He will locate 1, but Timja gonna peek right back into the hallway and take Yoda out. It is now 2 versus 4. Paramount looking to take their 3rd round.
And as you can see, Brimstone's Offspring, they're still holding it down over onto A, because Omen, he's sending the smokes. He's sending the false signals that they're trying to push over onto A site. They're slowly making their way through baths, trying to get the correct angle, but you're on the wrong site, guys. You got to get moving.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, normally sometimes you'll see a 1-1 split just to get some intel and then a back off, but right now we'll see both members of Brimstone's Offspring at least rotate together, so that will give them some opportunity here, but they don't have much time. They're doing a long rotation, and that bomb has already been down for about 5-6 seconds. They're running out here, but we're still early in this one, and both these teams have looked very similarly skilled so far.
It does seem that they're going to go for the save to hold on to those rifles. Probably the safer play in this.
We saw
one.
the slow rotate.
Yeah.
No, good call. Smart play. I always forget about the save. It's a five-head play, you know?
Well, it also depends what weapons they have right now, I believe.
I'm pretty sure they're Phantoms. So that would make, even more sense here for the save, as that bomb is going to go down, and it's going to be Paramount who picks up their 3rd round. Oh, I'm loving the team names. I'm liking the graphic change. There we go. Looking nice. Battle for New York City. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in.
Okay. See, Antidote saved the Bulldog. I don't think that's...
Well, one was going to save, so they're both going to save. Yeah. You know what I mean? You might as well save the money. You got to keep the economy going. Well, the one thing that's so underrated about these types of games is how skillful you have to be on the fly with economy. It really is a game changer. You lose that $2,000 gun, that is 2K gone. So it's smart that he did save it there. Round number 7, coming up next. WD Blank here inside Hookah. Let's see how he plays it.
They are truly strapped for cash. As we can see the Sheriff coming out for WD. But no one else is going to challenge on mid.
So he's going to actually, I kind of want to stay with WD there, because he's pushing right in the backside. Perfect.
No.
Great. That was a great, thank you for listening, Observer. You're amazing. We have Knight of Knee observing. Much shout outs and love to you, brother. Thank you for having us here. And it's a 4-on-5. Nice drag, going to find 1. Yoda gets taken out.
That's going to open up A site. Crypt Walkies trying to rotate. They don't know that the push might actually move on over to A. But Paramount is being especially cautious with this split push. Bomb is on A short, but they're still looking to work their way over onto B.
And that's a tough part, because right there, Antidote said, you know, he knew they were coming into Garden, but he has a left-hand disadvantage peek there. That is a tougher peek than being right-handed, which the other team was. That's why he got lit up so hard when coming out of that side.
And finally, they're going to commit over onto A site, and they do have time on their side. Everyone can get fully established, and they have to improve on what we saw last time. They cannot funnel themselves into this U-Haul corner. They need to spread out. They need to have all angles covered.
Well, this time we'll see, following alongside Cripwalk, he's on the Brimstone. They do have some ult in favor of Brimstone Offspring, and it looks like those smokes are going to go down, and Brimstone's Offspring trying to isolate where they're going to start their plan of attack here on this one. Oh, but Gub's not going to let him get away. Nice kill.
Trade does come in, but it's still a 2v4. This is going to be a very difficult situation, and there's no time to try and save it again. The cabbages might not be used this round. Antidote knows that the second they peek out, they will be removed, and it will be another save round.
It's 4-on-2. There's nothing that they're going to do to get in here. The bomb is already down. They don't have enough time to defuse it. You got to just save. Every round that you can save, if you know it is going to be a loss, is only helping your team's economy in the later portion of the game. So it's really important that they do that. Smart move there to back away. In the lower versions of ranked, they probably would have pushed in there. So smart play. Those little things really make the difference.
Well, I'm telling you right now, Paulie, I would have pushed in.
Me too. I would have been in there. Exactly. That shows my rank. I would have pushed straight through. But honestly, 4-on-2, though, really hard, especially when you're playing against a team of really equal skill. From this point on in the tournament, we're seeing a lot of these. Now we're starting to see some teams really be close in skill level. This has been a great match so far. 4-3, Paramount leading after 7.
You could tell that they are really thinking about making these moves. They are really questioning whether or not they should push back up. But I think what they need to work on right now for Brimstone's offense is to know when to not over-rotate. They're over-rotating too much, but that's also because Paramount is doing a phenomenal job at split pushing.
Yeah, you can tell that's how it's going down. They have that omen. Paramount has that omen. It just lets the split push option come through so much better. But the Killjoy is going to come through, and the Brimstone All is going to come through as well. Does not connect anybody. Drag, though, going to come in with a rocket. Does not connect it with the shot, but he does wind up finding Antidote. I guess Antidote was trying to hide, but what a great job by Drag, though. Bomb is going to go down, and just like you said, Pro, there's that split push in effect again.
And all 4 of these players coming in from CT, so it's very tough for them to try and get a retake, but WD Blank, we know what they're capable of. If this swing goes well, it does work out, but here's Bugs sitting on the corner on the other side of the site. Turning this into a 2v2 now. Bugs is on a roll. Bugs is getting 3, and Gubs coming around the corner from short for a perfect pincer. They had no idea what was hitting them.
No, absolutely. That was pinch perfect. Gubs and who else was that here?
I think Gubs and Bugs.
And Bugs, yeah. They played it well, picking up all 4 members there of Brimstone's Offspring. And Paramount going to pull ahead with 2 rounds now. Remember, we'll swap here shortly for both sides. But this side has always been more defensive, I feel like. It's hard to push into these sites, but that's just a credit to Paramount and how, like you said, how well they're playing the split push game. It's working perfectly for them. I feel like, Omen has a lot to do with that.
Oh, I think we're about to see a bit of aggression here because they're on a save. And Yoda actually lending themselves a kill. Actually, Seo will be joining them, picking up frags, but that is going to be a crucial guiding play. Gubs is not taking any of that.
Gubs is playing fantastic right now. He is just, everything is just perfect, spot on. He waited for the flash to come out long. He dodged it, threw a flash of his own, picked up a double. Bomb's going to go down here on the B side, and all that's left is Sova in a 1-on-3 situation, and they're going to find him right away, blind him, and this is not looking good.
That would have been a nice lineup for Yoda, but they actually moved off of the default plan. He had lineups with shock darts, could have potentially taken out the planter, but with that unorthodox plant right in the middle of tube, they escaped potential death.
Yes, no, most of the time you'll see it go inside the box. You'll see it for a long plant on the side, on the left side there, but not as much on the right side. Either way, bomb does go down, and man, 6-3 here. Paramount starting to pull ahead. Let's see if Brimstone's Offspring can bring it back. I feel like they need to, use the Viper wall to maybe block off B, block off a site here in entirely, because they're having a little bit of trouble here with the defense. Paramount playing very well.
I'm going to be very honest.
Yep.
I forgot they had a Viper.
Me too. I haven't seen much. I feel the same exact way.
Well, finally, there will be some action with the Viper's Pit being dropped over onto B site.
Trying to hold it down, yeah, with that ultimate. Ooh, drag though. Just the tippy top of the head. Hyun gets taken out. What a shot by Drag.
Now they're just still playing in default. They got that pick, and look at the map. They haven't.
Ooh!
Well, someone did move. That's Bugs into spectator mode. That's where he went.
And that's a great shot for Yoda because Bug has been destroying Brimstone's Offspring constantly. So for Yoda to pull out the carry, it's going to give your team a little bit of confidence here in this round. 4-on-4. They're not out of the woods just yet. Brimstone's Offspring has got to hold his defense. And you can see kind of two of their members rotating back and forth, not committing to either side. And that's going to allow them to pick and choose where they need to go quicker once that bomb is finally pushing in.
You got to be flexible, but they are bending in the wrong direction.
Ooh.
3 players over on A site.
And that's going to allow Paramount to come right in. Sova going to use their ultimate and does not know if he's going to connect. Antidote will find Timja, though. Oh, I thought that was the other team. Okay, 3-on-4. Brimstone in the lead. Bomb is down.
Still does have a good position here. Does find a second kill. And now they're slowly going for that retake. Finally, this one could be successful because imagine if this is the last one alive. It's a 1v4 going to do that shrouded step over into long, but it's not going to do much good for them. Finally, Brimstone's Offspring going to add another round to the scoreboard.
Nice. Very well done there. Defender's point. And so far, this has been a very interesting game. Both these teams are very close in skill. There's been a lot of close matches, and more importantly, the matches that have been won have usually been clutched out by a double or a triple or some sort of that. I mean, it's been just great shooting so far by both of these teams. Everyone playing great here in this one. Who so far, you know, I know that Paramount's in the lead 2 rounds, but whose game plan are you overall liking right now?
Well, I really enjoyed what Brimstone's Offspring was doing last round because you could see they were stretched out.
Right.
They were playing essentially a default. They weren't hard committing for rotation, and that's what you have to do. Even when you picked up a kill, you can't really push on it if you're not in a good position to hold it down. And we know that Paramount does take advantage of any missteps when it comes to rotations.
Yeah, I really like also, you know, on the other side of things, Brimstone's Offspring here. Now we're seeing the Viper Wall drop down on the B side, at least providing that extra cover here. It almost makes it makes Paramount think, when we push through this, what's going to happen? You know, we don't know. So it really gives a little bit of thought process to Paramount. They can't just walk on in. I like the placement there.
Yeah, thus far, it's just been an open site over on whatever
Right.
site that Antidote was holding. You know, you could look in every single angle. I mean, you could do that right now, but it is blocked off from Garden, and Drag sending out that paint shells and trying to avoid that snake bite, gonna jump right into Antidote's bullets instead.
Antidote has really been bringing it back here from Brimstone's Offspring. He's been the first frag multiple rounds in a row, and it's dramatically helping the team. And he's also taking out some of the top frags over on the side of Paramount. Drag falling first this time. Bugs now with 10 life. He can't play super aggressive. And that molly might land perfectly for a kill. And it does! Only 10 life. Crip walk. Perfect molly. Paramount's only down to 3, and Brimstone sitting on a full 5. They're looking to tie this one up 5-6, pro.
And there it is. Look at the positioning. They are statues on site. They're picking up kills, and they're not moving. They're just holding it down.
I love that. I love that. Come in. You have 13 seconds left. Get the plant off. Of course, now they're struggling. Crip walk finds another.
It's all up to imagine if running into that smoke will find a frag, but it's all up to Timja with 2 seconds left. Not going to get that plant down. Might as well just
if they kill him, it's huge here.
Oh, man.
Oh, that is
Timja.
so unfortunate. If you're Brimstone's Offspring, you lose that 3K gun there. Timja was able to get the kill. It was risky to... I mean, the right play was the push. You had him blinded. You got to push that. That was a little lackluster shooting there, or really good shooting by Timja. That was impressive.
The issue is Humseo was still in the animation of throwing out that guiding light.
Right.
The swing was way too early.
Right, 100%. And here now, Brimstone's Offspring, this might be the first tie going into the half we've seen coming here in this top 8. We still have semis and grand finals left.
Yeah, I'm incredibly happy with the scoreboard and how this game is going so far. This is definitely my preferred match of the day.
Yeah, Valorant's such a... I really... It's not given enough love in my own brain. When I watch Valorant, I start commentating Valorant, it makes me realize, wow, this game is so awesome in terms of an esport, quality, competition. It's just such a great game. Crip Walk, though, going to use their ultimate, and Bugs is going to go down. One thing I've noticed about Paramount, when they lose Bugs early, they lose the round. Let's see how it plays out here.
Hopefully that crutch isn't too heavy. I mean, take a look again. They're over in U-Haul taking this site. This is...
Blank sitting with the op. Blank sitting with that big boy in heaven. Imagine coming out with a big-time ultimate. And here comes the Killjoy ult. This is going to shift around a lot. Both teams scrambling, looking for anything. That Raze ultimate does not hit any. Gubs finds one. Cripwalk trades with him, and that defuse is going down.
Okay, and there goes the showstopper. It doesn't stop anything. And it almost felt like the round was about to end. But no, the defusal couldn't come through. And now Antidote, shooting through that smoke is going to make it a little bit easier. It's a 1v2, but Dragon, imagine if they're just going to back up. They're waiting for that defusal.
Oh my god. He doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the time. That's going to be the half. Wow, great job. Antidote does wind up finding the kill. Unfortunately, not enough time. That bomb is going to go off, and it's going to be Paramount who's now switching sides, and they're going to go into the half up 2. But a lot closer of a game than these 9-2s or 10-2s that we saw in some of these previous games.
This is a fantastic matchup. Brimstone's Offspring and Paramount, 2 very strong teams. And I'm very interested to see how Paramount is going to set up their defense. Because actually, I'm imagining it's going to go better because they have a Sentinel to fully lock down a site. You don't have to worry about over-rotating because you could always have that one anchor player just holding it down.
No question about it. And that's kind of like, I feel like if I was on a team, I would like that strategy. Like the team that just holds the defense. There's some teams that like counter push and come out and like try. I've always been a fan of hold your position, let them worry about the movement. You just worry about the angle and the shot. But let's see how it plays out, though. Now we are switching sides. Brimstone's on offense, Paramount's on defense, and it looks like it's going to be a push right away. WD Blank, though, he's going to go right on in to Lamps. And it's going to be a pistol shot. Does get some damage. Doesn't finish off with the kill. Missed flash, though, by Sky.
That was actually an insane use of the Guiding Light because it soaked up the bullets that WD Blank would have put right into Gubs' chest, so it saved him some time. It gave more time, and it stalled for the rest of Brim's Offspring to come and support.
Cripwalk, though, for Brimstone. It's 3-on-3 here in this one. That bomb is down. Bugs does find Antidote. Ooh, and Timja jumps, strafe jumps, and also hits the shot. Ah!
The Flying Classic really is the deadliest weapon in the game.
That alt fire, too good. Mini shotty. Mini shotgun and mid-range pistol. How do you beat it?
You don't need to buy a shorty when you spawn with one.
The shorty. That's always a good gun. I like the shorty on random rounds that you want to do like a 5-pistol push or a save round or something like that. If you're pushing into hookah, you know the spot on the map is very small with lamps. One guy buys a shorty, goes that way with a pistol push on a save round. Kind of interesting stuff. One thing I like about this game is how viable almost every single weapon is. Maybe not for like a main purchase weapon, but there's at least some point in almost any game you see somebody pull out some of these abstract guns, abstract weapons, like the shorty and the Odin and so on.
You know, I'm not too much of a fan of the Ares. Listen, I don't like the Odin, but if you use the Ares, you're just as bad, but cheaper.
No question. Yeah, absolutely. Odin a little bit more stability, but that's about it. Some damage, though, coming out. These players pushing on in. Brimstone's Offspring going to do a quick rotation, but Paramount is right there. Unfortunately, Paramount is going to lose one, so Brimstone's going to get the best of this push. But it's going to be Bugs! Timja! We didn't see it on stream, but they killed 3 jumping out the window. You can see all their dead bodies. They were all coming out the window, and Paramount clutched them all.
This is still a winnable round for Brimstone's Offspring. It just turned into a 2v2, and they have the flank on Antidote coming through CT. If they do expect this, I mean, Bugs is taking a look over at that door. Might be expecting it.
Drag finds Antidote, though, so it's going to be a 1-on-2 situation. Brimstone might fall down here 9-5. They need this round. I know it's a 2-on-1. Try to get that pistol. That was such a smart play by Paramount. The first guy peeked, called him out, and then he said 3, 2, 1, we're both going to peek, and that's exactly what happened. First guy came out of the box, he comes out second, there's almost no way to stop it.
You know, they pulled out that teleport move again. Brimstone's Offspring sent everybody into the teleporter, and once again, it did not end up working out for them. Yeah,
the one time they did it on defense, this time they used it as an offensive tactic. But, I mean, 3 got drilled literally jumping out of the window. I don't know if it was bad timing with, you know, someone just peeks when you're all coming out. But they were lined up, and they were knocked down. Paramount just did such a great rotation there. They had 3 sitting A. The 2 started coming over from A. They went right back at the perfect time and caught him jumping out the window. 9-5, though. 128 on the clock here. and I'm liking the patience by Paramount. They're really getting the job done.
And while they're not rotating, they might end up in a sticky situation. You can see Antidote on the other side, but Unseo is really opening up this site, but Timja is chilling in elbow. But these picks aren't going to amount to too much. It's all up to Gubbs to be the last one to take out Yoda. Can they do it?
Ooh! Gubbs playing so smart there, throwing out the bird, throwing out the dog, but it is going to be a one-on-one situation here. That bomb, though, is down on the B site, so it's going to be Antidote who has to find his way on. He's checking some corners, but Gubbs is in such a sneaky position! I knew that was going to happen because of the where the AoE effects were being thrown by Antidote. He wanted to check cheek corner, he wanted to check cubby, he wanted to check right underneath the window, and Gubbs was sitting right to the left underneath the window. Perfect play.
Yeah, you could tell once we were looking through that Gubbs' perspective, that was the perfect spot to be in.
Perfect.
Anyone coming out of hookah would have no chance.
Yeah, and I mean, what is he going to do? And the bomb was down B, so he had to come out of hookah, right? And the only way you would have even known he was there is if he would have bounced the grenade off the side of the wooden wall, gone in that direction, got the audio cue, and he would have known. What are the chances of that happening? Very little, that's for sure. So we'll see how it plays out. Brimstone started out good on defense, but they're struggling so far on offense. They're down 5 rounds right now.
Yet to get a single round on the defensive, or offensive, rather.
Sure. 123 left here. The battle for NYC. A lot of pre-fire here coming out as Paramount holding it down. And they're staying with this 3A. You know, actually they have 4 on A right now. Nice jump up there with the blast pack from Drag. Playing very safe here. Both teams, no one committing just yet. There's still a minute left. Gubbs going to find the first kill on WD Blank, and that's the carry for Brimstone.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see if they actually decide to commit to this site. The only player holding it down from Showers is going to get dropped, and Drag will find another, might even try and make it a third.
Paramount playing so well, just playing great. They're not rushing anything. They're playing patient. They're letting their guns do the talking for them. They're getting so much offense, so much value here from the defensive side. And, you know, I always thought this was a defensive map, and the way Paramount was playing made me want to bite my words and be like, oh, maybe I said that wrong. But here's what you're seeing. You're seeing that quality defense from Paramount. Drag getting a triple kill once again, and that's going to do it here. Paramount now 11 out of 16.
In this matchup, I don't think it's a question of whether or not it's an offensive or defensive side of the map.
Sure.
It's a Paramount side of the map.
No question. They're playing great so far, and, you know, what are you enjoying so much about their gameplay? Because we talked about, you know, we've talked about them a lot of the game, but they're playing stellar right now.
Well, I want to talk about how Timja at the top of the leaderboard, top fragging right now, we didn't see a lick of that player that entire last round.
Very true. Very true. He has totally stepped it up, has had a great half here. Bugs obviously continuing his success from the previous half. And let's see how this one plays up. Now in the 17th round, another push on to A. Gubbs trying to get out of that corner. He will. Some heals come out, and Brimstone, you know, Brimstone's Offspring not playing, they're playing very slow. Yoda, though, going to find Imagine on the teleport, and it's now, for once, Brimstone's advantage.
Well, that's going to change real quickly with Gubbs and Drag picking up 3 kills on the leaderboard. It's all up to Antidote to try and clear out this angle, and wow, Antidote does a very good job. It's a 2v2. The Viper's Pit is being put into effect.
It's going down. Deny that vision. Killjoy's ultimate's going off, and Brimstone's ultimate Offspring is saying, we have got to get this round. So a smart defender, Killjoy ult. And oh no, it's in the corner. It's Bugs who drops out of heaven. Nobody from Brimstone's Offspring looks right, and that is going to do it. It is point game for Paramount.
They were just too eager to clear out seed. See, they didn't even look heaven.
Didn't even look. That's got to be a breakdown in communication because both players looking the same exact angle is the opposite of what you want to do in that situation. You want to be looking different angles. And more importantly, why are they aggressing when the bomb's down? Hold that angle, watch the bomb, get this round.
There definitely would have been enough time, too, to back off when the lockdown takes its effect and still have enough time to utilize the Viper's Pit.
Because you can sit outside the lockdown and just listen. I mean, right? Like you hear the tap. If they tap it, maybe then you can play a little aggressive. But, you know, you have the bomb down. And losing those rounds they just hurt so bad because Brimstone's Offspring playing fantastic, but they're just getting so close, but they're just not getting that final kill. And Bugs dropping a 20 bomb. I mean, that helps too. Big ultimate, though, from WD Blank. He said, I've had enough. He's coming on in. Drag, trying to back away here for Paramount. Back over to Drag, and imagine we're on side with blue team here. Antidote, High on CEO, going to pick up 2. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. Going to pick up 2, and finally Brimstone getting a lead.
But it might change in just a little bit as Hunseo's going to get an unnecessary peek. A second one follows from Antidote, and they're actually going to play for some lineups. Yoda is the last one on site, holding it down. Taking the angle from U-Haul, but he's not going to be able to get that headshot. 3 health for Cryptowalk, and I don't think this one is going to work out. The molly does take effect, almost takes out Timja.
It's not enough. They're going to get the defense. They're definitely going to get to the defuse. Right there, Bugs. Unfortunately, that is going to do it. Paramount is going to advance to the semifinals. They played fantastic. Brimstone's offering was in it for in the beginning half, they played perfect. But right there, you just saw Paramount pick it up to a whole nother notch. I don't think Brimstone's Offspring won one single round in that second half.
They didn't. They really had some good strategies getting the bomb down, but their post-plant setups just weren't strong enough to face off with Paramount's retake.
Right, yeah, I mean, there's nothing more you can say there. Paramount played amazing, and we'll see them in the semifinals. When we come back, I believe that's the next part of the tournament we have left, the semifinals. We are moving along here, 1,500 on the line here for the Battle for New York City, presented by Andbox, Brookland, and Community Gaming. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, semifinals of the Battle for New York City.
What was that stock, dude? was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? dude. What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude?
Everybody to the $1,500 Battle for NYC Valorant LAN event here at Brooklyn and brought to you by Community Gaming and Andbox. I am back here, Dak, with my man Los for our semi-final bout between Built by Carbon and Paramount, who we just saw on stream. They're fighting it out for that top grand final spot. Los, you ready to get into this one?
Oh, absolutely, because we've seen both of these teams come in and stomp the competition. Now, we'll see who is the stomper of the stompers.
Yes, exactly. Who's going to actually take out the other one? As you said, all these teams have been kind of running through the competition, and now they're ready to actually make their mark against other teams that have done the same. So really looking forward to get into this map. It will be Ascent, and our headset we can hear the crowd getting hyped. I hope y'all can as well. Very excited to jump into this one, and we've already seen as well Built by Carbon. So we've seen what both of these teams have to offer.
Yeah, I am looking for some KO, though. Come on, somebody bring out the KO.
No, we are seeing an Astra, though, which, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's the first time I've seen Astra release on for my cast. I'm not sure if they were on previously. We can even hear the other semifinal getting hype, which is great. But for Ascent, seeing the Astra, I think it's the first time we've seen it. And I'm interested to see how that plays, along with the Killjoy. Very utility-heavy, a defensive kind of strat here for the Built by Carbon team.
And actually, it's interesting because Unholy and Reyna, they swapped roles because in our first encounter with them, Reyna was on the Sage and Unholy was a critical Viper player.
Yeah, we had Gab role playing Reyna, now they're on the Sky. There's a lot of changes here, and it is interesting that we saw the Reyna previously, though I guess that was for Icebox. That makes sense. I mean, on Ascent, might not be able to get the same leverage off of, a character who really can't start going until they get that pick, as opposed to Icebox, which is a little closer, a little more confined, so that you're able to find that pick maybe a bit easier as Reyna.
Exactly. If you find one, you're most likely going to find a second because everyone's going to be bottlenecked trying to take a site.
Yeah, now going to Ascent. I mean, looking at these lineups, I would say pretty standard. I mean, on the red side here for Paramount, they're running, the Sova, they're still running the Killjoy and Sky as well, but they have the Omen. I think that's going to be the difference maker. They're having that dark cover along with the Reyna, essentially two blinds at once there, whereas on the other side, you have really just the Sky to make it count,
Yeah, wow. I'm realizing that those two... Whoa! Let's move on from strategy and talk about Unholy picking up 2 kills right off the rip. Tries to go for a third, but walks into the entire team, and Bugs and Drag are going to make him pay for it. And now the site is actually empty. However, there will be a rotation coming over from by Carbon. And it doesn't actually work out too well. Drag picks up a second and a third, and now it's all up to Aggro to try and hold it down mid. Finds one. Will they find a second? No. In the midst of a tailwind that failed to make a connection, they're going to go down, and that first round will be for Paramount.
Yeah, Paramount making it work with those frenzies in the scramble, especially in this kind of just best of one, single elimination, local meta. Just being able to work well in those scramble situations. The frenzy is exactly the tool you want to have in that pistol round, and it worked out perfectly. Of course, it really helped that they were able to catch the Astra kind of lacking there in mid, and that really helped kind of snowball there for Paramount's first round win.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught lacking.
You don't want to be caught lacking.
On the pistol round where a lot of momentum can be decided. Seeing a bit of a push up over onto short. Hard to find out who is the player.
There we go. Hey, it's back. I was like, that's quite the spot. And things have slowed down for just the moment as Paramount's looking for some defaults. They have established mid-control, and that will allow them potentially some opportunity to put some pressure on Catwalk, which it looks like they're going to do in a few short moments. But that spike still has not moved towards A main. It's completely held there by the Jet and the Sky.
Uh-oh, that could be really dangerous. It wasn't spotted. Ooh. I believe that was actually the wrong play to shoot that drone because I think we're free and clear sitting in that nebula. Could have ended up in a nice kill opening pick for Built by Carbon. But
don't push that.
Don't
don't push that.
Well.
No!
Oh.
Unholy!
Unholy with the triple kill on the judge, laying judgment. Imagine if going there, doesn't want to let Unholy walk away with such a dirty triple kill, but will pay with their life.
Very big win there by Built by Carbon. Going to even things out. Won't be full buys, I think, for either squad here, so they're still going to have to scramble. But we got a couple, I believe a couple SMGs there. Oh, actually, looks like he might even have an Ares potentially.
Oh,
but
no, they're going to air it out with their Ares. Unholy. Doesn't want anyone to break out onto B site.
Yeah, they're really stacking hard there. And I don't blame them, though. I mean, you really want to avoid the entries, really, and then maybe go for the retake against that Reyna and the Omen. So Built by Carbon kind of playing it safe, stacking more towards B, and then need to rotate if they want to. But they might just get the pick straight up here on A main from the Sky and the Jet. We'll see who makes the first move, because neither team wants to really give up an inch here and give up that first pick.
You might see Dragon Gubs try and push through mid, but that recon full is going to stave off any effort in that direction. Seems like somebody's trying to jump up the staircase, but just can't quite get it. I really like how much these two teams respect each other and like do not take any pushes for granted. They're staying away, they're keeping space. But I mean, finally, we're gonna get an initial altercation. Carbon with the first kill on the area. He's gonna find out more information, or maybe not, as Gubs backs up off of that recon dart and even the shock dart.
Yeah, no Sova here for Paramount, though, so their information gathering is a little difficult as they try to push up, and they pushed up right into Unholy. They had no idea where Unholy was. They didn't have the Sova to get that information for them, and it costs Paramount as Built by Carbon now up 4-2. 4-1 as Gabriel finds another. The spike is way back in the rafters as Imagine gets one, but Rano puts him down to keep 3 members of Built by Carbon alive and to get that second round.
There's an interesting series of buys going on here with Spectres and Ares, and now we're seeing the defenders pull out Spectres once again because they invested quite a bit into that round for no reason, I think. I think it could have gone with just a light buy, maybe even Sheriffs to get rifles into the next round, but this is going to be an interesting 4th round because Paramount going to be coming in with the rifles, and Built by Carbon going to be outgunned, you know, material-wise.
Yeah, Built by Carbon's going to want to have to stay on the move here, right? Like, they're all working with SMGs. They want to be moving. They want to be close range. And Paramount can take those long aim duels if they want to. So there's really no rush for them to move up. And you can see they left the spike behind again. But Aggro in wine gets one. Bugs trades. And now it's a scramble to back up here. But a little bit of ground gain here by Paramount. They've taken control of A main. And now they're looking for another pick here, either up mid or right up into that heaven area on A.
An unfortunate push. They did not think to check wine, and by all accounts, no one would think to. And now it's going to cost them because they lost one of their rifles, essentially. You know, that's still an important long-range fighter at the cost of just an SMG. And now Reno running through, gonna make the same mistake, doesn't check wide. It's your own strategy used against you. Bugs is a quick learner at that, picking up the second kill for Paramount, built by Carbon in a bit of a tough situation. But they're getting some info. Oh, wow. Bugs just killing it again. Cleared the entirety of A site, but Paramount's gonna make their way over to B. And now it's all up to Unholy to try and stave off this 1v4.
Yeah, even though Unholy has an SMG, it looks like Paramount's really adamant and getting that gun off of him. They lose a player to do so, but Drag finally does find the kill, and Paramount will even things out. I don't necessarily, I mean, I think, you know, a good decision either way. You could have honestly just gone over to A and just got the plant, made it clean, but I think they really want to do as much economic damage as they could to Built by Carbon. They lost the player and lost the rifle as a result, though. Just to drop an SMG, so we'll see how that trade-off pays off for them in the coming rounds.
Well, we're going to have to be careful. Aggro, once again with the operator, we've seen how deadly they can be with this tool of destruction. And if they can manage to pick up some good kills in the beginning and weaken the offenses that Paramount is bringing to the game, they should be in a good position.
Rano just outside that star smoke out there. Going to have the Omen still looking at A main as well. And you can see here Aggro playing that cap position with the op, catches Timja at the perfect moment. That Killjoy is down, so they know that now that push moving up towards B is way less volatile here for Paramount. Built by Carbon can now sit back a little bit, let Paramount come to them. They don't have to even worry about the retake because that Killjoy's down now. So Paramount really in a sticky situation here with that one of their most important agents.
They're going to start funneling up into Catwalk. Aggro already has the operator at hand, most likely going to push it with the Leer, but it's not going to get the right angle. Aggro gets one. Might go for a second. No, going to get back off after getting tagged from that recon ball.
Oh, almost got the call out there. That would have been sick.
That would have been an awesome kill. And now Drag is making him pay for giving that ground.
Oh, no!
The tailwind into nothing is supported, thankfully, by Reno. And Aggro's going to keep on playing, but the plant will go down. Carbon is hoping to make this push from heaven, but they aren't really even going to need Carbon's help because Aggro is coming through doors, picking up 4 kills in this round. Looking very solid for this team.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I'm a little worried now for Paramount. They don't have a jet. They don't have an op. They don't have a jet and an op together. EXO, Aggro has that ready to go. And honestly, with Paramount, they lost their Sova during that fight, so they couldn't even look for the jet, right? Like, they'd have to commit their bodies to get that information and face check to find where the jet is. And that's a big deal there. Not having a jet of their own to try and generate some extra mobility and distance cover to search for that agent. Paramount, lineup-wise, might be in a really bad situation to deal with this jet on the op.
The most mobility they have is over onto Omen, who has the Shrouded Step and the Spreading Madness. But that's way too clunky. It's way too stiff. It's not fluid like we see with Jet. But it's like Paramount are going to get stuck in this gravity well. They're going to be made vulnerable, but there's no real danger here as the rest of the team has backed off. And actually, we're going to see a bit of a little flank over onto top cap, but that's going to be a story for a little bit later in the round as Paramount is making their way onto the site. Finally, they will realize that Reno is sitting behind.
Oh, the flank, though. The Astro, Reno still behind, but they're ready for the pinch, and Carbon swings out. It's Drag swings out, gets the pick with the Sheriff.
And
Oh, yeah, but Gabriel and Unholy come in. Yeah, there it is. Unholy for 2, Carbon for 2, and Paramount. I mean, we saw this when Built by Carbon were playing Trigger Happy earlier in the day. Paramount and the attackers taking too much time to generate some speed, generate some offense. So Built by Carbon, they send the flank out, they send the lurker out, and they pinch from behind. And it seems to work almost every time as the opponents are giving them the opportunity to set that pinch maneuver up. And even though Rano didn't get the kill, it was that distraction, like, okay, we have to pull Drag away from entry, and that was enough to get Carbon 2 kills and Unholy to follow up with 2 more.
Exactly, because that distraction pulled them away from the fight and the possibility of even destroying that lockdown. So while they were focused on trying to fight Reno, the timer went down, and it did not end well for them.
Definitely not. Certainly not out of it yet. Just down only 2 rounds here. Spike again left behind. Trying to feel this out. Look for this pick, but they have aggro waiting! And Gubs feels it first. Aggro gets that first pick, but Bugs will trade off on Gabriel, so that does open up catwalk area just a little bit. Might be an opportunity for Paramount to make that transition, but you can already see Carbon getting in position. They have Carbon himself in the back in that shotgun position, and the Hunter's Fury lands. Bugs actually gets tagged and might go down if they aren't able to get away, but that's a lot of information they know. Now the push is coming up through mid.
Yeah, they had a great opportunity to take mid control and even go into market and get a flank on aggro, but that was all foiled by the Hunter's Fury being brought from spawn. And now it's going to be much better for Paramount. Actually, no, much better for Built by Carbon to realize where everyone is, get a better position, and just pinch them in.
You should run.
An attempt to try and take this site. Aggro misses that operator shot, and now the lockdown, well, won't really do much because there's nobody left on site. But it's a good deterrent nonetheless.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, ults that you can also use really just to start getting things going. Oh, does he get back?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Unholy goes down. Bugs finds them. And now just one player left here for Built by Carbon. Randall, really no point in even trying to push this. Hold on to that Phantom. It's certainly not worth the effort.
You got to check those corners, Dak.
Yeah. I've been saying that all day, but, you know, that lockdown, too, I mean, that got aggro out of their position. Aggro immediately responded to the Killjoy ult just being put down. They jumped, and it was an easy pick-off there for Paramount. So, not a bad round. Paramount takes a lot of rifles off of Carbon. They get the op off. Rano's didn't pick it up, so they'll have to rebuy that. Paramount holds 4 players, economically keeping this close. So this still could go either way. Both of these teams keeping it very close, looking very evenly matched so far.
There's nothing I love more than a competitive game of Valorant.
Yes, absolutely. Especially after a couple stomps earlier, it's nice to get things even. And even so, you know, like an environment like this, best of 1, single elimination, it's not easy for anybody. You know, all the other teams that we saw today put it all out there. But now it's a test of endurance. You've been here all day. You've been playing with the crowd, with the energy. How long can you keep that going? And we still have best of 3 grand finals to go. So even if you win this, do you have the energy to keep it going? Do you have the stamina? That's another test for these teams that they have to hopefully pass as they make it through the bracket.
This test of strength is going to keep going. And we can see that aggro is back on the operator and getting a little aggressive, pulling out the Blade Storm as well. But no one's actually even looking that way. Bugs is holding the angle.
Aggro! Oh, takes his head clean off.
That is a good opener, and it's a good sign for Built by Carbon. But now all the other players are making their way onto B site. The cabbages are out. The paranoia sent through doesn't catch anyone. Reyno's holding it down from working, but it doesn't do anything. Imagine it walks right on out to sight. But Gubs is preventing them from getting onto it. Or at least he's going to clear the rest of it.
Unholy!
Unholy is not going to give up that easily.
Oh, this is so huge. It's giving more than enough time for aggro to get back. Even though aggro didn't stop Unholy from dying, aggro's now here in time to stop this plant. Oh, but can't land the hits. A nice try nonetheless, but aggro just missing. Drag, a star player in that round. A lot of crucial kills there, but of course, props to Unholy, holding it just long enough to get that reinforcement from aggro. It just wasn't enough to secure the round.
Yeah, the hopping classic, it had great intentions because the Phantom was out of ammo. You know if you start that reload process, it's going to be over for you, so just do whatever you can to try and stall it out, give your teammates some time, some space, but regardless, it did not work out for them because Built by Carbon was, or Paramount, was overwhelming them.
You can hear the Ares of the Odin something just shredding through a wall somewhere. Gub's going to avoid that, and you see the gravity well planted there too. Gabriel might peek out. Knows Gubs is there now, though. And backs off. But you see this mid jockeying for position here from Paramount as they see mid again open. Carbon willing to give that to them, but the Killjoy ready right there around that corner. Doesn't get flashed, but Bugs also avoiding that flash as well. And now an obvious huge stack here towards this crosswalk, catwalk here, but they have to be careful. The Killjoy, again, another pinch situation coming from behind.
And you can't forget that aggro is sitting in well a Wine, a spot that is
Unholy.
often overlooked, and Aggro's gonna pop out and actually take out Imagineth, but they gotta
Back
look
over your
behind him.
shoulders.
Here!
Oh, that
Only
was
managing
big.
to get one of them, but that's still going to be enough to turn the tides, because Rano was hoping to be a hero right here, but Gubs actually took him out. Carbon threw
No way.
and
No way.
used it.
Oh!
So close. That could have been such an upset against Paramount right there. Everything seemed to have go so well for them, taking a site, but they were just picked apart piece by piece. But Unholy held it down until the end. Or no, Timja held it down.
Timja, yeah. That was a kind of a weird buy from Carbon because like we had an Odin, but then SMGs and like Spectres, and I'm not really sure what exactly they were trying to go for there. But nonetheless, Paramount takes advantage. That was still super close. Could have gone either way there. That pinch almost working. That just one kill, though, was enough to stop it. And Paramount takes the round. And now look at this aggressive push here up mid built by Carbon. And Paramount is in perfect position as they get 3 on the push. They're sat back. Bugs, Imaginative combining for 2 apiece. Absolutely huge. What a read by Paramount. They knew, built by Carbon, they just came off a rough loss. Like, okay, we're going to be aggressive and try to get ourselves back into this game. Paramount immediately read that. They sat back, let him come to them. And look, all of those ultimates, 5 ults ready to go. So now Paramount can start to stack it up. They can use all those ults to continue and get these next 2 rounds, or they can cycle it, right? They can stack it this round, or they can cycle it for the next 2. A solid, really good position here for Paramount ult-wise.
And on the flip side, Built by Carbon is looking kind of weak. The money is bad. They only have 2 ultimates, but also I want to comment, that must have been the quickest round in the battle for New York City.
Absolutely, yeah, it definitely was, yeah.
And now they're once again trying to make their way over to B site. That Trailblazer will be spotted by Gabriel. Some extra stars are going to be placed over. Timja has the lockdown ready and signaling to teammates where there will be a great spot.
Oh, they're stacking. All the utility, all the blinds. Killjoy ult down. Imaginative, though, steps in, but Gabriel catches him out.
That is not how you want to start off that initial take, but it's going to be enough to force them off of the site. Paramount now has control at the cost of 2 ultimates and Omen. But now Drag going to be able to do a nice defensive info gather. I think it was a little bit too early to pull out that Hunter's Fury because now the lockdown is going to force them into the back of the site. They have no room to work with. They're going to be right on the other side of that Cosmic Divide, and it's going to be coming with the Cabbages. The guy absolutely blinds the hell out of them. Gabriel and Carbon just cleaned up the mess.
Gabriel staying alive was so clutch. Absolutely needed to win that engagement. Put the other Sky down to like 1 HP and then stayed alive for the clutch scenario at the end. And that's, a lot of the time in these games, right? Sometimes it comes down to maybe not necessarily getting the kills, but not giving the kills to the other team. And especially with Sky able to heal themselves back up, but then still having that flash and information gathering for this, the post plant, extremely huge for Paramount. And look at this, a 5-6 scoreline could be just slightly closer and might just be a 6-6 going to the next half, which would be absolutely a great way to get these semis going. At least this one semi match going into Grands next.
I think it all depends on who lets the first kill go. A bit of aggression over on A short. Bugs. Oh, he's seen enough flanks from Wine to know to look in that direction. Lear goes over the wall. They're not going to do anything to push against it. Keep in mind, they are trying to get some mid-control. We do see Tingy backing up, and they're actually going to go back to A with that short cat split. So all depending on... Does anyone get caught by that? It's going to be Gubs to be the first death of this round. Carbon all the way across the map with that ultimated aggro. Another crucial kill. And Drag almost being put into hell himself.
I don't know how Paramount really wins this one now. I mean, all they have is dark cover for a blind. That's it. They have no other way to really entry, and their Sova is low health, no armor. Paramount is in absolutely dire straits right now. Built by Carbon has no need or incentive to move. They can just sit here or even take the post plant. They don't want to get too comfortable. because it still can be done by Paramount, and Drag has shown his clutch potential, but losing that Sky and that Reyna, both of your entry blinds in there, that's super rough for this post plant, or this execution. Not even the post plant. They're not going to get the plant. Unholy gets 2. Crazy stuff.
That rotation may have worked if it weren't for Rano sitting inside mid-Cubby, getting all the information that Paramount needed, or Built by Carbon needed, to signal to the rest of their squad, hey, everyone's going to be rotate, rotate, rotate. So there was just a firing squad waiting for them at the entrance of B main.
And now we have a 6-6 game here. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better than this. Both of these teams in semis. This is the one map. This is their invitation to grand finals, that best of 3. So of course, neither team wants to give the other the inch. But really, I was had a bit of iffy on the lineups here, but they're they're trading evenly. Even when you're losing the Sky, the Sova's there to back it up. They have some solid entries on both sides. So I mean, these teams are playing really textbook, solid, fundamental Valorant right here.
And there's a reason that they made it up to these semifinals. It's just because of that.
Look at this cam.
Big shout out to the Observer Knight of Neve for this excellent vantage point of Gabriel pushing in to market, picking up 2 kills a second before the door even closes. And now the world's their oyster. They don't even have to go to B because the rotation's in full effect. They're actually going to double back and head over to A.
Paramount lost some information gathering here. Looks like they are going to be holding, or at least the Reyna is all the way holding in B, but they're in the wrong position as Gabriel gets another one, makes it 4-2. Timja will get blinded and Aggro will find him out. And there's that Frenzy again coming out. Bugs is caught out trying to rotate with the knife out, and Built by Carbon takes the lead.
That was a incredibly clean round by Gabriel. You couldn't ask for a better player because the 3 kills off the rip, along with the Trailblazer assist to help remove that player on Heaven. Just perfect performance by Gabriel in that round.
And this is now Built by Carbon's opportunity to try and get themselves that bonus round if they can. Nothing like a little bit of that bonus momentum starting the first half. On attack, Built by Carbon has shown that they are really good at setting the pace. They can play fast, they can execute well. But we'll see as Paramount taking a very aggressive defensive position.
Knocking them.
Oh yeah, they're going right around the corner. They're trying to push into this Spectre, but Rano is waiting for it. We'll pick up one. They're going to back up, but Aggro is already flanking them from Catwalk.
And now it's just the Sova, Drag, and Bugs the Reyna who have to make it happen. Up a river without a paddle right now. And they're going to try to get through Catwalk, but they're immediately going to be met here by Unholy, who's done unholy things with SMG, but it's Drag who immediately guns him down.
A bit of careless confidence might put this round into the favor of Paramount, but it doesn't.
Almost, but not entirely. It's nice to have that Spectre ready to go, and Built by Carbon is a team alongside with that Jet that is moving very often on attack, right? So they want to have those Spectres. They want to have the SMGs so they can put out damage and be on the move. So it works out for them. Now they're going to be able to stack it up. But Paramount is going to be going for a buy here. They want to cut this momentum out. If they lose this round, that really could be it for the half. So economically, they're putting themselves in a really risky position here, buying out almost entirely. There are a couple half buys, but they're buying out a lot here and hoping for the best. If they lose those rifles, that'd be huge for Built by Carbon to start stacking up on this lead.
When you have such an investment like this, you need to play safe. You need to play it back. And I think Paramount is finally realizing that. They're no longer holding A main. And Built by Carbon finally realized, oh, you're not going to just throw a life at us for free? I guess we'll back off now.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're playing with rifles, you hold those long angles. You don't want to be playing super aggressive and forcing the quick 50-50 turn and shoot and hope you get the win. And Built by Carbon certainly realizing that, but now they're going to stack. Because they have a couple pistols out here, and they saved a little bit on that previous round to give them a little bit of an economic bolster through the next few rounds, where that puts them at a bit of a disadvantage here with the half buy on this round. They are fully stacked. They're maybe potentially waiting for a pinch of their own, their taste of their own medicine, but Paramount's not giving it to them.
The question is, when is Paramount going to realize they're moving over to the B? The stars are down. There hasn't been any movement anywhere else on the map, and now they're pushing through.
Yeah, Bugs got aggro. Yeah, aggro dove in towards Boathouse and got picked off right through the smoke. Rano and Drag trade, 4v3 situation.
30
Now
seconds
this
left.
may be a difficult retake. They're gonna have to take their time on that one. Unholy getting a bit dangerous, tagged up a little bit. They're gonna have to back off. Bugs. It's the first one to have sight of an enemy, but imagine if put away any chance of Unholy doing some damage and preventing a push or retake on that site. That was a great round by Paramount, and they had that defense so perfectly. They played it back, they played for retake, and look, they only lost a single life.
Oh, if someone will defuse the spike, there it is. Yeah, Paramount only using one player. Still, Built by Carbon was not on the full buy, so that was a round that Paramount, like, shouldn't lose. Now they should be fully stacked up here on the Built by Carbon side. And I think they should be doing pretty good on ults. Decent, they're decent on ultimates. They're not really fully charged here. Gabriel does have theirs. I believe the Astra. And yeah, Aggro doesn't have theirs as well. So I'm pretty sure the Killjoy is also not there. So Built by Carbon, they have to really just essentially work solely off their guns. Maybe a bit of utility here. And again, going to look for that default 2-2-2-1. Pretty much the setup they've been using for the past few rounds.
Gabriel actually won't work over onto Catwalk just yet. Sent out the guiding light to check for anyone on A short, but not yet because Built by Carbon is trying to play it slow. They have no room for error at this point. They want to secure as big of a lead as possible.
You can see Aggro playing that back position here, looking for a flank, no lurker, so it's going to rejoin the group here at A for this potential stack, and there it goes. They're throwing the blinds out and ready to make their move as Aggro goes in towards Generator.
Oh, even on the concussion, Aggro is able to secure that kill, but imagine if this doing some damage over from Heaven. They're going to have to back off for just a few moments. The utility is clouding their vision for too much. Someone was caught on the rotation. Now it's still going to be a 3v4. Paramount not in the best of positions, and they're all going to be attacking from Heaven. First order of business is getting Aggro out there because they saw the gun sticking out, but the wall bangs aren't good. Oh, and Aggro took advantage of that one, taking one down before falling themselves, and the lineup doesn't end up giving Unholy 2 kills, but it does distract them enough for Reno to pick up the kill from Jenny.
Yeah, it was almost as if Paramount forgot about Unholy, because even though the push from the post plant was coming entirely from Heaven, he was still able to go for that mid rotation all the way through Cat and then go up through Glass and then get into Heaven and go for that push. So I think Paramount might have actually lost track of where he was as he was going for that rotation. So that just kind of happens in the mix, right? You got to keep track of those things. Sometimes it doesn't always happen. And there's a lot on your mind when you're playing these rounds, especially now that you're down by 2.
Well, now finally, a bit of aggression over onto A short is going to give them the information they needed, but Gubs realized he's biting a bit more off than he can chew. Gonna back off. This is just a save round for them. Drag with the first frag. A nice wall banging 1D.
Oh.
And imagine if with a second one.
Blinded.
For the squad. They're holding on to this quite nicely. Can Gabriel get the first kill? Okay, with the concussion, that's not one you should lose.
No, definitely not. And that last shot was a random spray, essentially, just popping him. You love to see that. So now it's a 4v3 for Paramount. Spike still in the hands of the Sova here as they tried to get some leveraged up mid, but Timja is waiting with the judge on Catwalk. Oh, no.
No, wait, don't push it.
Oh,
don't
no.
Push it.
Oh, Rano does get that final kill, but down to 10. Paramount with a huge advantage now.
Oh, man. And when you're in that position, there's nothing you can do but peek that and try and take out the judge user. And all the way on the other side of the map, Bugs will finish this one up nicely. Paramount somehow turned that Thrifty into a major win.
This could be an OT game here, man. I mean, both of these teams, I don't think we've seen a lead larger than maybe 2 rounds, I would say, at any time. Like, at any moment when it seems like one team is getting an economic advantage, the other team clutches out almost every time. So I'm really curious to see like what advantage to really be given, because neither team is willing to give anything up.
Have you noticed how little diffuses there are in this game?
Yeah, I mean, the spike isn't even getting planted half the time, I think. Oh, Drag with Hunter's Fury. What can he do with it?
Oh, my
Oh, he does a lot! Huge!
Oh my god, that is going to destroy the push attempt from
Oh,
Built
it's
by
2-2.
Carver, but actually, it's going to be flipped right back. It's going to be a 3v3. Here comes the Trailblazer. It's going to get the info. Everyone is sitting in CT, and they have the perfect opportunity to get this bomb planted. The Cosmic Divide is going to fall. And now they're going to know where everyone is because that Owl Jones is going to give some info. But I mean, we already knew where they were. You already knew where they were. It's time to retake site. Let's see how Paramount is going to be able to do it. Sending out the shock dart into the back site. Not going to land on anyone, but the guiding light will.
Oh,
Gubs
God,
with a
whoa!
big double. It's all up to Gabriel. This is going to be an impossible defense because Timja is there for the crossfire. And we're back at an equalizer. Oh, man.
I don't know what that positioning was. It seemed like Aggro was standing in front of the other player. I guess they glided on top of each other. I mean, that's the double-edged sword of holding that back area, right? It can be hard to get into, but you have very little room to work with. Though, that could have gone either way, because Carbon was one ult point, now has the ult. Was one ult point away. If he had gotten a single kill there, could have immediately let loose the Hunter's Fury, and that could have been a different round. But now Carbon has the Hunter's Fury ready to go. Unholy has the lockdown ready to go. But up against 4 ultimates, does Paramount use them all to wipe out Carbon's ultimates? Do they match? Do they hold? Now they have that advantage.
Whether or not they're using him is one question, but also, will they have the same effectiveness as the Hunter's Fury from last round?
Very true.
The Cabbages, Aggro and Gabriel pushing in with a Fury, and that's going to be sight in an instant. Already Aggro is taking Heaven control, waiting for the push, waiting for someone to come around from CT. It's going to be Bugs is the first one to make a move. Glass is going to break. I don't know who did that, but while Bugs was looking towards Glass, Unholy was there for the swings. Imagine if he's trying to play for the life as long as they can.
Oh my God!
Unholy with the flying classic.
I would be mad after that if I died to that. I don't even think it was a right click. I think it's just straight up left click. Oh, and Paramount, again, I mean, this is another situation where looked like they'd stack it up, and then Built by Carbon taking another round, taking that lead, now 10-9. I mean, they're trading back and forth here. You can see Unholy still has the lockdown. I think Built by Carbon is wisely decided to hold on to their ultimates. They got the round win, and now they're closer to matching Paramount's ult status here. So Paramount might want to start trying to use those, I think, try and get their ult economy cycling again.
I think so, but if they're going to drop that Killjoy ultimate over onto A, they're going to need to play it back. When they try and match the aggression of Built by Carbon right in A main, all they're doing is throwing away lives before they can even think. And there it is again. Here comes Built by Carbon, sending out the guiding light. Doesn't find any info, so they're going to jump right in. The Trailblazer actually jumping out quite nicely from the Nebula. And all that spraying doesn't actually amount to anything. Door's going to go down, but it's going to be broken anyway. Built by Carbon's putting down the lockdown and securing that plant. So now they have some extra free time to reposition themselves, give them the angles they want. 2 in main, 2 on site. Unholy looking to hold Heaven. Not going to get tagged by that guiding light. Less info for them to work with, but Unholy will be removed after picking up 1 kill. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. It takes down the opposing lockdown for the retake. So now this is going to be incredibly hard for Paramount, or so I thought.
No, can Carbon do it? Just has to play with time. Oh, almost. But it was half defused. A very solid, nice try there. All 3 remaining members of Paramount very low. Could have easily just sprayed and maybe caught a couple heads there. Paramount really, really well done post-plan execute. They had all 5 members. They split up. They had 3 modes of entry, able to get in on the site. And with Built by Carbon down by 1 player, it was a really solid rush from Heaven. They got the high ground advantage, which was huge. And Carbon was really in no position to get that retake, falling all the way back to Wine, setting themselves up with just 1 angle to deal with the post-plant. Not a good position to get in there for the win.
Certainly not, and it showed in the results of that round. And now we're once again at a 10-10. This certainly...
OT, baby.
Going to OT.
OT, baby. I want to see it.
We better go to OT. I want... we got to have at least 1, right?
Gotta have at least one.
Now very aggressive, but Unholy pushing up into mid. Not sure how long that position is going to be held, as we can see them moving out. They're going to rejoin the rest of their squad in this A split. A split is the play on Ascent, I guess. How many times have we seen this one be run back? Aggro with the first one on the site. That alarm bot almost has some serious repercussions, but not so much. Timja actually surviving the onslaught. Will they survive the shock dart? No, they won't. Imagine if going into grass to try and give them some support and block off anyone who's going to move through tree. We have Unholy. Will they catch him off guard? No. A dink through the wall is going to put him in some very critical condition. Now everyone's spread out. Paramount now only have 2 players left for this retake. One in heaven, one in grass. Oh, uh-oh. It's all up to Drag, dropping down.
This is doable, though, because, I was going to say Carbon is super low, but Carbon at 9 HP gets it done. Shows him who's the better Sova. And Built by Carbon again takes the lead. But as we've seen, Paramount always claps back and ties it up. Will they be able to do that this time? They don't have the lockdown now, which might be an issue coming into this. And they are, it looks like they will have enough rifles, but I mean, Bugs doesn't have their ultimate. Killjoy doesn't have their ultimate. Now, Timja down to 2 points. I mean, this might be a situation where Carbon might be able to just win outright on this push. And again, that split, I mean, even Imagine it doesn't have theirs. Paramount looking to just win this off of the positioning.
Yeah, I
See how
think
far it goes.
their aggro positioning just isn't it for Paramount. I don't believe it, because every time that Built by Carbon wins a round, it's due to unnecessary aggro positions that just have your teammates get caught out. Now, I'm liking what Built by Carbon's doing. They're taking it very slow, and what is good about this team is that they have the ability to do both. They can be slow, they can be fast, and right now I think it's about to get fast. Unholy picks up the first kill, and now is going to follow it up with the second, and now sight has been completely opened up for Built by Carbon.
I think the biggest issue here for Paramount is that they're leaving that Omen in mid, so the Omen can't be there on A or B to throw dark cover out when the push comes. They're essentially out of position. I feel like that Omen would be a lot better just on B or on A alongside the Reyna, something alongside another player staying on site, and throw that dark cover out the second the push comes. That would be so much more effective.
Wow, this is going to be a very... Wait a minute. Are they saving? They're saving into match point.
Yeah, I mean, they want to have any kind of weapons, I guess, but at this point, it's a 3v5. They're gonna, a fight's gonna happen, and Imagine it does get one. It gets two.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is a fight that they knew, like, there's so much time left in the clock, like, Paramount has to have known that they were gonna go hunting. And for Paramount, I mean, they took out 2 players Built by Carbon. That's 2 rifles down. It's still not gonna be enough, though. Carbon has more than enough money. They have the they have the utility. They have everyone in position. So, and Paramount does get a save. They only hold on to 2 guns though. Oh! Aggro does go down though. Gubs with a couple shots.
Walks right into that one.
Unfortunately for Paramount, I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference because Aggro does have their ult. So even if they don't buy, they can still pull the blades out. So, and Rano, one ult point away from the Cosmic Divide. So we'll see. Built by Carbon has that 2-point lead. We might have jinxed it a little bit here, guy, because I don't know if we're gonna get that overtime now that Built by Carbon might be feeling themselves coming to this potential last round, match point.
Well, this is do or die for Paramount. You cannot make any unnecessary risks. You have to let them come to you. You have to let the Killjoy utility work for itself. You got to play it back. You got to cover each other's backs. As you can see, we have 3 players potentially holding down B. And that's where the lockdown's going to go. I'm pretty sure this is a big fake
This
out.
is definitely a bait right here. Unholy's at 9 HP and throws that Killjoy ult down, trying to keep 3 members of Paramount on B, and it's working perfectly.
Well, Timja and Gubs didn't buy it because they were holding steadfast, but it didn't matter because they were going to get dropped quite quickly, and here comes the play. But Bugs will be the first one to pull out with a kill, and Aggro in such a bad timing, while does manage to get a kill, will be traded out, going into a 3v3. Very winnable for Paramount right now. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from Wine. They know exactly where it is. Are they going to get caught out by a Carbon? Is going to whittle it down to 1 more player, and Built by Carbon is heading to the grand finals.
What an immaculate play. Both of these teams back and forth, barely giving the other inch, but Built by Carbon, once it was 10-10, They fucking pushed it through, and it was great. It was awesome. Great job by them. A 13-10 victory. Paramount looked like they could really hold on. They were keeping it close. Well, built by Carbon, so clutch, especially having the Hunter's Fury there at the end. That is the clutch ultimate you need to have, and they made it happen.
Absolutely. I think it was just a difference in utility and how they were used. You know, the double kill with the Hunter's Fury earlier in the match. The use of the Hunter's Fury to clear out or gain information later in the game or even in the last round. It was just tiny differences that allowed Built by Carbon to push through in these final 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that was clutch. Built by Carbon. They're certainly built differently, that's for sure. And they've bought their ticket to grand finals. And I believe we already had the other semifinal matchup already played out. So that other team, whoever they are, we're not entirely sure, will be ready for the grand finals. But don't go anywhere. We have more of the Battle for NYC $1,500 land brought to you by Andbox, brought to you by Brooklyn, brought to you by Community Gaming, coming your way because after this short break, we're going to be kicking off the best of 3 grand finals to determine who is the top team here today at Brooklyn, here at the Battle for NYC. Don't go anywhere because more amazing Valorant action is coming your way.
What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? dude. What was that stock, dude? dude. What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude? What was that stock, dude?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the battle for New York City here at Brookland, sponsored by Andbox, as well as Community Gaming. Paulie Hype alongside Dak City, as we are bringing to you finally the culmination of the $1,500 prize pool. We have the grand finals, Dak.
We are in it to win it, and so are these two teams. They both come through a tight single elimination 16-team bracket, and now they've made it to the best of 3 grand finals.
That's right.
It's not only a test of the competition, but a test of stamina and endurance. They've been here all day. Can they bring it out when it matters most? I can't wait to see it.
Absolutely. That's a great point that you bring up. You have to keep that composure, not only through X amount of hours, but through the entirety of the day, which is something that really goes unspoken in the testament of esports players. You have to maintain that high level of ferocity and composure and also attention span throughout the entire course of the day. So we're starting to learn kind of these two teams that are in the grand finals. We're starting to learn players and teams and see who's the better of the two. What do you like so far in the grand finals? Who do we got?
Oh, well, I mean,
Carbon?
I was going to say, I'm a Built by Carbon fan right now.
They played very well that last game.
I've seen 2 of their games. I've casted 2 of them. They're a hype team. In fact, I think both these teams actually know each other, and they played each other before. So my vote's for Built by Carbon.
Okay, right, and they're going against who in the grand finals here? It's Carbon and Production. Give me something, baby.
Is it Brimstone's Offspring? Hopefully Production lets us know. Tier 1 Rejects.
Oh,
That's
so
okay, so we saw
1 went all the right.
Yes, and we saw Tier 1 Rejects against Paper Chasers earlier today.
First match of the stream.
And they ran it, right? They dominated. So we haven't seen them since then. But while we were casting the previous game, we heard that other semifinal match popping off.
Right.
And, we were talking about this earlier. We're both from fighting games, right? We love hearing it's so great to hear the energy, hear the crowd. I hope you're all excited out there to get into these games as the teams are starting to select. But honestly, yeah, we were talking about composure. The composure against the crowd. We've heard a lot of, crap talking, a lot of yelling today. It's been awesome, and you got to stack up against that.
Yeah, this has been such an amazing event, and as we called it, as we got later in the tournament, more and more games are now going to that final 13-11, 13-10, starting to get players that really know each other's play styles and are playing at the high same level.
Exactly.
1500 though is on the line here for the battle for New York City, and not only that, but the bragging rights. This is the very first tournament that I can think of in New York City post-COVID that we've been here on LAN, and it has been such a pleasure to be here with you, Dak, and everybody else as well as Pro as well.
Absolutely. This has been so awesome. It's great to be back in person. It's nice casting from the comfort of my bedroom, but nothing beats being in the venue, being with the crowd, being with the players, and being with all y'all. So I hope you all been enjoying. The cast been enjoying us. We've been enjoying it. It's been a great day. And now we're going to get the best of the best, right? As you said, we've been closer and closer to getting to overtime. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got into overtime this time. But it's also a best of 3. So now teams can adapt. Now teams can actually try to download their opponents and not be worried about, oh, we got to do what we can to stay alive in this one map. They have a little more breathing room, and that might make for some more strategy, some different choices. Might make a difference here in this set.
Well, like you said, this is the very first game that we're seeing a best of, which means that these teams are going to be able to adapt to each other. Every match this point on has been a single elimination, so there has been no room for adaptation. You come in with your strategy, you hit your shots, and you either go home or you stay in the tournament. However, one of these teams is going to be not only best of 3, we are in the grand finals, and one of them is going to be taking home their share of the $1,500. And the second team will take home a lesser share, but still,
still getting in the money, which is awesome. You're able, even if you don't win the tournament, still walking away with some cash motivates you to go back out there and try and get first next time. So we're going to jump right into the action here, and it's on Haven, which is one of the most volatile maps, if not the most volatile map in the game. So to start off on this one for the set, it's going to be a crazy one.
That's right, and let's take a look here. All right, so we have Carbon on attack here, and they're going to get right in onto the site. That's going to be the red team. It's Apex here getting 2 again, and he's keeping his trajectory. Excuse me, so much hype was happening. I got stuttered. They're keeping their trajectory here, and it's Charisma and Apex who get taken out. JGM finds one. It's a 2-on-1 situation. JGM looking to find Omen. Omen trying to get out of there for Carbon, and so far he's in cubby.
Yeah, JGM with the flank through garage was absolutely huge. Connor is at 19. Oh, and they lined up for Rano. Why? Why would you line up for the collab? Rano has 3 HP. 3 HP. That's how you get things started.
Whoa. Did he just hit, what? Did he just hit him with the pistol? Ricochet through for a double kill with the pistol. Classic.
You love to see it. The collateral, baby.
Wow, that was an amazing shot there.
Wow.
But honestly, a little bit unfortunate for the blue team here, Tier 1 Rejects, because they lined up perfectly. That was bad placement. They were both trying to get the kill instead of taking their turns or pushing together, and it lined up. Great shot there.
Yeah, that's a round you can't lose, right? I mean, you had the positioning, JGM, with a perfect flank through garage, but of course it's just a single round, just pistol. You got to pick things up and get back into it. Built by Carbon, certainly going to push the envelope here. This is a team that takes momentum and runs with it. They control the pace of the game. Tier 1 Rejects really have to stack up against that, and they're going for it with the double lurk, the flank from behind here, but Aggro and Gabriel getting 2 to start things off.
That's right, Gabriel going to find 2 now on the Reyna. Reyna coming on in, and it's Built by Carbon. It's 4-2 in their favor, and this is the benefit of winning that first round because they now have the money to win the second. Built by Carbon looking absolutely dominant as it's going to be just Charisma left for the Tier 1 Rejects. He's going to float around mid here and really try to get any kill he can and just try to knock some of those Spectres out of the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, this composition, obviously the Cypher by themselves not going to be able to do too much. But Built by Carbon, just looking at their lineup, they have both the Reyna and the Jet, whereas Tier 1 Rejects just have the Jet, and both teams have the Omen. So I feel like lineup-wise, Built by Carbon might have the advantage. Charisma, though, and those right clicks take out Carbon.
Good shot. He's going to pick up a Spectre. Charisma looking to find more, and unfortunately he was unable to get any other kills there. But every kill he had gotten would be very beneficial, knocking the Spectre out of those hands. But Built by Carbon, that's the benefit of winning the pistol round. You now get 2 in a row, and now you're on a full buy for both of these teams. Moving forward, Built by Carbon up by 2-0. So you were talking about team comps earlier, Dak. We see the Jet, the character we haven't seen too much on the day, at least on stream side of thing. a lot of Omen, and both of these teams bringing Cypher to the table. So why offensive Cypher? Why go for the bombs down, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you want to have that Cypher for the defensive side, and especially on Haven where you got to hold down 3 sites instead of 2. Having that Cypher not only covers you from the 3 sites, it covers you on lurks as well, which is such a lurk-heavy map, so you definitely want to have that Cypher. Built by Carbon, though, they're on a bonus round here, so they're going to take advantage of that and stay mobile with these SMGs right up mid and get the most out of this bonus round before they full buy next round, so not a huge loss.
And Con Artist winds up finding 2. Cabral finds another, and Con Artist using that full buy on the Phantom to wind up picking up 2. Great job there for Tier 1 Rejects, who are showing to be no slouch here in the Grand Finals. Both of these teams well-versed and got the job done in order to get here.
Built by Carbon, taking things slow, looking for the push-up through Garage. If they can force a 2-on-2 situation, this is absolutely doable. But they got to get it done before the Sky and the Omen rotate. Instead, it looks like they're going to try and bait a little bit, make a little noise, and try to push up through mid. The problem is that they're going to have to hold 2 angles at once here on both sides, and one player's already low. So this is a really hard ask here for Built by Carbon as Unholy goes down.
Unholy just got mopped in the side of the beam there. Charisma winds up getting a nice shot. They're going to know where Ramo is, and it's not looking very well for him, even though he's not trying to hold on to a save here. He's actually trying to get the guns out of the enemy teams here of Tier 1 Rejects. But Tier 1 Rejects looking to put their first point here on the map, and they've done it with style. Charisma going to mop up that final kill. Triple kill for K.
Yeah, big win there, but of course, Built by Carbon were on the bonus round. They did not have full buys, so now they will full buy. Now they will try. And Tier 1 Rejects will have to deal with that up against this full buy here. Built by Carbon I would assume they have to go for a default. They're going to be looking for those long angles now that they have rifles.
Right.
Likely not a more mobile stack. We'll see how it goes.
Apex missed that jump. He was so angry.
And that got on stream too.
Right. But you know what's so funny, actually? We hear these guys through the commentary booth. They are talking so much trash. And I, for one, love it. Every second of it. Yeah, these guys are getting in each other's head, like you said. You know, they've played before. It seems like they know each other. Reno going to find one. Con Artist picks up aggro, and it's a 1-for-1 trade here, as it looks like both of these teams playing very aggressive in the starts of these rounds.
Yeah, Built by Carbon still staying with the stack over here, looking for a more of a defensive aggro push while they send the drone in to get some information. It looks like they took out another drone from Tier 1 Rejects, which obviously is going to be the cue to get set up for this immediate push here from Built by Carbon as they go in through A main. They have the Cypher and A short, and it's a 4-on-2 situation if they can quickly take this engage.
Oh, they know he's there. JGM trying to get some shock dart action, but he's going to take a little bit of damage himself. Here comes the teleport, and it's going to get canceled here. Reno going to have to go back. Ozio finds one. Gabriel trades with Ozio, and now it's both teams coming in. Gabriel, though, picking up 2, and that bomb's about to go down here on the A side, Dak.
That was a really solid ult there by the Omen, finding where that rain is, but it doesn't matter now. It's Built by Carbon. Reno gets 1. Can he get the second?
Gonna be a quick peek.
Swipes and does it. Charisma was at half HP and now down to 0. Built by Carbon wins on that full buy. They move off the bonus to a full buy round and get the win, and now they have a 2-round lead with the money advantage.
That's right. This map, the fact that there are 3 sites just make it such an offensive-friendly map. You're not locked into the entire rest of the game is built around 2 sites. So to have this one map that's 3 really goes to the offense. This is one where you can't beat yourself up if you're Tier 1 Rejects. This is not a defensive-heavy map with the 3 sides. You got to come out of there with 4 rounds to really get something going on the offensive side. You get less than 4 rounds on defense, now you're talking in trouble. 3-1 here as we head to round number 5. And so far, Built by Carbon has showed that they are built for the long haul.
Tier 1 Rejects getting very aggressive here. I mean, they're on a save round, so they're trying to take those closer fights. But, you know, in general, you want to keep B open because A and C are the ones that are most likely hit. And B, you can kind of go for a post-plant retake if you need to.
Right.
So that very aggressive push up mid, maybe a bit uncharacteristic, but also certainly didn't work out.
And, you know, both these teams do have the jet, so getting into the site is going to be, you know, a little bit easier. But Unholy gets taken out by Charisma through the box. Nice ricochet shot
Spike
there.
still got
lateral.
planted, though. That was huge. Spike did go down, so now Built by Carbon still can sit back in this post-plant situation here as Tier 1 Rejects tries to figure out what to do, as well as they don't know where the Omen is, who's sitting in garage and giving an opportunity for the Reyna to push in for this flank as well.
3-1. Ultimate going to come out here for Sova. Aggro, though, finds one.
Right click.
JGM with the classic. Winds up finding another. It's Reno for Carbon who finds one. And now it's 3-2 in favor of Carbon. Sheesh. And they're going to win this one again. 4-1 as the bomb is planted for long. And Carbon is showing their ferocity right now, playing fantastic, Dak.
Yeah, Built
What do you
by
like it so
Carbon.
far?
I mean, I'm liking everything from Built by Carbon. The pacing that they're taking, right? The fact that they're getting those spikes down either quickly when they need to and they're able to back up, or they're taking it nice and slowly, getting the information. They're playing it round by round. They're playing it by year. And those early picks are working out well. They have the information gathering coming from the Sova, which has been really working out great for them. But of course, aggro is just, you got to take care of aggro. You got to take care of the Jet. And I wouldn't be surprised if aggro picks up an op at some point too.
Well, what do you want to see here by Tier 1 Rejects? Because we haven't seen much for them. It kind of seems like they're struggling. JGM, though.
I want to see that. I want to see that. That's what I want to see.
Nice double kill right there. Aggro coming up. He's going to find another. That distraction let Unholy pick up one. And it's Built by Carbon, who was able to find two. It's now a 3 for 3 despite losing too early to the ult.
Know exactly where they are, though. Tier 1 Rejects going to push in, but there's no flank and no push them short. Hey, they got to make it happen through Heaven or through Spawn Connector. And those are very narrow hallways up against like an Odin, which can easily shred. Carbon, though, sitting back here in Hell, waiting for the push, and Charisma is letting it rip, catches Unholy, and now it's just down to aggro, and aggro goes down as well. Charisma, way too much there with the Odin, and gets that second round.
Wow, and you know what? We got to talk about two things here. Carbon picked up an Odin that round, and they picked up an Operator. They spent a lot of money that round. Granted, they were up 4-1. They had it to spend, but the Operator's still 4,500. It's no slouch in terms of the money.
Nope.
It's going to be a devastating loss regardless, and Apex actually
look at that money
going right
now.
back into it and not even worried about it. He had the extra money to spend.
Well, Built by Carbon, I mean, look at that money. They are very, very down bad here on money.
This is a huge round for Tier 1 Rejects. You get this going, you win this round, you're going to take the economy lead, and you're going to get that much closer to tying this thing up at a 4-4. So this is a huge round here. Let's see how it plays out. Tier 1 Rejects picking up their second out of 6. They're looking for a third. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, 2 members of Tier 1 Rejects are super low money, so they are able to get those kills. That could still be a good enough economic dent for Tier 1, even if Built by Carbon doesn't get this round. So that's something to keep in mind here. Built by Carbon still, I mean, they're risking a lot on this full buy again, and they've already lost a majority of their team. Not going well for them as Tier 1 Rejects. Looks like they'll be able to tie this up as Apex still has that off.
Tier 1 Rejects played this round perfectly. They baited their one teammate. He wound up dying, but they traded 2 kills for him, so it doesn't matter if he dies. Carbon, though, is the only member left for Built by Carbon, and they've just located him down long. So they're going to save here. They're not going to worry about pressing him. They're going to just worry about getting that bomb down.
Standing ahead.
And, Tier 1 Rejects on defense. They're just going to worry about the defensive hold, and they'll wind up taking out Carbon as well. Apex with a beautiful shot. He's getting going with the Operator, 4-3, and that's the round they needed.
And now that Tier 1 Rejects have both the Op and the Odin, that's a really simple solution to dealing with Built by Carbon who like to play aggressively, because you don't have to be that accurate with the Odin and the Op just a one-hit kill. So when those pushes start to happen, you can immediately push back with the Odin and then pick up the stragglers with the Op. It's exactly what we saw right there. So I mean, that's an answer to Carbon's more aggressive pushes. And now that Carbon is very much aware that the Odin's in play, they're probably going to change the pacing of these pushes.
That's right. As we take a look here, we are headed to round number 8. It is the 1st to 13, folks. If you're new to Valorant, here at the Battle for New York City LAN at Brookland, New York. We got both these teams playing just slow, patient. We're getting a lot of fire coming out, but nobody committing to anything just yet. Very slow play here. A lot of fire, but no action.
Built by Carbon does know where the Odin is now, and they're going to back up just a little bit. They do not want to be rushing into B against that. But now, I mean, you can tell Built by Carbon is scared of that Odin, right? Like, they are falling back. They are respecting the hell out of it, and they don't want to be losing any of their entries just to the Odin being sprayed through a wall where they can't trade off of it.
That's right, and it's not like Carbon has this smoke-heavy friendly team. Don't get me wrong, they have the Omen smoke, but that's not, and Jet a little bit, but they don't have that much to where you can really throw down a massive smoke wall and try to push in. They're kind of sitting ducks if they get caught in the wrong situation against that Odin. But so far, it's taking their time. No one has been dropped just yet. 40 seconds left on the clock here, and now it's JGM trying to find some intel. They're running out of time to plan.
Now, I'm surprised that they're still challenging this Odin here mid, but they're likely just trying to get that weapon out of their hands.
Right.
Ozo now holding this, and almost gets the day short shot, but too late. Does find Gabriel, can't get the second.
And there's JGM, OZO, and Con Artist find 4, and Tier 1 Rejects. Ooh! Unholy with a headshot, nice play. He's still gonna have to find another 3. Tier 1 Rejects have been. Wow, what a shot.
And that's 4-4.
Yeah, there we go.
that since Apex got that up, it's been a changed game.
Yep.
Right? And especially on defense, that is the one tool you need to hold these sites on Haven. You got to have that up. You got to have that distance. You got to have that range. And attach the mobility of the jet. It gives you that flexibility to move it from site to site to site, wherever it needs to be. Still.
And you get a free shot dash away every single time.
Exactly,
which is
yeah.
pretty cheap.
So, like, you're able to get out of there with a get-out-of-jail-free card, so to speak. And now it's 4-4, where Built by Carbon have been slowed down by Tier 1 rejects. They're trying to figure out a new game plan against this Odin and the Op. And as you said, like, the smokes are there for a bit of an execute, but it can't cover you for the execute and the Odin and the Op. It can't cover everything.
And it really only gives them a small window to push through. You know, the jet smoke is only there for a second or 1.5 seconds, something that's very small, really just gets her in. However, let's take a look, though. 4-4. It's going to be a garage push, it looks like. Con Artist going to find Carbon. Wow. Con Artist going to find 2. Aggro does find one of his own. And, ooh, what a nice ricochet shot. Aggro, great call out there by his team as he picks up Charisma. And now it's a 3-on-3 again. Man, these teams that are so evenly matched, it seems like. This is some great gameplay.
Yeah, a really solid play there by Con Artist to move in through the dark cover, take advantage, and pop a couple members of Built by Carbon without them expecting it. But now things are completely slowed down until Apex takes Gabriel's head off their shoulders. Aggro responds and sees the dark cover, telegraphs Ozo's push, and now Aggro looking for more, has 4, might get the ace here if they're able to get one more kill, but it's JGM lurking by themselves out through mid. The spike's going to go down, and Built by Carbon looking to take the lead.
JGM, the solo man on a mission. Built by Carbon have 2 up. That bomb will go down on the seaside as JGM is aware, and he's going to take his time here, moving nice and slowly. Not worried about any sort of pressure. He still has plenty of time. This is going to be a big play. Which way does he look?
No!
He's going to get a little bit of it. Oh.
The Omen's super low. Ozo is at like 9 HP. He's not going to survive. The wall bang through the corner. That's enough. JGM ties it up yet again.
Wow, JGM plays perfectly. The Omen did not have enough life. He was scared to peek right there. He didn't want to come out of that corner. He tried to do a quick little peek. Didn't get the shot. He was trying to like one shot, quick pick, get a one shot. But then right there, that accuracy coming from the vision on the shock, not the shock dart, but the vision dart. Wow, great stuff there by JGM. 5-4, and now Tier 1 rejects take their first lead of the game.
At this point, I would not be surprised if we go to OT or a best of 3, but you never know how it's going to go. Both of these teams evenly matched.
Feels like it.
But it looks like, I believe this is Tier 1 Reject's first actual lead. Built by Carbon has been really kind of controlling this, but not for the past 3 rounds, as Tier 1 Rejects has taken 3 in a row here. And again, Apex on this op might be able to take out Aggro, who has popped the blades here. Will he be able to get that pick? Not just yet. They're going to back off.
All right, Owl Drone heading out. Try to get a little bit of vision, some intel. It's not out for that long, so he is going to try to push out, but the only thing he'll find is the other Owl Drone. So right away, Aggro in the ultimate for Jet. Doesn't connect on any of those knives. And it looks like, man, Built by Carbon is just fantastic at taking their time. You said it earlier, their pace is unmatched. Now, they haven't been able to string together that many wins in the last couple rounds, but their pace on offense is nice. But real quick, Dak, let's talk about this. We were talking about that 4-round mark that Tier 1 Rejects has to get on defense. Well, they're at 5 right now, so they're going quite a bit. They're playing well.
Oh, absolutely. To have the lead on defense on Haven is certainly nothing to scoff at. Here comes the push in through Garage, though. It's a full stack.
What a flash! Oh! Gabriel takes out Con Artist there on the side despite being flashed. What a whip shot.
Is he going to be able to get in here with that Odin, though? Is he going to start straight? No, he's a bit too late.
Bomb is going to go down. Charisma looking for anyone. Reno, though, going to find OZO. Apex taking a little quick shot, and he'll connect on Reno. Ooh, JGM with the drop shot on Unholy. It's 3-on-3. That bomb is down. Not too much time is remaining on it. They're going to have to make a push in as Aggro takes down Apex. Charisma trades off Gabriel. This can go either way yet, folks. It is planted for long. And Tier 1 Rejects is going to set up nice and easy.
Oh, no. Carbon goes down early on that. Aggro trying to get into Cubby. Tier 1 Rejects will now take a 2-round lead. Built by Carbon. Looked like they'd have the hold. But this Odin and JGM, the combination of Charisma and JGM is too much, and Built by Carbon is still unable to figure out how to get around that Odin. Charisma is 11-3 right now on that Odin. And look at the money. I mean, they're looking solid. Apex at 4,800, a bank account right there.
Yep.
Built by Carbon going to save a little bit. Very smart. They want to have those full buys for the next round.
Absolutely, and we saw there 3 ultimates on the side of Tier 1 Rejects. Built by Carbon here. And, this is really important to talk about, but Tier 1 Rejects now have won 5 rounds in a row.
Yep.
And they have shown no sign of slowing. Gabriel, though, he's trying to get some offensive going with a little bit of his own block of vision. And, wow, look at this. Apex getting in, removing that tracking dart. Here comes the ultimate. And Tier 1 Rejects, the fun one. Gabriel trades him out. JGM going to find 2, though. And it's EXT Aggro who picks up 2 with the Deagle. 2-2. And it's anyone's round here. Built by Carbon desperately needs their 5th round.
Yeah, that was huge because those Sheriff... No, Aggro was able to pick him up, but it's not enough. But now it's still Charisma again with the Odin.
Charisma versus Reno. Oh!
Too much startup on that ADS.
Right. You can literally see it, how long it took to get planted.
Yeah, got punished for that.
Absolutely did. JGM, the silent player in the first match we commentated, was not at the top of the leaderboard. But I love that about the Tier 1 Rejects. Any member of their team can go off at any point in time. We've seen it across the 2 games that we've watched from them. But right now, as we take a look over by Built by Carbon, EXT Carbon 0 and 10. Unholy 3 and 10. These guys have got to find a way to pick it up, Dak. How are they going to do it?
Possibly off these ults. I mean, Carbon's holding the Hunter's Fury. That's something that you want to use, especially, I mean, you got to use all your ults before the half ends.
Right.
And that's an ult that you're definitely going to get a lot of value out of unless you lose your entries, as Aggro and Gabriel go down first to Apex with the 2 picks. Very clean headshots.
Tier 1 Rejects are playing fantastic. They started out slow. I don't know what happened. I don't know what clicked on in their head, but they have just played absolutely phenomenal since that point in time. Right here, 6-5. 11th round, 12th round, excuse me. Potentially the final round of the half. Here comes the ultimate Hunter's Fury! EXT Carbon gonna find one, you called it. Unholy finds another. Reno gets a shot there with the operator, and it looks like Built by Carbon now up 3-2. They're trying to tie this thing to go into the half.
That's exactly what they needed. They needed finally that Hunter's Fury kill. They got a lot of information. Ozo, though, using their ults, or using their utility, gets caught out by Unholy, who should not have won that fight. And now Built by Carbon up 3-1. Likely going to be a 6-6 going into the second half. You'll love to see it. And honestly, I'm not surprised. Both of these teams know each other, have played each other before.
Right.
And I think that's maybe why the Tier 1 Rejects adaptation was so quick, right? They didn't need another map. They played each other before. They know each other. So they kind of know what they're both bringing to the table here.
And, I honestly would say, let's see how this plays out, actually. That bomb is final ticking. Built by Carbon has it down. Tier 1 Rejects coming out from the heaven. It's going to be Charisma who finds one. He's got to
get the other?
Oh! Can he get the final one? But no, I don't think he has enough time.
Go for it. Go for it.
Oh, nice shot by Carbon. That was smart.
I respect it, though.
That was smart.
I respect it.
Now, 6-6 here. I think this is one of the first times we've gone in equal at the half. But I will say that I think Tier 1 Rejects got the better of that there, only because this is an offensive-sided map. So to go in at even on defense is actually a little bit advantage to them, if you ask me.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, I mean, obviously the 5-round wins there by Tier 1 Rejects, who are now in the red. That was huge, right? That was such a momentum builder. Like, even if they lost the 2 last rounds, as you said, getting to 6, you're good to go. It doesn't matter how those other 2 rounds go. But now, we'll see. Built by Carbon, they've been playing a lot, much more of a slower game, right? So that might play into being on defense, being on the, that back end of the site, right? And letting the other team come to them. We'll see how it shifts now with Tier 1 Rejects on attack.
All right, so we'll start this second half of Map 1, folks. Remember, this is a best of 3, whether you're watching in the crowd or live on Twitch. This is a fantastic game. Built by Carbon versus Tier 1 Rejects. And, man, this has been such an amazing tournament so far as we start the second half pistol round. And let's see now how the Tier 1 Rejects build their offense. How is it going to differ from Built by Carbon's offense? Built by Carbon has the Reyna. Tier 1 Rejects has the Sky, the Jet, and the Sova. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, and we've seen in the previous games, too, Built by Carbon loves picking a lot of frenzies, at least a few frenzies on pistol round. And I hear already at least one frenzy, but mostly ghosts otherwise. JGM, though, got put down, or gets the kill on Rano, put him down to 7, and then gets the ricochet there off the shock dart. Charisma low, Gabriel low, but finds Charisma. And now it's going to be a 4-on-3 as Unholy continues forward. Ozo has to watch out, and Unholy just throwing everything everywhere, has a camera for that angle, and trying to put some more damage down.
I mean, Cypher is one of the most picked champions in the entire game, or agents, rather. Wow.
Con Artist.
Con Artist
with
picking
the
up
3K.
2. Absolutely. But, You know, Cypher always picked here, especially at the highest level of competitive play. The character just brings so much to the table. He can block off a site on defense. Once you plant, he can help secure the plant on offense. He has a total team vision unveil as an ultimate. You know, the character just brings so much utility. And so far, we're just seeing exactly how it's played. Tier 1 Rejects have not lost a round now, and I think, let's see. Oh, all right, sorry. So 2 in the last 6 have gone in the way of Carbon. Tier 1 Rejects now are playing very, very well.
We're built by Carbon stacking more towards C site, and it looks like it's working out perfectly. As Tier 1 Rejects going right up that C long and getting punished for it. They lose Apex early, and they're going to back off as a result.
Well, 122 left here. Tier 1 Rejects trying to find their way into the point. It's 4-on-5 in favor of Built by Carbon. They have all their members alive. Yeah. And this is exactly what Valorant is. You know, a lot of the pro teams, and we're talking about the next level past what we see here really in Valorant esports and things like that, you don't see them even move really till a minute. Sometimes they'll do a rush, but a lot of times they'll really take their time and be patient. And we're seeing a lot of that now by Tier 1 Rejects, as it's going to be a quick offensive come-in. Con Artist, JGM finding one apiece. Unholy, though, does find one, but he'll get taken out. JGM is on fire right now. This guy's going off, Dak.
Carbon, unfortunately, very low HP, so the clutch doesn't seem very likely. A really smart move there by Tier 1 Rejects, though, because they have to back up, and Carbon's low, their Omen's low, but they don't really have to worry about it. But I do like how they went through mid, they flashed out B, but they still went to A-B connector, because they knew holding B is not the goal. It was to get to A or C, and they caught the defense on the rotation off guard as they were rotating towards B. Very smart play by Tier 1 Rejects. And then they end up getting the plant down on B anyway, as Charisma gets that kill on Carbon to secure the win.
Well, once you get those first couple kills down, like you said, get the bomb down, force the team to make a move. Once the bomb's down, your job on offense is done. Now it's just defend it. So right here, Tier 1 Rejects has just been stellar. They were getting dominated in the beginning of the game. What has happened? Built by Carbon has lost all their steam here. EXT aggro, 13 and 13. He's playing great. Reno winds up picking up 15. They just need a little bit of production out of Carbon. Unholy started getting it going last round. Built by Carbon's right there. They just got to secure that final last 1 or 2 kills, and they're going to start winning some rounds.
Yeah, still though, Tier 1 Rejects have won the last 7 of 9 rounds. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Momentum in their favor.
Absolutely. Even coming into the next half, right, just mentally having that momentum is really good. And now Built by Carbon on defense have stacked properly towards A to at least deal with a little bit of this nonsense from Con Artist and from Apex. But they're not going to take the bait entirely. The A main push will stop. And actually, Built by Carbon has rotated 4 of their members over towards A with 1 sitting in AB connector. So they are in a position to rotate back out of this. But they have mostly taken the bait as C is completely wide open. And it's just the Cypher holding Garage. How hard can they hold as a swing comes in and Holy gets 1? That's not enough to stop the rest of the push. And now they're going to funnel in through Garage towards C to get that spike down.
That's right. Unholy calls out the team even though he goes down. And it's Tier 1 Rejects who just do a great job of getting right in on the site, no hesitation. OZO's going to get that bomb down on a long plant. And now just like that, but what do? They pushed out of the site, Tier 1 Rejects did, and they just gave Carbon 2 free kills. I don't know why you would do that. Playing a little too cocky.
And aggro is able to...
What?
No. We lost connection.
What?
Wow. What just happened? Are we even live anymore? I can't hear you. Okay, yeah.
Wow.
That was wild. So that is unfortunate. Well, that really sucked. An 8-6. I believe it was 8-6.
I think it was 8-7 after that round. They wound up
picking
up that round there. So 8-7. They'll work it out. They'll get it patched up. We'll go right back to the 8-7. Nothing more you can do about it. So far, man, both these teams are playing so great. This is the grand finals that we asked for, Dak. Yeah. We were waiting for matches that would come down to the very last wire, and that's exactly what we're getting so far.
Working on that DC. Apologies for that, but we should be getting back to the game really quickly. So the match is still going, but the observer's been disconnected.
Disconnected.
So thankfully, the match is actually still happening.
Open the door. Give me some view.
We open the door. We can see the player cams.
We'll see the player cams here.
I can't
see anything.
I think they're in the buy phase or they pause. And I also need glasses. So
no, you were.
I can't see that far.
The sad part is that I'm actually wearing contacts, and you could see what was going on without the vision. So, yeah, that's exactly what's happened. They're in a buy pause right now. Let's get the spectator client right back in there, and let's figure out how to finish out this round. But so far, Dak, what are you loving from both these teams? Let's start with Tier 1 Rejects. How have they played? What are you liking from the gameplay?
well, Tier 1 Rejects obviously had a really solid defensive side.
Right.
On that first half. They had 6 rounds on defense for Haven. That's nothing to scoff at for sure. Really setting them up for success into this next half, as we've already seen.
Right.
But able to play, off of Apex's ops, really solid play. Obviously, JGM has been clutching it out here too. Really solid play in the Sova. So I've been enjoying those aspects of Tier 1 Reject so far.
And then Carbon, what's going well for them? They were able to pick up that 7th round there to climb back in it. 8-7 was the 8-7 is the round count here. Built by Carbon. They were killing it in the beginning. Started struggling a little bit more in the middle. What do you think is going to go on with them?
Yeah, Built by Gamers, they're a team, again, like when they were able to set the pace in the previous games, they're really firing all cylinders.
Right.
Now they have a team that's kind of forced them to play a different game. They've slowed down a lot more, which is a double-edged sword. It's working out well for them where they've defaulted and able to get that early picks, but they've been flanked as a result. They've lost out on some rounds. I mean, there are a couple rounds that really they should have won that have gone the other way. So honestly, I think both teams are playing really solid. It's coming down to like those individual mistakes now as both teams try to capitalize off those individual player mistakes, right? So, it's going to come down to those situations. And it looks like we are going to jump right back into the action. So thank you all for sticking with us. The action's coming right back as we're jumping back into the game. And here we go.
All right, so the battle for New York City. We are in the buy phase here. It was a pause as we are able to get back in. I'm glad the game didn't crash. That's what I was worried about.
That's
what I freaked out about at first.
I was like, oh, no, please tell me we didn't lose that. But we didn't. And we're unpaused, and we're live, and we're ready to get back into it.
Let's go.
Thank you for sticking with us. Apologies for the break, but of course, you got to be able to rebuild a little bit of that energy to follow through the rest of this game.
Yeah, and let's give a shout-out First Night at Knee, who is the observer for this tournament. And he's doing a great job as we are here at the Battle for New York City, sponsored by Brookland, Andbox, as well as Community Gaming.
All right, I'll already get that pick on to Charisma. Built by Carbon, now up 5-3 on players, but they do have the Cypher that's super low. Gabriel gets one. Apex trades, and Aggro finds another one on Apex. A 4-on-1 situation. Spike is still not down. And Built by Carbon, of course, are going to take that to make it 8-8.
All right, so there we go. Aggro winds up finding the 8th round. And now they're right back in it. Built by Carbon gets their 8th, and we are tied once again. Wow, great stuff here. All right, so let's take a look now. Who's got some ultimates? So Built by Carbon here, sitting on 3. Tier 1 Rejects only has the 1. So they're right here, Built by Carbon, looking to take advantage. And maybe that mid-game lull that Carbon kind of experiences might be paying off for them as they start getting traction here into the later part of the game. It's a big round for them.
Yeah, Built by Carbon can definitely use these ultimates. Tier 1 Rejects are in a really sticky situation. They're not even full bought. One of their players is half ammo or half armor, and if they lose these rifles here, they can't full buy next round. So Built by Carbon might want to stack ultimates here to confirm and make sure they get a guaranteed round win here, because they want to force Tier 1 Rejects into a buy round. So Built by Carbon, if they can recognize that, might be able to do it. They could probably just do it without the ultimates too, but they do have that advantage.
Of course. Both of these players, both of these teams rather, playing so patient, which is the name of the game here in Valorant. When you see your opening, you come in and attack. So it looks like Owl Drone going to go into the garage. We'll find one of Cypher's cams in there as it'll get stopped. And neither team here really doing anything too drastic. Light rotations left and right. No committing just yet. Tier 1 Rejects looking to find that 9th round, but so is Carbon here on defense. Once again, Built by Carbon in the blue, Tier 1 Rejects in the red.
And both teams looking for a pick here. That's essentially the kind of player that can get the pick and then start to snowball from there, but neither team wants to give that up. You can see, though, the aggressive hold by Built by Carbon. They're slowly but surely trying to take some more map control away from Tier 1 Rejects, but Tier 1 Rejects willing to give that up and push towards C site.
25 seconds left on this one, and this is where something's going to have to happen. Reno, Unholy finds another, and I feel like, let's see what happens. Unholy finds, 4-3 for Unholy. JGM, though, who's been the stud of this
12 seconds.
He's got to get the bomb down.
Gets another,
built by Carbon, taking that 9th round. And what I was going to say during the action was that Tier 1 Rejects waited too long.
Yes.
Because then Carbon knew the push had to come out at that exact time, put themselves in position, and was able to lock out the kills. Tier 1 Rejects had to move a little bit earlier there in that one. Built by Carbon takes the 9th round.
That's the thing. This, you think this game's a 5-on-5, but there's another player. It's the timer.
Right,
So
100%.
when you have 15, 20 seconds on the clock, like you said, the push is forced to come out, and you
Right.
can put yourself in a situation, and you can throw down all the smokes you want.
Right.
Players are just gonna fire right through it.
That's
So-
why Reno got the first pick all the way down in the middle of mid, because he just said, all right, 20 seconds left. I hear them over here. Let me go forward and see what happens. They weren't even ready for it.
Yeah, there's only so many places they could have been, and now Built by Carbon getting a very crucial round win. I'm going to be looking to snowball off of that here, but Tier 1 Rejects already feeling the heat here as they lose Charisma early. Charisma, who was the star of the previous half, doesn't have that Odin, doesn't have the defensive position, unable to reflect on this half.
Odin here on the Carbon. Carbon on the Odin, and it's con artist JGM who winds up finding 2. That was great for the Tier 1 Rejects. Carbon, though, on the Odin does come up with another, and they are going to see them pushing into B. Carbon here is trying to stop, as it looks like Tier 1 Rejects are going to go for a long rotate over to A side, C side, excuse me, and that bomb is going to go down for the C side plant.
This Jet so far behind. The Odin's still in play. JGM waiting for the perfect opportunity here to push in on Garage, but it's Apex who strikes first. JGM does get the kill, and then Apex making it a huge round here. That was a round that Carbon needed to win. Rejects had the half buy, and still they make it happen. And I believe, Apex had to use that ultimate, but Built by Carbon does have a bolt. Yeah, it was worth. I mean, now they have a bunch of ultimates to work with. JGM, Charisma, and Ozo holding on to theirs. Con Artist will likely have their ultimate coming into this round once one kill happens. So, I mean, Tier 1 Rejects setting themselves up for success. And they have money. Apex at 5,600, JGM at 41. They have more than enough bank to rebuy for their teammates.
That's right, and sometimes, just like in traditional sports, it's hotter getting into the playoffs or getting into the final. The team that's hot going into those clutch moments are the ones that clutch it out. But both of these teams feel like they're hot right now. It's 9-9. They're both playing great. Big ultimate, though, coming out from Sova. Tier 1 Rejects won't connect on that. It's going to be an Omen ult as well. Gets onto the site here, and they have an idea. Carbon does think they know where he is. Apex is going to get taken out, and it's going to be Tier 1 Rejects taking that C side with ease.
Oh, very close. Apex able to stun and take out Rano, and then Conets gets another! A third, the second one from Con Artist.
Nice.
Aggro puts him down.
Yeah, Aggro, and I'd assume Aggro's going to be going for a save here. They know he's got the operator there, and they're going to have to track him down because if he loses this gun, it's quite devastating. And like you said, they can rebuy, so they don't have to worry about losing their guns.
Yeah, exactly. Tier 1 Rejects can afford to go on the hunt because they can rebuy, but they want to remove that op from Aggro, but Aggro says no, takes out Apex, and Carbon still has the opportunity to get 2 more here. There's still a little bit of time left on the clock.
Oh, beautiful arrow. Oh,
Yeah.
JGM. JGM is playing so insanely good. I think he picked up 3 or 4 that round. He's been getting 2 or 3 every single round. Where was this guy in the first game on Steam? He's dropped a 24 bomb with 11.
3.
Yeah, 24 and 11 actually with 3 assists.
12
so
and 3.
He's playing amazing. He's at a 2 like 1 or 2.2 KD right now.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. Man.
So that's when you got to start going for the triple-double, right? You gotta
Right,
get the 10 assists.
exactly. You might as well get the deaths up a little bit as well, or the assists rather. You're
That's
right.
what I'm saying.
But now, this is important to talk about here because Tier 1 Rejects are on the 11. They just won their 10th. Carbon has to save here. We see, a Stinger, pistols.
Oh my God! Again, Apex with the early kill. They lost Aggro. Carbon losing one of their 2 entry agents. That's a huge loss here. And now Unholy's going to take that Q as well as the Omen Reno to start pushing in for these flanks. And now Carbon pushing in. Unholy gets that 1.
That's a huge kill, though. Every kill here is huge because they're on a save round. So every time you can take the main guns out of Tier 1 Rejects' hands, it's going to be beneficial here, as most of Carbon seems to be using the Deagle.
Ooh, Ozo gets that pick for on 2 situations. Spike's going to easily go down here, but Apex gets caught out. Too close to the smoke, too close for comfort.
This isn't over yet, folks. I know there's a pistol round for Carbon, but they're actually playing great. They wound up taking out 2 members of Tier 1 Rejects. It's now 3-on-2, and they're aware that Carbon's in the garage. But it's still a lot of times bomb's not going to blow up just yet, so they have to make sure Carbon can get in here on the site. But a nice kill by Charisma will shut that down pretty fast.
Great angle by Charisma there, holding the right side to be able to get the left side peek, holding that right-handed rifle. And that was great too, because Ozo is at like 6 HP.
Right.
So if Carbon was able to get the kill on onto Charisma and then found Ozo, I mean, that's a one-on-one situation right there, obviously. So
Absolutely.
you know, that would have been doable, but not in the cards. Tier 1 Rejects now 2 rounds away from taking the map leading grand finals. It's still not over for Built by Carbon.
Definitely not.
We've seen them stack these rounds up in a row in the past, but now Tier 1 Rejects are starting to run away with it. You can see here they have the half advantage, up 5-3 in the rounds, and you can see there they had the streak in the first half, 5 in a row. They need 5 in a row right here to take the map. They can make it happen.
They can. I mean, it's going to be a difficult task for sure. They'll need 4, but it's only 2 for Tier 1 Rejects. And just that pressure alone, you need double the amount of rounds if you're Carbon. There is no more time to slack. Don't get me wrong. You can come back at any point in time, but you got to make sure you stay up in the keep here because Tier 1 Rejects are playing great.
Really early Hunter's Fury.
Intel.
It might have been Intel, but it didn't get them anything. And
Right.
even if they did get the Intel, Tier 1 Rejects would have honestly just fallen back and
Pull back,
regrouped. Yeah, so that
right.
was a really early Hunter's Fury. I'm assuming they anticipated a very aggressive push from Tier 1 Rejects, but that's a hard guess and a hard loss by Carbon so early.
Well, that Owl drone does get destroyed, and now it's Built by Carbon who puts out one of their own. So trying to get any sort of intel here, but no, nothing. Goes to check that cheeky corner with it, just gets taken out because they were sitting, at least one in mid. This is a very slow play here, 58 seconds, so we're under that minute, and now it's going to be looking like where can Tier 1 Rejects get this offense going? Built by Carbon is just stationed very nicely throughout the map here on defense.
I'm surprised they're still trying to do this mid-garage push. I mean, A is not completely open, but they really haven't thrown much noise there. So Built by Carbon only has one and a half players really at A, and you can even see the Reyna starting to transition towards connector. Our Tier 1 Rejects could really just throw out a little bit of noise, throw out some utility at B and C, and then rotate over to A. Instead, they lose Ozo, and Unholy looking for more, but Apex trades it out.
What a shot by Apex and the operator. Carbon going to find another one.
Huge.
Carbon and Gabrol each find kills, and this one looks like it's going to go Built by Carbon as they needed this round so bad.
Oh, Charisma
though, does find one.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough to get the full comeback here. It's 10
Right.
seconds left on the clock, but hey, kill's a kill, win's a win there. Charisma gets another one. That's a big kill to take these guns off Built by Carbon, who will take the round, but are still down by 1.
See, like, in that situation, great job by Built by Carbon to get the defense, but why are you peeking there? You know you have a chance at losing the gun. I mean, I get it that he was trying to kill, Rejects to get the gun out of his hand, but you're behind right now. Keep the guns, hold the defense. Don't worry about getting the gun out of his hands.
Hey, it's in the name, man. They're Built by Carbon. They're built differently, bro. Sometimes
True.
you got to do it. Sometimes you got to
do
put
it.
it all out there. So I understand. They paid for the. I guess they didn't. They got the keys. You got to hit them. That's
Fair
how
enough,
I feel,
fair
right? So 11-10, Tier 1 Rejects have let Built by Carbon stick in it a little bit, right? I mean, these teams, again, will not give the other an inch, and Built by Carbon can easily swing things back in their favor.
Nice dart check there by Carbon. Doesn't find anyone, but at least it gives him the intel that no one is there at the moment. Oh. Apex, though, does find Aggro, but Aggro looking for that operator shot. Doesn't find anybody just yet, though. Both teams trying to find that way in. Looking for a kill.
And you can see how Tier 1 Rejects are trying to hold on to their utility. They're trying not to let it go to waste. And now they still have the Owl drone. And Charisma still has their trap, their cage ready to go. So I like that, Tier 1 Rejects trying to extrapolate a little bit of utility usage by Built by Carbon before they push in and have more utility to work with.
That's also such a big part of the game as we see Jet now dash in with Tier 1 Rejects. They're going to go look like they're going to get right in onto the A site. Both teams are right there. No one has been taken out yet. OZO going to get the plant down onto A, and that bomb is going to get down. And it's still anyone's game here. No one's been taken out yet, folks. Both teams congregating on Holy, finding Charisma, and that's a big kill there for Built by Carbon.
Unholy has been in such a good position right here. Had the cam up and is still holding Heaven, still putting shots down, gets a second! And now it's 3-2, Built by Carbon, up 3-1 now. Woo! But JGM not done just yet, still on the flank.
Last player standing.
JGM got 2 and Carbon.
I thought he had it. I thought he had it.
That was a great shot by Carbon because if JGM wound up taking that back, I mean, that would have been incredible. JGM is playing, I mean, he's playing out of his bird. I mean, absolutely out of his bird. We'll take a look at the scorecard here coming into the next map. He's got to be sitting around 30.
Almost the 30 bomb. Almost dropping the 30 bomb in tournament.
Right.
A massive flex here for JGM.
No question about it. But this is one of the things we talked about in the first half of the set. Can EXT Carbon get off that 0 bomb? He was at 2 kills for a bit. Now he's sitting around 9 and 16. He's gotten back into the game, and now it's OZO who's sitting around on the 4 kill mark. He's got to pick it up here for Tier 1 Rejects, as now it's all tied up here, folks. We might see the first overtime of the tournament.
I tell you, your commentator's curse, man. You popped it, and now we might not see it.
We'll see.
Yeah, Carbon looking low on these ultimates, but Aggro will have theirs after just 1 kill. They almost get it, but Con Artist, I think, got hit in the shoulder, the arm, or the leg. They survive with 8 HP against that op. We'll be able to heal themselves, but here comes the Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury looking to find anyone, doesn't find any. Reno and Carbon coming in for a big kill. That's going to allow Cypher to ultimate and see exactly where the enemy team is. They know exactly where they are. Gabriel going to find another one off the Cypher ultimate. Gabriel finds double, and it looks like this round's going for a point game. And what I say, getting hot at the end sometimes matters more than getting hot in the beginning. And Built by Carbon has brought it right back. They started out hot, they lulled in the middle, and now they're starting to steam again. It's not over just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Aggro has been playing that face check character, that face check agent, putting their body on the line for at least a kill. They're getting the trades. They're making it happen. Charisma is just up a river without a paddle. Up against 3 members. 2.5 really as Ozo's low. Oh, but now Charisma put down, no armor, 32 HP. This can be even impossible. Gabriel gets the kill, and now just like that, Built by Carbon on map point here.
That's
when
right.
Tier 1 Rejects was running it. Now, just like that, 3 unanswered rounds by Built by Carbon to put them on map point.
So Tier 1 Rejects here, they have a Charisma ult, a Cypher ult, and they've got an Omen ult. But Built by Carbon sitting on 3 of their own with the Jet, the Omen, as well as the Reyna, and even EXT Carbon can find one here in this round and get one as well. So ultimates going in favor of Built by Carbon. Built by Carbon with 4 ultimates would be my pick to win this one. Who do you got?
You know, at this point, I think Built by Carbon is in a position to win. They got to hit that X key and start playing.
That's right.
But it could go either way. Tier 1 Rejects do have ultimates of their own, and they are still stacked in A with the Cypher holding for the lurk this time. They're waiting for it, but Built by Carbon recognized that and try to take advantage of the fact that the Cypher is not with the rest of the team. We'll see.
A lot of utility coming out as Tier 1 Rejects using some of their abilities to try to flash in on A, but did not get anything out of that, so it'll be just some waste of abilities for them. Built by Carbon looking for that point game. Tier 1 Rejects looking to bring the first game into overtime with a 12-12. Man, this is anyone's game stack, and both teams are playing so precise, so slow. They know exactly. Map 1, winning map 1 is huge.
Just map 1, yeah. Just getting that first map. Sets the tone.
Ooh.
Aggro almost doing the same, but just misses that noggin and can't get the kill.
Would have been a huge kill.
Yeah, Con Artist getting away with their life there. Still 11-12 here, 5-5. Neither team just willing to go up an inch. They've spent utility, but even still, they have a little bit to work with as we get a really quiet push through short A. And A is completely open. They might be able to get this down, but Aggro in the meantime finds Con Artist through B.
They know they are. Now they know they're on A. There's going to be a quick rotation. JGM looking to cause some pressure by getting the bomb plant down. Apex, though, does find Aggro. It's 4-on-4. Gabriel trays Apex, and it's going to be Charisma. He uses his ultimate here. Tier 1 Rejects are not going away. They have tons of information. They know exactly where the enemy is, and Built by Carbon looking to defend it off.
Unholy still alive. He's the clutch master. Carbon goes out. Unholy gets one.
Oh!
And Built by Carbon takes map 1 of Grand Finals.
Just like that, Tier 1 Rejects started coming back so hot. Built by Carbon stifled them and wound up getting hot as you see them winning the last 5 in 8 rounds. Great job by Built by Carbon. They're going to take map number 1, and they just got that much closer to winning the their prize purse of the 1,500.
Whew, if that ain't a sheesh. If I haven't seen one, that's definitely one right there. Built by Carbon.
Great game.
They're gamers, Built by Carbon.
That's right.
And what a, wow. Awesome last 5 rounds. Honestly, I mean, we heard Tier 1 Rejects popping up, but still,
right.
Built by Carbon kept it in. We have some more awesome Valorant action coming your way. Of course, still more the wrap-up of the Battle of NYC land coming your way after this short break. Map 2 between these two stellar teams, so don't go anywhere. More Valorant action here at Brookland coming your way right after this break.
What was that stock, dude? that stock, dude?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the battle for New York City, New York City's first Valorant tournament. Poly Hype alongside I Can Go Pro. What did you like out of that first game? Because that was a banger. We now have map number 2 coming up next.
That was an absolutely insane matchup. I can't believe that even happened. I can't believe we didn't go to overtime,
Right.
too.
I thought we were going to as well. I kind of commentators cursed it because I said it literally never fails. Like the commentators curse never fails. It's 100%. In any esport, no matter who says anything, it always works.
That happened in the semis. We thought it was going to go to OT.
Right.
It didn't. I mean, but also we have two of the strongest teams, well, the two strongest teams in the entire event. And, you know, from what we know, the New York City area, of course, obviously, not including Andbox, one of the sponsors of this event.
That's right. But, yeah, so both of these teams played so great. I mean, that game, you couldn't get closer outside of going into overtime in terms of map strength. We have map number 2. This is the first round where teams can adapt. Teams see how one team is playing. They can change their picks. This is something we haven't seen yet in this tournament because it has been best of 1 all the way through so far.
Yeah, and what I liked being on the floor and watching this while you guys were in here chopping it up with amazing casting, I got to see the differences in calls made from the players themselves. I saw con artists out there making plenty of calls during the fight or from Tier 1 Rejects. So I'm excited to see how they learn to adapt or how he can lead his team to adapt better.
Yeah, and you know, since you were out there, what did you see in terms of trash talk? Because we were in here and we heard it. I mean, we could hear the trash talk. Were both these teams getting animated and hyped out there or what?
That's what I love about LAN. There is so much hype outside. There's a lot of screaming, a lot of happy fans, and sometimes mad fans, depending on how the rounds go. But I think that is just what makes this great. It's the added layer. It's the added effect. You know, online, there's no other presence around you. It's just you and your teammates in a Discord. But you've got outside forces here.
Right, you're feeding off each other's energy, both teams, your own as well as the other team. But we have map number 2 coming up next right here. Poly Hype, I Can Go Pro. Will it be Carbon closing out and winning the first monthly here? Or is it going to be a game 3 with, blue team here coming back.
Tier 1 Rejects.
Right. So many team names, so many players. Brains all over the place right now.
It is a little hard to keep up with all the names that we've seen today.
Right. And look at this. It's actually interesting as we take a look here as we're going to go over to Ascent. So we'll get off that biome. We'll get off the triple lane map there. And now we're going to see Astra coming out for both teams. So obviously a map pick of comfortability here. Killjoy coming out as well on the Unholy. It's going to be EXT Aggro on Jet. Sova for EXT Carbon. And it'll be Sky on Gabrel.
We're actually going into a full-on mirror match, folks. This is going to be insane. Who has the better plays on the same composition? I'm excited as hell. Let's get this going.
Tier 1 Rejects will start this one on defense, and it'll be Built by Carbon starting this on offense. So red team, Built by Carbon, blue team, Tier 1 Rejects for their prize purse, their share. Winner will walk away with their share of the $1,500. Second place will walk away with something. Not as much, but something. Either way, both of these guys for the first every single player that has been a part of this tournament has just, honestly, for the first LAN post-COVID has been awesome. And I'm really thankful to be here with you guys. Dax City, I Can Go Pro. You guys have been great casters for the day, and I'm really happy to be here with you guys. So it's my pleasure.
I'm incredibly happy, too. You know, this is my first LAN.
That's right.
And
Welcome.
I think it was one of the greatest events I've ever worked.
That's awesome, honestly. I'm really happy to hear that. Let's start this first one, though. Save that thought for after. 0-0 as we get now into Ascent with the pure mirror match teams. This is literally going to come down to who has the better team. It's a straight-up mirror match. 122 here to start it off. Apex, though, finds that first shot. Nice. Headshot there on Gabrel. Gabrel going to hit that death screen early, and Tier 1 Rejects going to get called out there on the catwalk.
Ooh. Apex escaping near death with that smoke spray. Looking to get a second kill. Will they be able to find it? Not quite.
Apex is just a boss. He's always picking up kills. It's going to be some flashes coming out as the Rejects trying to hold off. Built by Carbon is pushing in towards Garden, and it looks like it's going to be a side A pushing. Another trade here for Reno. Carbon finds Apex. And Ozzy, wow. All that Tier 1 rejects got the better of it. 3-2.
It's interesting. You would think that they had a little more momentum there.
I thought they
were
did.
going to push right through. But actually, Tier 1 rejects just slowed them right down.
And interesting, neither team going to have a res in this one. We're not seeing any Sage in this game here. We actually haven't seen a lot of Sage on the day. Not a lot of Sage.
I think there was one match earlier in the day, but you know.
Right, but like overall, she used to be a main pick in every single game. Like there was no picking Sage. It seems like Sky has almost replaced her a little bit. Because we've seen Sky in every match today. Tier 1 rejects though taking the first round here in this one.
And well done by them. There was so much momentum pushing through Catwalk and into Tree, but it all stopped from the crossfire coming from Garden, that they just lost all momentum, and it was held down quite nicely. You know, I was a little disappointed to see how much they slowed down.
Yeah, and that was also really weird too because we saw the kill feed just going off. It kind of seemed like the teams were evenly matched, but Tier 1 Rejects actually walked out with the better of that. But this is only the first round. We're still in the economy parts of the round. Let's see how it plays out moving forward. As we are now in round number 2, 134 on the clock here. It looks like Built by Carbon pushing in heavy towards the B side. They're going to get right in here and with no hesitation take it right to the plant. But it's defensive Astra who's getting some orbs down. And Apex and Charisma find 3. Charisma finds 3 right there. It's now 3-on-1 and Tier 1 Rejects. They're coming out swinging. They're annoyed they lost that last one.
Oh, man. Charisma coming in hard with the 4K. And they're going to pick up some nice sheriffs for themselves. You know, very nice of Built by Carbon to deliver them over to Tier 1 Rejects.
That's right. But so far, I mean, both these teams have just put on such a great grand finals already, and this is just purely awesome. I've been loving every single second of this. Charisma has just had a day. I mean, every game we see him play, he's getting tons of kills, and so far, he has been the pure stud on his team.
100%. It's also interesting. They're going with Sheriffs again. That was too much of an investment for them last round. They can't even pull up for rifles on round 3.
Teams pushing in. Built by Carbon, trying to find their first. First 2 have gone over to Tier 1. Con Artist picking up 2. He's looking for more. Takes the Spectre back out. Ooh.
He's got no ammo.
What a cover by Apex. Great job. Tier 1 Rejects with a 4-0 kill on Carbon. And this is just looking nice early. 3-0 here to start things off. I don't see how Carbon's coming back for this one.
My, oh my, it's all up to Rano with the Sheriff sitting in pizza.
Charisma finds a kill there. And, oh, Tier 1 Rejects just have pure slayers on their team. 3-0 as they start this one. 5 kills for Charisma as he sits atop with Apex on 4.
And here comes the full buy around Apex. We know what they can do with that operator.
That's right. He picks it up again, goes right off into it. And look at that, Charisma sitting on 5,800. 45 for Con Artist, 4,150 for OZO. They're covered for at least another round in full buy. As we start now round number 4. Ooh, wow, that was close. Ricochet kill.
That caught me by surprise.
Right.
I
You almost hit him. You literally saw the bullet fly past the screen. He almost binged him.
Thought it was going to hit me at one point.
Well, 120 left here as Tier 1 Rejects are just snowballing in the early parts of the round. That happens so much in Valorant, of course. That pistol round into the snowball once you get the first round. Gabrol with a slow push onto A side. Both of these teams are just trying to figure out exactly any sort of intel. They both play very well. Winner of both of these teams are just fantastic for being local New York City teams.
You know, I was saying it earlier. I met some of the players. I want both of them to win.
Yeah, you want all right, but it's going to be Aggro who comes on in with the jet. He winds up finding one over the top, and Unholy picks up another one. Built by Carbon looking for their first round. Ooh, Aggro through the ricochet of the floorboards, and that bomb is going to go down. Built by Carbon had their way with Tier 1 Rejects this round, as it is just one member left, and Charisma trying to hold on to a save, as 4 members will try to hawk him down.
That side take was immaculate. The aggression from Aggro really worked well. And I love the wall bang going in from hell up to heaven taking out the Heaven player and just really sealing the deal in terms of taking control of that site. And Charisma on the other side of the map, holding it down with the operator, not trying to let this one go into the enemy hands.
See how it plays out. Bomb is down. Bomb will blow up momentarily. They are trying anything to lock down and find. Actually, no. It looks like they'll let them save.
Probably in their best interest. They're low on cash. They can't afford to lose another rifle.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And that's going to be Built by Carbon's first round as we just conclude 4. And that, just seeing that, it's just like hitting a free throw in basketball when you haven't had a point all night. Just getting that round on the board, seeing the victory on the screen helps the momentum, helps the overall mental. It just helps the overall mental. It's like seeing one go in. You see it go in, you see the victory. Now you're coming back. Now they can get a second round. They're coming off a win.
Same thing if you're doing low on frags. You just need to get one, no matter how bad it is. If you got to pull out the judge just to get yourself in that kill feed, that's enough to push you into a serious spree. But Apex holding that B main angle with the operator. I don't know who's gonna want to peek that one first.
Apex has been such a slayer on the day. Has really been holding it for the Tier 1 rejects. Ooh, so close, and there's that dash away, but it's Unholy who comes in and pinches Apex. Apex loses the operator. I wonder if it got picked up by whoever else was on B there. Whoa! Ooh, aggro, nice headshot on Con Artist. And Built by Carbon having a nice momentum swing in their favor. Both these teams so evenly matched, bro.
Rano, put the gun, pull out the gun, put the knife away. You're still in dangerous territory.
Down.
JGM does find Carbon, but Unholy takes out JG. Bomb gonna go down here onto the B site, and now it is just Astra left. Trying to find, is she gonna go for kills? Oh, maybe will. OZO hasn't had much success in the kill department, only had about 4 or 5 in map 1.
If there's a time to go massive, this has got to be it.
Very much. That bomb is ticking here. Killjoy setting up one of her grenades. Some pre-fire coming out. That bomb is starting to tick now. It's now or never if you're OZO.
I think we might be just going for extra frags at this point, but not even those are going to be available. Unholy with the triple kill.
They called him out.
Round 5, yeah.
They knew exactly where it was. And this is actually something I heard in between map 1. So apparently Tier 1 Rejects was down in the semis 11-5 and came back and won 13-11 or 13-12. And brought them to the grand final. So Tier 1 Rejects have had, can't say that they didn't beat anybody. They were down 11-5. That other team should have been here in this match. Tier 1 Rejects brought them back. Great job by them.
Any comeback is possible, and that's the beauty of Valorant. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. Now we are here in round number 6. 3-2. Tier 1 Rejects still in the lead, but Built by Carbon is gaining fast. Nice smoke there by the Astra. And both teams playing around that A side. Sky for the Tier 1 Rejects sitting back around mid. And now it's going to be a come-in once again. And Apex finds aggro with the ultimate on top of Heaven here.
They're really playing it back. They want to go for that retake, but they might not even need to because Charisma's Nano Swarm are doing just fine, removing players from Built by Carbon. They're going to be quite easy to pick off. Gabriel, only a few pieces of health left, 17. Even a shock dart take him out without a problem. You don't even have a chance to put the bomb down.
I love that right there. Get the bomb down by Gabriel. You're down 2 guys. They need to have Tier 1 Rejects trickle in to try to get some kills. JGM, though, going to find Gabriel, and now it's 5-on-2. And it looks like Tier 1 Rejects might walk away with this.
They're completely cut off. Con Artist with the Nebula spray. They don't even have to push through to wine. They already got the defusal. They can hunt if they want to. Oh!
And OZO, unfortunately, finds the headshot there from the Tier 1 Rejects. And 4-2 now. Tier 1 Rejects getting a win of their own. And Built by Carbon, if they win this one, folks, they're going to be the grand champions of the Battle for New York City. Tier 1 Rejects, if they win, will go to a map number 3.
You know, I'd certainly love to see a map 3. These 2 teams deserve it.
Right, yeah, it's been great. It's been solid play here. You can say what you want in terms of level of skill, but for a local here on a Saturday in New York City, this has been a fantastic tournament. I love this gun skin. I love the Lego gun skin. So dope.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Nano is cool. I like the Nano or the Ion.
Right.
But I think when it comes to Phantom skins, it's got to be the Prime for me.
Well, I spent like $300 on all the Dragon skins, so I kind of like those.
Oh yeah,
Not
well,
gonna lie.
you know what?
Those are kind of dope.
I think you have reason too.
But that flash there got taken out. It's both teams have all their members alive now as we are getting in under that minute. They have to get the bomb plant down. If you're built by Carbon on the offense, Unholy finds JGM. Unholy finds a second, and Unholy has been getting more and more just offensive prowess as every single map goes on. He's getting more and more kills.
There's been just some solid timing coming from this squad, but Unholy looking to get the third kill, doesn't quite get it. As a multi-spray coming from CT is going to prevent that. But uh-oh, we're going to have some aggressive. Rano doesn't pan out too well. Carbon is there to pick up a trade. All three of them are sitting off-site. That was the one.
Oh!
Carbon coming out from that little cubby is going to prevent Ozo from doing any damage to that spike.
Oh, they had it. Built by Carbon was down 3-2. And just taking their time and being patient after that bomb goes down was able to secure them the victory there, as it's now 4-3. Built by Carbon building back up. Unholy has an ultimate. Aggro now has an ultimate. And these things are building in their favor because it looks like it's going to be a save round coming out for the Tier 1 rejects.
Wasn't that such an interesting defense? None of them were on site. They were all off site, waiting for the trickle out of CT. Not a defense that we'd normally expect.
Right. Well, you know what happened was Carbon knew that the Tier 1 rejects were all in that back hallway there, and they didn't need to be on site. They felt like holding the angle there in the middle, and it worked out for them perfectly, as we're seeing a auto rush Built by Carbon right onto A, and it's Unholy Charisma. They're on a pistol round save. Not much Tier 1 rejects can do here, besides hit some heads.
Yeah, Charisma was just firing off the Bucky, hoping something was going to work out there.
Hey, sometimes a wish on a prayer is better than having skill. Nice vision coming out here from Sova. Sova brings so much vision to the game. Beautiful flash there. Ooh, and Apex is going to go down with the operator again. Los.
I really wanted that shorty to work out. I really wanted that
shorty to work out. We were talking about it earlier. EXT Aggro winds up finding a triple kill, and just like that, Built by Carbon has their 4th round after 8, and they have tied this one back up. Tier 1 rejects, as soon as they start getting some offensive momentum, or just momentum in general, Built by Carbon stifles it after they've tied up the game.
Well, let's see how this buy round goes. They were on that economic move. I'm hoping to see at least some good retakes. We haven't seen them be able to pull off a nice retake in the last few rounds, and I'm hoping they can do something to somehow change that.
Well, let's see how it plays out here, as this is any team's game. Apex trying to get a cheeky little no-scope, or rather just a smoke scope. But nothing comes out of that one. It's going to be a push-up, a cat here. And Con Artist is going to get taken out. He actually gets called out, but gets taken out. Carbon on the refire by Con Artist. Bomb's going to go right back up onto Gabrol.
Maybe it wasn't a retake strategy. They just need to be aggro themselves.
Hey, that works. Sometimes the best defense is a great offense, and sometimes the best offense is a great defense.
In most cases, you should probably just stay back. But, you know, if it's working.
There's times for everything. Wow. Aggro shooting through and getting the ricochet from the top of Generator. Charisma does find Reno. It's 4-3 here in favor of the rejects as we're here in the 9th round. Unholy. Nice shot. He's been really stepping it up for Carbon. It's 2-on-2. Battling. Oh, what a flash.
Oh, Gabrol with a perfect guiding light to pick up those final 2 kills.
Wow. What a guiding light. Built by Carbon, starting to find their aggressive nature. They're starting to hit their shots, and they're right back in this one. And now it's Tier 1 Reject's turn for a save round. Both these teams are literally going back and forth. Round changes almost every round.
3 rounds in a row for Built by Carbon, and they're pushing Tier 1 Rejects back onto Sheriffs. This is not looking good for Tier 1.
You know, I'm not going to lie, this is my first Valorant event in a while, and I've been trying to think of the name Sheriff for the entire day. Thank you so much for saying that. I am out of practice here with the Valorant, but this tournament's making me fall right in love with it again. This is such an amazing esport. Built by Carbon now. They're having success on A side. They're coming on in with the Owl drone, and it looks like Charisma with a shotgun. Will he be able to connect? First shotgun, we'll see. Carbon will trade him out though. OZO, Gabrol, both teams trading back and forth. It's 3-on-3 here, but JGM winds up finding one with the Sheriff. 3-on-2 in favor of Tier 1 Rejects here, Los.
In a matter of seconds, Tier 1 Rejects really turned this round around. Are they going to win this? Are they going to get the...
Ooh!
Oh my god! Tier 1 Rejects pulls this round out of nowhere. They could pick up some rifles. They pick up a win, and that's going to really crush all the momentum Built by Carbon had. What a round!
I love what we saw there. We saw Apex dash onto site, saw one at Generator, called him out. JGM in the middle of his ultimate, on the call out, fired off, hit the last shot, and was able to take him out. What a great play there, using advantage of your teammates and communication. Phenomenal stuff. 5-5 here as we head now to round number 11.
I love that Charisma got a kill with the Bucky this time.
Yeah,
I'm happy he
we
got
haven't
it.
seen a lot of shotgun play on the day.
Well, we have had some judgment passed earlier, but I'd say the Bucky takes a little bit more pizzazz and skill.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that one shot got it connected. That right fire, kind of like a long-range roadhog shot. Alt fire on the Bucky. Both teams have been hanging neck and neck, side by side, every step of the way on both maps. These teams are so evenly matched. It's amazing. These guys are great competitors, and this has been such a fantastic game. Real quick, Unholy has been the breakout player of this one for me. He did not start this way in map number 1. He finished map number 1 this way, and he's carrying it over to map number 2.
Now, I gotta agree with you right there. I'm also really, you know, I've been talking him up for a while. Con Artist,
Right.
That's
Killing
my
it.
guy. That's my guy.
I like it. So, all right, so what? You're going for the Tier 1 Rejects here? They bringing the map 3?
Hey, you
know it's early.
I want to see it. I want to
You
see
wanna
it,
see
and
it.
I think the fans at home want to see it too.
I agree. I'm down for it as well. Battle for New York City land presented by Andbox Community Gaming here at Brookland in Brooklyn, New York. This is so great for New York esports. Built by Carbon, taking their time, not committing to either site just yet. And Tier 1 Rejects, they're on defense. They don't have to go anywhere, but look who it is. Big boy Unholy, finding one on Apex, the carry for Tier 1 Rejects.
Charisma not messing around. He pulled out the Odin, just fired into
He
nothing.
fired 2! He got
Oh,
2 with
man.
the Odin spray. Or the Phantom spray, rather.
Yeah, Con Artist.
Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. All right, ultimate
was a
coming
lot
out.
of
Unholy
potential in
does
that
fine. He tried to get some vision there. Tier 1 Rejects gets taken out. OZO dies. Carbon, it's now 3-on-1 in favor of Carbon. 3 members are on site, and Unholy finds another triple kill as it's now 6-5. And Built by Carbon wants to go into the half 7-5. Can Tier 1 Rejects hold a defense here and keep it 6-6 going into the half? Everyone on their team is getting frags Tier 1. They're all playing good. But
As you can
Unholy's
see,
got-
Unholy.
Right.
Unholy is a cut above right now.
Absolutely is. 2 ultimates here for Built by Carbon. No ultimates on the side of Tier 1 Rejects. Maybe Apex finds one mid-round. You know, Apex sticking on this operator. Hasn't had much success on this particular map, but going with what he feels is the right move.
Man, I think it's necessary to have that pressure, to have the fear of an operator. Oh no! You can't scope in when you're concussed. You gotta get out of there, Apex.
Oh, Con Artist covering! Con Artist finding 2 again! Reno does find another double of his own. Con Artist now getting 3 out of the 5. And it is going to be an 8 push. Aggro finds Con Artist. And now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Gabriel, however, getting that bomb down on top of the A site. And no slouch here. Both these guys know exactly where everybody is. Both these teams. Who can get the kills is the question. Ultimate for Aggro. He did wind up getting it. Oh, jumps up and hits JGM right in the snout. And it's 2-on-1 Tier 1 Rejects. It's going to be all up to OZO. Ooh, gets taken out by Aggro, and it's 7-5. Built by Carbon, getting some momentum, and they'll take the lead going into the half. But now it's Carbon's turn to play defense, and Tier 1 Rejects will have to show their offensive prowess. What'd you like there, Los?
That
How'd you
was
like
amazing.
how Carbon closed it out?
I thought, you know, you got to give it up to Aggro on that one. The Blade Storm was coming out clutch. It also, all the aggression didn't allow Apex to do anything with that operator. They were forced in to play it close. Apex had no chance to utilize that thing.
It's really crazy, though, because Apex tried to get away, but Con Artist covered him. Con Artist got a double kill. When they came in through the A hall to chase Apex, they just wound up getting Apex as well, and it was I forget exactly who it was, but double kill coming out. in favor of Tier 1 Rejects as well, which was really, really nice. But anyway, we're switching sides. We're now in the second half of map number 2 as Apex finds Reno with that first little pistol kill. Unholy gets a kill of his own. 4-4 as it looks like it's going to be a B push. Gabriel and Apex, both these teams trading like crazy, Los.
This is nuts. Even from CT, Gabriel had a nice pick, and now Ozo's all alone. Might be able to pick up one, but now you got to get 2 more. And reloading, you've been spotted by Carbon. This is going to be a hard take to try and 1v1 on the Cypher control, but you're going to get it. There's one more player standing in their way. Aggro, is it going to be you? You're looking away, but you still got it, Aggro!
Wow, Ozio was having a breakout round. He picks up 2 with a classic. He even jumps up and hits the shot first. But it was a whip shot from Aggro and puts one right into the side of Ozio. I'll tell you one thing, though. I'm loving the play from Ozio. He was struggling in map 1. He's now coming up with 8 kills, and he's right with his team. Great job, despite being down 3 rounds.
You know, doubled the performance
right.
before the game even ended.
Exactly. So that's just great stuff here. Unholy putting up a 15 bomb right now. Aggro sitting on 14 of his own, and it's 8-5 in favor of Built by Carbon. They smell blood in the water. Can they go in for the kill?
I think it's also interesting to take a look at Rano, who really has had no effect in this map. Only 4 frags, and they're still coming out 3 rounds ahead of Tier 1 Rejects.
Tier 1 Rejects has got to win a round here. They need to find their 6th. They can't fall down too much more here. Nice dash away Aggro, playing that jet to perfection. Over with Reno now on the Astra, go into Astral Presence and try to get some of those smokes down. He'll consume it to pop the smoke, and now he'll play around it. Right now, Built by Carbon is on defense. They don't have to go anywhere. It's up to Tier 1 Rejects to push in and almost an Ares kill?
Almost. That lurk is not proving to be profitable.
Oh, what a dart. Oh, what a dart. Oh. All right, 45 seconds left here. Tier 1 Rejects are going to have to find their way in. Con Artist comes on in with the Sheriff, puts it in the bean of Gabriel, but it's Aggro Unholy, and Aggro picks up 2, 3 now. Built by Carbon is starting to find their stride, and Tier 1 Rejects are feeling the wrath.
Charisma has way too little health and way too little time, being way too far from that bomb, which is completely held down from 4 different angles.
That's
You're going to be hard-pressed to try and pick this one up.
Only 8 life for Charisma. I mean, the guy's a beast, but I don't know about there. As Aggro picks up a quadra on the day, 9-5. Tier 1 Rejects, they came back 8 rounds in the semifinals to be here. They can't go out like this. They almost won that first map. They got to remember that and get that confidence back. They need to just put one more on the board.
I'm not sure what their strategy change-up needs to be. They've tried aggro, they've tried lurking, they've tried default. Nothing is piecing together for them, but it does seem they're going to go for another full-on A push. Maybe a little bit of presence over towards mid. We see some stars being lined up, so it might be some fakes.
Yeah, well, this is the problem with falling behind in the first half, because then you don't have the second half to condition the enemy team to a certain side. You have to win the rounds if you're behind. So this is actually all Carbon's doing by putting them at disadvantage of being behind in the half, because now they don't have the pressure or the leeway to test out rounds.
Speaking of pressure, Unholy's getting a lot of pressure on them, but they're holding it down. But the Nano Swarm is going to be the one to take them out. And look at all of these trades. In a matter of seconds, Charisma has been left alone, and 2 members of Built by Carbon are ready to take him out and bring it to 5-10. Built by Carbon only 3 rounds away from taking the battle for New York City home.
And don't forget, guys, after this, we are going to have Los do an interview with the winning side. So don't go anywhere after these grand finals, as we will have an interview with the winner following the entirety of this match here, as we are here for the battle for New York City. Built by Carbon has now gained a 5-round lead, Los, on Tier 1 Rejects. Now, this is something I want to talk about. Tier 1 Rejects, when we saw them in the earlier, we saw them first round of the tournament, they used Raze on the same exact map, and they had a great strategy with Raze. We don't see the Raze come out this time. We see a pure-on mirror match, and so far, Built by Carbon has just had the absolute better of this mirror match. Aggro gets a shot on JGM. Built by Carbon is just starting to pick it up here. What a snipe.
Yeah, things aren't looking too good. Rano is holding it down, but the double peek with those sheriffs.
Oh, Gabriel finds 2 off the screen!
What?
Right there. This is what I'm talking about. Tier 1 Rejects was right there. Ooh! Oh, Built by Carbon is just snowballing right now. And it looks like Tier 1 Rejects might be on an economy round this round. Let's pull up the scoreboard and take a look.
Oh, man. Paulie, this isn't looking good for Tier 1 Rejects right now.
It's not. Will Built by Carbon be the very first winner of this Valorant New York City LAN? This has been such an amazing action. I want to see Tier 1 Rejects are in the exact score that they came back in the semifinals. It's not over just yet. They got to pick it up right now. This next round is absolutely crucial.
They cannot make any mistakes right now. And that Sova barrage going through. Whoa, actually, Carbon took a lot of damage during that. I guess they were expecting him to use the Odin to spam. They will not allow that Owl Drone to get any information.
Built by Carbon, trying to find their way on defense. Tier 1 Rejects trying to find their way in. That's going to do it. Apex, beautiful shot on aggro. That's the person you want to kill. There's Unholy as well. But a shot on aggro is going to be nice. Mid push here, it looks like. Tier 1 Rejects just kind of floating around, not committing to any side just yet, but they do have the kill advantage. Built by Carbon has got to just play defense here. Tier 1 Rejects cannot lose this round, ladies and gentlemen.
Seems they're making a play over toward A side. The only one holding is Unholy, but he's backed up on to heaven.
Reno winds up picking up one.
Seem to have time to get that bomb down. Ozio going for the plant. Gabriel gets no information. Got that door down. This is going to be a very crucial defense, but Gabriel's going to open it up with a dinking headshot.
JGM finds 2, though, and that's exactly what Tier 1 Rejects needed. JGM finds 3. They're not out of it just yet, and the round that they needed is the round that they won. Tier 1 Rejects going nowhere just yet. If they can win a second round right here, get it to 7-11, you're in the realm of consciousness here. You're not out of it. Do not give up if you're the Tier 1 Rejects. JGM has got to find that stride that he was producing in Map 1. The guy dropped a 30 bomb. He's only sitting on 10 right now. He's got to find that stride.
Well, he's got plenty of rounds to do it if they're going to end up winning these. This could be the dream run.
It's very possible. This would be amazing. Cinderella story here. But aggro, he is the guy that they want to find. He's sitting on a 21 kills already on round 18. That is huge. They've got to find a way to stop him. He's been having their way so far.
BJGM sitting that high. Owl Drone, they know exactly where Gabriel is. He's going to back up. I don't know if they're aware of aggro and wine. This has been a tricky spot so far in the battle for New York City.
That's right.
Because people don't like to check that, apparently. I don't know why.
Is what it is.
Oh, but it's going to get checked out with the Nano Swarm. He's trying to push out, but that's the wrong way to dash, my friend. And you're going to land right into the hands of Charisma.
That's right, and that's exactly what Tier 1 Rejects needed, baby. They need to find this 7th round. Get them back into it. Start getting a little swagger going. Get a little comfort. The team is probably tense. They're down 5 rounds. They can't make mistakes. Whenever you can't make mistakes, I don't know about you, but anytime I've been in competitive and you can't make mistakes, it is tense on the team.
It doesn't feel good to be in that position. But based on what I've heard...
What a shot by Apex! But he gets taken out by Reno. It's 4-on-3. Tier 1 Rejects need this round. They have no rounds left to give. Carbon, though, does tie it up 3-3 with that Odin. And Con Artist, he'll fall to the Odin. 11-6 in favor of Carbon. Attacker Killjoy gonna go down. Ultimate from Carbon as well. Doesn't look like it's gonna connect on anybody. Charisma finds Unholy. 3-on-2. Astral Wall's up. Who's it going to? OZO is in sight. He finds one. It's 3-on-1 now. Carbon trying to stay alive. The bomb is down, and Charisma finds him lows. Attackers won 7-11. Tier 1 Rejects starting to get going a little bit.
They're feeling it, and I'm feeling it. You're feeling it, and I know the crowd outside is feeling it. From what I heard in the first map, Tier 1 Rejects has the crowd on their side.
There's no question. Here, Built by Carbon, gonna go with this pistol round. This is a way Tier 1 Rejects can get 8th now. Really start climbing back. Every single round is so detrimental at this point. And like I was saying in map 1, what Carbon did, sometimes it's better to get that snowball towards the end of a match than start out with it.
But also, if we look at the first map, Tier 1 Rejects was sitting on 11 rounds, and then they lost it. Built by Carbon doing the same, and it's looking to fall apart this round as well. 3 kills coming in so easily, and now it's about to be the last one to make it 8 11.
That's it. Tier 1 Rejects coming back. I do not like that ultimate attempt by Built by Carbon. You are in the lead. You are on defense. You don't need to use an ultimate by Jets to try to get kills right now. Sure, if they wind up getting kills there, Tier 1 Rejects probably loses that round. But just like what happened, Tier 1 Rejects just turned to the right, beamed them in the face, and they won that round for free. So a little bit of risky here, but Built by Carbon has the rounds to do it. So can't say it was the wrong play. I just wasn't a fan of it.
Issue was there was zero pressure coming from B main for
Right.
aggro to really capitalize. Right. And they just look to the right. Oh, there's a free
There
kill.
it is. 136 here, and it's going to be maybe for the first time the Rejects might get a B push going. It's been so heavy on the A side. They have Built by Carbon conditioned so well. Tier 1 Rejects has totally reformatted their offensive prowess. One-on-one trade, and Unholy's going to fall down. Charisma, that's the guy you want to kill. As Gabriel finds another, it's 3-on-3 here, and Built by Carbon is looking to stifle this offense by Rejects and get it back for a point game in their favor. Looks like still no sight. Tier 1 Rejects playing nice and slow, and they have ultimates in their favor too.
That was some serious aggression starting off. They had the lockdown from Unholy and decided, you know what? Let's push him even further. They did manage to get some kills, but, you know, they lost on their own as well.
Right. 50 seconds left in this one. Tier 1 Rejects are going to have to find their way into a site, either site rather, as they're running out of time. Gabriel hovering over mid, and I just love by Tier 1 Rejects. They're just playing so slow, and they're just taking their time. They're not worried. They're not letting the timer distract them, because in the end of the day, you have to guard 2 sites. There's only 3 people. So no matter what site that Tier 1 Rejects tries to go to, they're going to have the man advantage, 100%. Let's see how it plays out now. It looks like it's going to be a B. Coming on in here. Gabriel finds 2!
There goes that man advantage in a heartbeat. Gabriel is on point. And that's going to be match point, game point, tournament point right now. One more round from Built by Carbon, and they are the champions.
That is so unfortunate, because Gabriel has picked it up in the last 3 rounds significantly for Built by Carbon. Tier 1 Rejects needed that round so bad. They had the man advantage. That is so unfortunate that that double kill came out. Well, not if you're Built by Carbon, but for Tier 1 Rejects, so unfortunate. It looked like they had that round to brag 9-11, but now in 8-12, they have to win 5 rounds in a row, folks, because Built by Carbon is on tournament, set, and match.
I cannot imagine what is going through Tier 1 Rejects' heads right now. They got to focus. They got to...
Well, they have 3 ults. They have ults here. They have ults. So that is the one thing that's in their favor. However, when you burn those ults, Built by Carbon is going to be up next with ults, and they only need the 1 round. So you got to be careful here. You got to use ults, but also save some for counter when you get ulted back. All right, so we have a little tech pause real quick as we try to get something figured out. Point game for Built by Carbon. Whew, see how it plays out. Man, this has been such a crazy game, Lowe's. I mean, both of these teams, no question about it, no matter who wins, both of these teams have played phenomenal on the day. What does... Oh, man, I don't even know what to say. Just take it from me right now, because I'm lost. This has just been a crazy game. Both of these teams battling back and forth. Tier 1 Rejects, what do they need to do to get back into this one?
Well, they need to do what Gabriel is. It's get multiple kills successively, like in seconds. Rounds always change. Rounds always turn tides, because someone is getting a sick lineup. Someone is always getting a double kill. You need to get good lineups. You need to get necessary frags and picks, and we're getting into the action right now.
Get back into it. I'm hearing a Sova ult come out. This is so important. JGM misses it, though, and this is one of the ultimates that they really needed to hit. Wow. Aggro just shot Charisma, the carry for the Rejects, on a single tap peek, just a random little peek. What a kill there for Carbon. That is a huge one there. Killjoy is down, and the Rejects are in trouble.
Here come the Cabbages trying to suss out any information that they can. They know someone, at least one, is in the Nebula, and the flash comes out and lets him pick up 2 kills in tree.
Oh!
AGM, he's not going down just yet.
It's 2-on-3. Tier 1 Rejects. This is everything. They have no choice but to play immaculate.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Reno gonna find Ozio, and there's just 1 left, and that's gonna do it! Built by Carbon is gonna be the official winners of the very first battle for NYC LAN. That interview with Lowe's coming up next. Oh my God, what great stuff. Congrats to Carbon, but also the Tier 1 rejects. They might have lost, but they played fantastic.
It was an amazing game, and it was a privilege to see them come out and perform on the main stage here at Brooklyn. Oh my God, I'm
shaking right now.
I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to be able to commentate on this because there's so much talent in this building.
Absolutely. For being, when you have your team at home, you can, and you have people from all over the world to pick from, you make this team, this great team, but these are guys that are playing locally. These are people that are playing right here in our own home state, maybe the tri-state area, but very local, very close. And for being just a random pickup tournament that we've set up here with Andbox, this has been such an amazing tournament. Truly thank you to all the players that have come out and all the people watching here in the LAN Center. This has been an amazing tournament. Los, thank you for commentating it with me, man. We have had a blast today. And also Dak City, unfortunately, he's not here with us. Tried to make it go to a game 3, but man, Carbon just played so fantastic to clutch it out.
I was hoping that I had the script in my hands, and I was hoping we could change it and go to map 3.
Sure.
But unfortunately, I guess fortunately, for Built by Carbon, they shut it down in 2 maps. No problem.
Well, the cash money, their portion of $1,500 is going to go to them. Second place does get a nice payout as well. Obviously, first is more. But coming up next, we're going to have the interview with the winning, I believe, probably the captain, I would assume. Winning captain, Los is going to be doing that. That's going to do it over here for me and Dak City. What an amazing tournament. Thank you all so much for hanging out. And if you haven't done so, make sure to hit that follow button on the Twitch channel. Man, amazing stuff.
Well,
Sweet.
We'll be right back, folks.
Hey guys, unfortunately we were going to do an interview, but that is actually going to do it here at Brooklyn. Once again, the battle for New York City has been such an amazing tournament. Myself, Dak City, and I Can Go Pro have been your casters on the day. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you to all the competitors, as well as Andbox, Community Gaming, and Brooklyn LAN Center here in Brooklyn, New York, for holding such an amazing event. That's going to do it for us. Next time you see us will be the next Valorant tournament. Have a beautiful evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. We'll see you next time.